Chapter 1 High-Speed Regeneration and Devil Fruit. East Daxia Sea, Kingdom of Liam. In a hidden bandit base, a group of shirtless bandits sweating in the school grounds are constantly exercising. One of them, a thin boy with a short haircut, was playing with the bricks in his hand. The young man said with some emotion, "I don't know when it will end." Iapetus Cronus is this boy's name. He traveled to this world 2.5 years ago and quickly understood through the newspaper that this was the world of One Piece. And his location is also the East Daxia Sea, which is rich in One Piece. When he first learned that he had traveled to the world of One Piece, he was so excited that he stayed up all night and planned several development routes for himself. After all, as a time traveler, you can't live happily ever after. But the cruel reality soon told him that changes were coming much faster than planned. In the original world, he worked as a cow and as a horse, but when he traveled to the world of One Piece, he still worked as a cow and as a horse. He was not originally rich, but he was born to be a king. After all, both his parents were dead. Although life is difficult, at least it is still possible to survive. Cronus also held the idea in his heart that he would definitely become a king, so he found a small port and prepared to set sail and dominate the world. Whether you join Marine or become a pirate, you have to become a famous big shot. Then he discovered that if he really wanted to buy a small boat that could travel because he was living in a tight life, he would have to work as a horse for the noble lord until he died. This is absolutely not possible. As for grabbing a fishing boat and going out to sea by yourself, that is absolutely impossible. Although the weather in the East Daxia Sea is not as good as that of the Grand Line, it is not something that a landlubber can control. Cronus understood his situation and knew that it was unrealistic to go to sea in the short term. He planned to return to reality first and improve his life. The kingdom of Liam where he lives is relatively peaceful. The East Daxia Sea is also the one most controlled by the world government, and has always been called the Sea of Peace. Although it is temporarily impossible to go to sea, Cronus who traveled through time is not a novice who doesn't understand anything. Before traveling through time, he was the owner of a canteen, so he had some business experience. But looking at my home with only 4 walls left, it seems that starting a business requires hard work first. Cronus still had no choice but to work for the noble men. After 5 months of saving, with a little capital, Cronus decisively fired the noble man. Cronus successfully set up a stall based on his experience in his previous life. Business is pretty good, but even if you come to another world, you still need protection fees. The money he earned was not enough to pay protection fees to the local bullies and the king's army. He is bankrupt. Although the East Daxia Sea is harmonious, it is not without pirates. Cronus was kidnapped and became a glorious bandit. This makes him farther and farther away from his dream of going to sea. But fortunately, after becoming a bandit, his life was not in danger. He, a trainee bandit, had nothing to do with the turf wars with other bandits. After all, his skinny body doesn't have even a few tendons. So how can he fight with others? In this relatively peaceful atmosphere, Cronus has been here for 2.5 years. In order to increase his combat effectiveness, Cronus began to explore the bricks. After all, no matter how good your skills are, you are still afraid of kitchen knives. If you don't have a kitchen knife and hit someone with a brick, it doesn't discredit your status as a time traveler. That is, when I was playing with the bricks, I suddenly felt that I was full of power. His cheat is coming. High-speed regeneration. As long as one's own vitality is enough, the injuries on the body can be recovered at an extremely fast speed, and even broken limbs can be regrown. Cronus felt that his physique was strengthening, and his origin began to be improved due to high-speed regeneration. Soon, my body, which had not received nutrition all year round, made up for the shortfall under high-speed regeneration. Cronus knew that his initial idea of wanting to be successful might lack the support of strength. But according to my current physical fitness, as long as I can continue to exercise and develop, it's not an exaggeration to call myself Little Kaido. This is not all of his cheat. Along with his high-speed regeneration, there is also an unknown phantom beast devil fruit. This devil fruit can only be taken when he goes to sea and officially becomes a pirate. Cronus knew he should leave, but he was in no hurry. After a while, he threw the brick in his hand. I already have high-speed regeneration, and I still play bricks. I can't afford to lose this face. He plans to use the bandit's resources to further activate his high-speed regeneration. After all, even if he makes up for his shortcomings, his current body can only be said to be much stronger than ordinary people. In the past 2 months, while Cronus was undergoing training from the bandits, he was also frantically consuming the food that the bandits had looted. These are all stolen goods. If you don't eat them, you won't get them for free. Especially the trembling fat meat. Cronus in the previous life only felt tired of it, but now he will accept such high-energy food. Time flies by, and this year is 1494 in the Highwind calendar. At the same time, Liam Kingdom, Orvise Port. The port of Orwitz is the largest port in the Kingdom of Liam, where commerce is bustling. A group of CPs wearing black suits were in a quiet courtyard in Orwitz. An old CP in his 60s was sitting in the office next to the courtyard. There are many wrinkles on his face, coupled with the large old Madara and Madara's white hair. As well as the heavy twilight energy on his body, one could tell at a glance that he would not live long. But even though he is older, you can still see the muscles on his body, and paired with the suit on his body, he looks like a proper thug in a suit. There was a high-end cigar specially provided for CP in the corner of his mouth. Wisps of smoke drifted out from the cigar, but old Aiden did not smoke it. I just got used to the feeling of holding a cigar in my mouth. Opposite his desk, a man in a suit and leather shoes, who looked much younger than him, was slumped on the sofa. He is considered old Aiden's most outstanding subordinate. Old Aiden also raised him like a child. There are rumors that a Logia has appeared near Liam's kingdom. It is not an ordinary Logia. I don't know what you think. The young CP asked the old Aiden on the side. Old Aiden flicked the cigar in his hand, then took out the cigar tongs and gently pinched it. Smoking such a cigar in one go was a bit luxurious for him. It's just a rumor, but since we're all here, we might as well go look for it. I remember it's been almost 8 years since you joined my staff. If I find you, eat this devil fruit. Old Aiden continued. Lime, I'm old and will retire soon. When the time comes, the CP5 will be in your hands. After hearing this, Lime nodded seriously. Don't worry, I'll take care of you in your old age. When Rhyme saw old Aiden's old face, he couldn't help but go back to that day. From that day on, he started to grow rapidly and became a powerful figure in CP5. Chapter 2 Eating the Devil Fruit. At Orvise Port, Cronus is preparing to go to sea. A group of bandits are helping him carry the supplies he needs to go to sea. This was because Cronus spent a while in the bandit den and persuaded many bandits before they were willing to help. Now it's time for him to go to sea, and it's time for that unknown phantom beast to enter his belly. This ship is a bit shabby. Cronus covered his head and said with some embarrassment. The entire ship is not even half as big as the Straw Hat's Mary, and is only slightly larger than a fishing boat. This is a world dominated by sea power, and shipbuilding can be said to be deeply involved in every country. Although not every country has top shipyards like the Seven Waters capital. But standard ships can still be produced to some extent. Cronus also knew this. But when he saw the boat provided by the bandits, he couldn't help but sigh. Boss Cronus, we bandits have always relied on the mountains, so we have done our best to find such a ship. William, the former boss of the bandits, explained at the side. The name William sounds like a nobleman, but he is a native and ancestral bandit. The whole person also looks rough and rough, but he is an extremely moral bandit. It also allowed Cronus to live and develop safely there. William has been passed down from his grandfather's generation to the present. He can be regarded as an old bandit. In terms of inheritance time, it is even longer than the Whitebeard pirates. Cronus nodded after hearing this. Forget it, there is a king's army at the port. It is normal that you bandits can't get a big ship. It is not uncommon for bandits to come to the port to mess around. But if you rob the ship in front of the king's army, you will see if it can hurt you. Let's go, brothers. Just when Cronus was about to board the ship, William took out a devil fruit from his arms. The entire devil fruit seems to be composed of countless small water droplets, and its sky blue appearance is like a gem. Boss Cronus, this is a special fruit I found from the mountain a few days ago. I don't want to eat it. This fruit has not changed at all after being stored for several days. It must have a long shelf life. It's not necessary to go without eating fruits and vegetables for a long time at sea. Just take this fruit with you. William picked his big head and said embarrassedly. Although Cronus challenged him as the boss, he felt a little humiliated. But after Cronus became the boss, he had nothing to say to them. Helped him clear out all the bandits around him, making him the true bandit king. Although only in that small area. But it also made William very happy. Although he was a bandit, he still had to follow the moral principles of the world. If Cronus hadn't left, he really wouldn't mind giving up his position as the boss. Cronus saw the appearance of that strange fruit. Isn't this a devil fruit? It looks like it is most likely a logia. The appearance of the small water droplets should have something to do with water. Will William want to go to sea with me? Cronus extended the invitation again. The sea is extremely vast. You can never become a real bandit king by shrinking into one country. Isn't that the dream of your ancestors? The bandit king's goal is the stars and the sea. When Cronus first learned that William's dream was to become the bandit king, he couldn't help laughing. Seeing William's firm eyes, I couldn't help but feel guilty. No matter what kind of dream it is, as long as he dares to chase it, such a man will definitely be the most handsome. Can I really do that? Definitely. Then let's go. Ha 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 ha, this is the future alliance between One Piece and the Bandit King. William nodded solemnly, saying that he had long wanted to see the sea. However, due to the identity passed down from his ancestors, he has been imprisoned in the kingdom of Liam. Eat this fruit, I also have one here. You can get extraordinary power by eating them. The reason why Cronus let William eat devil fruit was because he valued William's talent. William's physical fitness is beyond repair. Although it is much worse than his own high-speed regeneration, without systematic training, he can fight with 30 or 40 ordinary bandits based on his physical strength alone. It also frightened the surrounding bandits to form alliances in order to limit the expansion of the William bandit group. Besides, William originally found this devil fruit himself. If a stranger robs him of his devil fruit, he will rob him, but William is his best friend. Speaking of which, you are a born bandit king. You can even touch such a rare devil fruit. William was shocked when he heard Cronus' words. As a bandit, his information channels are extensive. I also know what the devil fruit is, and it is known as the devil's power in the sea. He would not refuse such power, so it didn't matter if he was hated by the sea. He doesn't intend to become One Piece, he wants to become the Bandit King. Cronus took William to find a secluded place. Biting down the devil fruit in his hand, a bad taste began to linger in his mouth. The two began to retch, but still managed to swallow the devil fruit. After all, they know that eating the devil fruit will give them that power. The two of them didn't waste any time swallowing the devil fruit whole. After all, they don't know whether there will be a difference in the strength gained by swallowing the whole pill and taking just one bite. The reason for finding a secluded place is because a user with devil fruit abilities will lose control for a period of time after just eating a devil fruit. Not being able to control his own power, he would feel bad if he accidentally injured Cronus, one of William's men. After all, these are all your friends. Although I can't say how happy I was in the William bandits. But at least he didn't have to worry about eating and drinking, and he wasn't suppressed by other bandits. The reason why Cronus is so clear. It's all because Wang Lufei couldn't control his power after eating the rubber fruit. The rubber fruit has little impact on the surroundings, but if you can't control your own fantasy beast species, the destructive power cannot be compared to his unawakened Nika fruit. After all, they are both phantom beasts, and there is a prerequisite for the Nika fruit to be awakened. This is especially true for the Logia in William's hand, which is a powerful force that can affect the surrounding environment. One bite after another, the rich taste made them retching and swallowing. Then Cronus began to transform into a beast unconsciously, and he kept calling after his cheat gave him high-speed regeneration and devil fruit. Calling again and again, like a fool. But fortunately, I tested it when no one was around. But my cheat did not appear again. It seems that my cheat was a one-off. It's not the same as other fellow time travelers, it's some kind of system or something. Cronus gradually transformed into a monkey with blue fur all over his body in a wild atmosphere. Cronus felt that he was full of power now, and he opened his mouth to roar loudly. Chapter 3 Wazi Chi. With Cronus roaring, the migratory birds hiding around began to be frightened and fled in all directions. Cronus is suppressing his power. What he wants is control, not letting power control him. For nearly 3 years, although his strength was weak, he never gave up on training his body. If it's because your innate conditions are not good enough, then give up. Even if there is a chance, how far can I go? After all, even without cheat, he still plans to find an animal devil fruit to change his physique. Cheat just accelerated his own growth. Where is his height? It depends on the combination of talent and hard work. Talent doesn't matter, as long as you are willing to work hard. Even if you can't grow to be the best, it's not impossible to become a first-rate powerhouse. Cronus only felt a strange monkey mark imprinted on his chest, and it began to cover all around like a tattoo, quickly covering his back. Finally, it turned into a huge monkey that circled the whole body, emitting a faint blue light, and finally disappeared under the skin. Animal system. Monkey fruit. Phantom beast species without branch chi form. Cronus already knew which phantom beast he was eating, and it seemed that his cheat treated him well. Wuzhikai is a ferocious beast in mythology. Even Dehu could not destroy it, he could only imprison it. This devil fruit can be said to be one of the devil fruits that best represents the power of the sea in the world of pirates. If not for the legendary seawater fruit. Cronus felt that the vitality in his body began to grow wildly, and he seemed to be able to control wind, rain, thunder, and lightning at will. Lightning, thunder, and strong winds began to appear all around. With Cronus' efforts to suppress it, it gradually became smaller. His high-speed regeneration ability began to blend with this power, and both began to grow together. Cronus could feel that with his current physique, even if he used a knife to pull a wound on his body, he could recover in a very short time. Even broken hands and feet can be restored to their original state in a short period of time, but the specific time is still unclear and can only wait for follow-up tests. Of course, he has no masochistic tendencies. It will only matter when he needs to break off his arm to escape. His own physical ability is special, high-speed regeneration and Wuzhikai's energy blend with each other. Cronus could feel the specialness of this devil fruit. The devil fruit given to him by cheat is not afraid of sea water. And he can not only eat one devil fruit, but in addition to this Wuzhikai, it seems that he can also be compatible with another devil fruit. A light rain began to fall around William on the side. His ability is to control the power of rain, Logia rain fruit. The rainwater created by William does not have the ability to restrain devil fruit abilities like rainwater in nature. But the rain slowly gathered, giving William an extraordinary ability to continue fighting. If the battle lasts for a long time, William can even set off a tsunami. Of course, it will be developed to an extremely deep level. William's devil fruit ability and Cronus ability have an effect of 1 + 1 2. William's body began to involuntarily transform into elements, turning into puddles of rainwater. The rainwater under the influence of his ability began to flow everywhere. He was struggling and using rainwater to reorganize his body. Cronus is undoubtedly the uncrowned king of the sea. After all, even if Kaido fell into the sea water, he would not be able to use his full strength. The suppressive effect of the sea water is undoubtedly obvious. However, the power possessed by Cronus is not suppressed by the sea water. It allows him to exert his strength unscrupulously, and he is fearless in the sea. It can even exert several times its own power. Devil Fruit users also have the ability to defeat the strong with the weak when fighting in an environment that suits them. Just like fighting Crocodile in the desert of Alabasta, it is much more difficult than fighting Crocodile at sea. Alabasta is Crocodile's home court, and as for Wang Luffy, he's just a blast. After all, in the endless desert, the sandstorm Crocodile can set off is far beyond what can be set off on a ship. Cronus also knew about a phantom beast species, the vampire form of the bat fruit that the future Red Earl ate in Sleepy Ancient Town. He knew he could still eat a devil fruit. I don't know whether the combination of two phantom beasts is better, or the combination of phantom beasts plus Logia. Cronus put aside his thoughts. Now that he has not obtained the devil fruit, it is useless to think so much. The door to the powerful in the future has been opened. It is still unclear who will win the battle for the strongest creature. Cronus suddenly said this without any clue. William has also initially mastered his own power, and the light rain in the sky has begun to stop. The battle between Qinglong and Wuzhikai, is it Qinglong or Wuzhikai? I believe that the future travel will give the answer, ha 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 ha. Cronus waved his arm lightly, and the rain that had stopped began to pour again. Now he has an extraordinary affinity for water vapor. I waved it casually just to see how well I mastered my ability. Wuzhikai's ability was activated, and the scene instantly turned into a rainstorm, with lightning and thunder. This can also be regarded as the special effect that comes with the appearance of Cronus Wuzhikai fruit. Compared with Logia's appearance, it is not too inferior. Speaking of which, the powerful devil fruits all come with their own special effects. Whether it's the flashing light effect of Porosalino or the aura of Aokiji's frozen sea, it feels very oppressive. Due to the increase in the number of travelers, Cronus, and members of the original William Bandit group, Cronus, who planned to go to sea together, did not intend to let anyone go. For this reason, they found another opportunity to get a new ship, and of course they also borrowed some gold and silver treasures from other bandit groups. The surrounding mountains were originally full of bandits. After Cronus and William's sweep, the security became much better. Bailey, who had scraped together enough to buy a new boat, then took his friends on a shopping spree on the street. Fine wine, grain, dried meat, fresh water, everything is available. William also brought a few old cows that were originally raised by the bandits. On the one hand, these old cows had been with him for a long time, and he was a little reluctant to leave them suddenly. On the other hand, if supplies are insufficient, these old cows can also be regarded as backup ingredients. Cronus originally planned to keep some Baileys on the sea for backup. But then he thought about it and decided to go to sea and become a thief. If you have no money, of course you will find accomplices to take advantage of others. Keeping the money will be a waste of money. Then he placed 3 artillery pieces on the left and right strings. Each person has a musket, which can be said to be a shotgun instead of a cannon. After all, not all the bandits on the ship are masters of cold weapons. In the past, I had insufficient financial resources and had no choice but to engage in hand-to-hand combat with others. Now that you have money, of course you have to buy better equipment. After all, there are rumors that guns are faster from 5 meters away, and guns are accurate and fast within 5 meters. Chapter 4 Cronus Pirates. Bandit, that's a bad name. Although you are bandits, I plan to be a pirate. Cronus listened to the name of the ship discussed by everyone and quickly rejected it. William scratched his not-so-smart head. I think it sounds pretty good and has distinctive features, but if Brother Cronus doesn't like it, it's up to you to make a new decision. Do you have any other alternatives? Let's also decide on the name of our pirate group. After all, we need a name when we go out. Cronus took out a pack of Liam's cigarettes he had just bought from his pocket. The cigarettes that dare to be named after the kingdom are undoubtedly produced by companies under the command of King Liam. The feeling of smoking is not much different from ordinary cigarettes. The only difference is the price. Liam cigarettes. Expensive. He reached out and took out one, crushed it carefully and handed it to William. He took one and put it in his mouth, activated his ability, and with a tiny flash of lightning, the cigarette was lit. Then he threw the remaining cigarettes to William, share the rest among the brothers. William took the cigarette and enjoyed it carefully. He, a big old man, has never enjoyed such high-end products before, but the smoke is not flavorful enough and makes the girl moan. This smoke is too light, why not call it brave, which means riding the wind and waves. This is also a substitute title that the brothers came up with after discussing for a long time. After hearing what William said, Cronus did not intend to waste too much energy on a ship. After all, this ship would be replaced in the future. On the other hand, we should not chill the hearts of these guys. It is good that they can think hard. After taking a puff of the cigarette, okay, I decided to call it Brave. What about the name of the pirate group? Is there any spare one? Cronus still had some expectations for this group of bandits. Although the name Brave was inferior to Rogers or Jackson. But the meaning is good, a brave man who rides the wind and waves. William finished his Liam cigarette in a few puffs. They all think the devil pirates are good. I think we should call them the tough guys pirates. If it doesn't work, we can call them the muscle pirates. Cronus almost lost his breath when he heard the names of several pirate groups mentioned by William. The only ones that are worth watching are the devil pirates, the tough guy pirates, and the muscle pirates. It smells like a gay pirate group. Originally, the pirate group had a strong yang and a weak yin. What I said is wrong, there is no yin at all when yang is strong. If they were really called muscle pirates or tough guy pirates, how could I meet people when I was the boss of a pirate group? Those who don't know think their sexual orientation is abnormal. Cronus couldn't help but trembled when he thought of this. I want a girl, not a man. It's not that these names sound bad, they are just not easy to introduce. Do you have any other names? Let's work together. William also saw that Cronus didn't like these names very much, and patted his head. By the way, Boss Cronus, the boss of the Whitebeard Pirates is Whitebeard, and the boss of the Golden Lion Pirates is Golden Lion. Although they are not their real names, since their names can be used as the name of the pirate group, how about our pirate group be called the Cronus Pirates? After Cronus heard William's thoughts, he patted William on the shoulder to express his approval. Although he also had such an idea, there was obviously a difference between putting it forward by himself and putting it forward by his subordinates. I couldn't help but feel a little moved in my heart. William seems to be a carefree guy, but in fact he is rough and subtle. The soul of the Whitebeard Pirates is Whitebeard, so why can't the soul of the Cronus Pirates be Cronus? He didn't think he was any worse than Whitebeard. If he didn't even have a heart to transcend, then why would he go to sea? It's better to stay here and farm. The Cronus Pirates? Pretty good. William, I think this name is much better than the Devil Pirates, Tough Guys Pirates, Muscle Pirates, etc. If everyone has no objection, then we will be called the Cronus Pirates. Cronus asked everyone. William said very seriously at the side, although the Cronus Pirates are good, I think the Muscle Pirates are better. William still can't forget his Muscle Pirates. After finishing speaking, he arched his biceps and asked Cronus to look at the subordinates below him. Everyone is full of muscles. After everyone heard William's words, they all put forward their opinions. There are endless voices such as the Devil Pirates and the Tough Guys Pirates. I am ready to become a dictator today and decided to call myself the Cronus Pirates. Cronus did not give everyone a chance to reject their opinions. As the boss of the pirate group, of course it was him who named the pirate group. The weather is clear in the East Daxia Sea and the waters near Liam Kingdom. Since it was the first time to go to sea, everyone was very excited and began to organize banquets. I've been drinking all kinds of meat and vegetables on the boat. Although it was his first time to go to sea, Cronus was not worried. After all, he was a fantasy beast and William's Logia. In the East Daxia Sea, even if you don't master the domineering force, it is enough to sweep a large area. Late at night, the moon is bright and the wind is gentle, it is a murderous night. The drunken people on the Brave were lying scattered on the deck. The wind on the sea is slightly cool. Originally, I couldn't stand the heat all over my body after drinking, but being blown by the wind made me sober. Cronus looked at the scene in front of him full of novelty, and his life would also begin on this day. William was accompanying Cronus. Although the two drank a lot, their bodies were abnormal. He drank like water and didn't lie down drunk like other people. The two were bored and stood on the deck blowing the breeze. After dispelling the sleepiness, we started chatting about one thing or another. Today's moonlit night was exceptionally bright. Just as Cronus and William were talking about the future, a ship appeared in their sight. "Pirate? You do it or I do it," Cronus said with a smile to William on the side. When you meet a fellow traveler as soon as you go out to sea, you have to say hello properly. It seems that although it has been decided to call them Cronus pirates, how to draw the pirate flag has not yet been decided. Looking at the bare mast, I am afraid that the other person might think that I am a soft persimmon. "Boss Cronus, show me your skills." William was cheering from the side. Then some guys who were less drunk began to shout, "Boss Cronus, show your skills." Cronus listened to everyone's words and smiled. "Speaking of which, my strength has been growing every day since I ate the devil fruit. Just be active." Cronus moved his body a little, intending to warm himself up. "Seriously, send this group of pirates to meet the King of Hell." Chapter 5, Destroy Thieves. After a while, the pirate ship gradually approached the Brave. The entire ship looks much larger than the Brave. From all aspects of the materials used, it can be seen that this group of pirates must have a certain reputation in the East Daxia Sea. The Brave is still a wooden sailboat, but the pirate ship opposite has black smoke coming out of its cabin. It looks like a ship that has entered the steam age. Cronus was also confused by the technological development in the pirate era. Some islands still lived in a very primitive farming era, and some islands were very science fiction. It is true that the development of different islands is not the same. There is a skull pirate flag hanging on the mast, and the pirate flag is decorated with a few snowflakes. This group of pirates were still congratulating themselves on the fact that they were able to encounter a wave of plundering merchant ships on their way into the Grand Line. Cronus and the others did not fly a pirate flag on their Brave ship, and it was not a Marine Standard warship. I had never heard of any ship in the dark world looking like this. This was an inappropriate big fat sheep. Is it a merchant ship that God delivered to your mouth? When the Brave warrior entered the firing range, it opened its artillery and fired a salvo at the Brave warrior. The firepower was very fierce, and just when they were planning to blow a big hole out of the Brave, they would engage in another wave of boarding battle, one after another. Cronus would not watch the Brave being sunk by them like this. Stepping hard on the deck, the wooden boards on the deck creaked. Cronus rose into the air and kicked towards these cannonballs. Planned to return these shells to them. When the pirate saw that he had encountered a tough situation, he began to return to normal and started laughing. Their captain is a famous pirate in the East Daxia Sea, with a bounty of 30 million baileys. Although kicking a cannonball is magical, it's not like no one on their ship can do it. Since artillery won't work, let's engage in a broadside battle. As long as they can close the distance, all the wealth on this merchant ship belongs to them. Put down your weapons and surrender for the merchant ship in front. If I'm in a good mood, I may consider letting you live, the captain of the Wolf Fang pirates shouted to the brave. Although there are no survivors left in his hands, this time he will enter the Grand Line. He was very accurate, and when he was in a happy mood, he didn't mind letting them go. Okay. Take your life in exchange. Cronus' eyes were calm, as if the person in front of him was not a pirate full of evil. He is the one who dominates. Hey, hey, hey. You are looking down on Laozi. Do you know who Laozi is? Laozi is the big pirate Wolf Fang with a bounty of 30 million Baileys. Oliver. Oliver was obviously angered by Cronus' words. Except for Marine, no one in the East Daxia Sea who could threaten his life could kill him reliably. The reason why Oliver was able to get this bounty in the East Daxia Sea was that he was very discerning and well informed. Garp returned to his hometown countless times, and he always found a place to hide in advance. The East Daxia Sea was swept around by Garp, and most of the famous pirates were sent to impel down. As a result, Oliver became one of the greatest pirates in the East Daxia Sea. After Garp became a marine hero. Every time he returned to Windmill Village on vacation, it was a nightmare for East Daxia Sea pirates. The name East Daxia Sea, Sea of Peace, also started to spread from that time. Oliver originally planned to let Cronus go, and he was very happy to be able to enter the Grand Line, but now he was in a bad mood and his eyes became ferocious. He didn't like what Cronus said. Just when Oliver picked up the mace in his hand, he wanted to jump from the pirate ship to the brave to teach Cronus a lesson. But not all mace-wielding pirates are Master Kaido. Cronus took the lead and ran to the pirate ship where Oliver was. He took out a sword from nowhere in his hand and stabbed Oliver's chest with a smooth cut. Cronus' current power is extraordinary. Oliver was able to get 30 million Baileys, not because of his ability, but because of the crimes he committed in the East Daxia Sea, and because he was discerning enough, he was able to avoid Marine accurately every time. Marine judged his destructive power and finally gave him a bounty of 30 million Belly. Run, run! Monster, this is a monster even worse than the captain. Don't kill me! The remaining members of the Wolf Fang pirates instantly became excited when they saw Cronus's crisp sword strike. They have personally seen how powerful Oliver is. Although he is not a devil fruit user, his physical fitness is not something that ordinary pirates like them can match. 30 million Baileys can already become a dominant force in the East Daxia Sea. After all, this is the East Daxia Sea, which is known as the weakest sea. This was before the bounties were inflated. The East Daxia Sea has produced many strong men, but its overall level is the lowest among the 4 seas. Cronus looked at the noisy pirates in front of him. Without any nonsense, he directly raised his knife and stabbed a child. Just like chopping vegetables and melons, Cronus had no psychological burden at all about sending these pirates to meet the King of Hell. I thought that killing these pirates with my own hands would put a certain psychological burden on me. After all, the first time you kill someone there is more or less some stress reaction. But he did not have the physiological reactions of vomiting and nausea that would kill people. Could it be that Wazhikai's violence had some influence on him? After all, Wazhikai is a ferocious beast. Devil fruit has an impact on people with abilities. The characters of Aokiji and Sakazuki are affected by devil fruit abilities. Soon the battle was over. Cronus, with the mentality of not wasting any resources, asked William and others to search the pirate ship extensively. In addition to the treasure, if you find some devil fruit illustrations or the like, that would be a huge profit. After all, pirates with a little background like to collect some inherited things. This is part of the reason why potential newcomers are willing to join the ranks of some big pirates. Marine has a systematic training, and although pirates are scattered, there are still some good things more or less. The Wolf Fang pirates were so poor that they turned the entire ship upside down but only recovered less than 1 million Belly. But it wasn't Bailey that Cronus cared about. A man would not be rich without windfall, and a horse would not be fat without night grass. Cronus felt that this sentence made sense. William took out a detailed explanation of the basic 6 movements and basic training methods of haki from the warehouse of the Wolf Fang pirates. These are what Cronus is in short supply, and they are also a big help on the road to becoming a strong man. Cronus couldn't help but wonder if those who use maces are really famous masters, even though Oliver didn't let himself master Ba Tang. But he gave himself the training manual of the 6 forms and the seeing, when, and armed colors. The basic training manual for haki only covers the color of knowledge and the color of weaponry. As for conquerors, it doesn't even mention it. Cronus didn't feel bad, it was already good to have these 2 domineering powers. After all, conquerors are rarer than them. As for conquerors' entanglement, you can't even find the door without a certain amount of talent. Oliver spent a lot of money to get the 6 styles and haki training manuals from the black market. Although there are few people practicing domineering in the world, it is not impossible. Haki is relatively uncommon in the 4 Cs and the first half of the Grand Line. There are still some on the black market, but they cost a lot of money. But the good things that Oliver worked so hard to find were all cheaper for the Cronus pirates. Cronus expressed his highest respect to Oliver, and he will take this training manual towards the Great Line. Chapter 6 Van Oka. East Daxia Sea, Kingdom of Augustine. The most prosperous port of the Kingdom of Augustine, Port John. The Kingdom of Augustine is a famous holy land and the kingdom where Augustine, the apostle of Christ who once promoted the development of Christianity, was born. The Kingdom of Augustine was finally named after him in order to commemorate his contribution. As the most prosperous port in the Kingdom of Augustine, Port John is dotted with large and small commercial streets, including pubs. Everyone in the Cronus pirates walked to a tavern. When Cronus pushed the gate of opening, the tavern was bustling with people. The overall environment of the pub is quiet, with a cool-toned decoration, but it still cannot stop the enthusiasm of the drunkards. Cronus and others ordered some good wine, sat at the bar and started drinking. 3 days have passed since they landed at Port John. Cronus and others took a break here to replenish necessary supplies. William, it would be great if the rain fruit was filled with fine wine. Cronus got tipsy. Speaking of good wine, it was different and made him feel elated. This is because he deliberately suppressed his own metabolism, otherwise this small amount of alcohol would have been metabolized by high-speed regeneration. But that would be disrespectful to the wine. William took a swig of wine and didn't care at all. Boss Cronus, you're not saying that the development of devil fruits is all about imagination, nor are you saying that there is no possibility of wine raining. Better say goodbye, it doesn't make much sense. Cronus waved his hand. Cronus didn't expect William to get the other party drunk with wine, and who would drink something created by someone else's ability during a battle. With that kind of energy, it is better to let the rain fall harder and roll up the huge flood to be more realistic. I have already touched the threshold of armed domineering, and it won't be long before I can truly master it. Since getting the domineering training manual from Oliver, Cronus studied it day and night, and finally successfully entered the door. Of course, it is only limited to armed SX, and he plans to postpone the practice of seeing and hearing SX. After all, only those who master armament haki can gain access to the Logia Devil Fruit ability. Although there are not many Logias in the original work, there is no guarantee that you will encounter them on the road. Cronus and William were drinking and chatting. A far corner. This guest, we really don't have any drinks specially provided by the holy cult. The bartender looked at a man wearing a monocle and a gun on the table and said in embarrassment. The Kingdom of Augustine is a holy place for the holy religion. There will be no special drinks for the holy religion here? Is this my destiny? Destiny does not allow me to drink such a treasure. The man was a little unhappy. No, we're just a tavern in the port, but we don't have any channels to get special supplies from the holy cult, the bartender explained carefully. Of course, the Kingdom of Augustine has special wine for holy Christians to drink, but due to production reasons, generally only the bishops of the Kingdom of Augustine are eligible to drink it. Oh, really? It seems that all this is fate. The man frowned. We have other good wines here, why don't guests come and have a drink? The bartender continued to recommend to the man. When the man heard what the bartender said, he was obviously a little thirsty and wanted to taste the wine. But he quickly shook his head. I will not taste other wines before I drink the wine specially provided by the Holy Church. The bartender was speechless when he heard what the man said. He came to the bar not to drink. Is he just here to have fun? I was secretly unlucky. If there is a special offering from the saint religion, I would also like to drink it. It seems that I can't get the drink money for this order. It seems that the man is wearing aristocratic clothes. With his noble appearance, he thought he could close a big deal. Zoan went to promote to other customers. Do you have any good recommendations for juice? The man suddenly said. The bartender stopped in his tracks and put on his signature smile. Snow pear juice, this is a specialty of the Kingdom of Augustine. We have the largest snow pear plantation here. The juice of the snow pear is sweet and refreshing. The bartender introduced it very professionally. Is sorbic acid sour? The bartender was stunned at this moment. What's the problem? Could it be that some people drink fruit juice not for the sweetness in it, but just to taste the sourness? Human destiny is like juice, if only pure sweetness. This kind of life is boring and boring, with only a hint of sweetness in the sourness. Just like looking for light in despair, that kind of life is the most attractive. The man said this very philosophically. What attracts adults is often not pure sweetness, but some stimulating flavors. He likes to pursue things like this. Ha 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 ha, this guy is quite interesting. Cronus said with laughter after hearing the conversation between the bartender and the man. William shook his head, indicating that he didn't understand. I don't like to drink sweet things, but I like to drink sour things. He is really a weirdo. Maybe the two of them spoke too loudly and the man heard them. The man did not become angry because of William's words, but said with a serious face, all people in this world are weirdos, but the world has always restrained us and allowed us to develop according to the destiny they have given us. Fate. Cronus said with a smile. Then according to your ideas, how can you become a real weirdo, break your own destiny, and break free from the prison of destiny? When the man heard Cronus' words, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. He said with some pain, I can't escape the destiny's arrangement for me. I have been looking for a leader who can lead me out of my destiny. You are really interesting. What kind of person do you think is the one who can escape his fate? Cronus continued to ask. The outfit in front of the man gave him a sense of familiarity, and he kept talking about his fate. If possible, he would like to take the man under his wing. The fate of this world is dominated by the superior celestial dragons and the world government. The only way to truly get rid of them is to make them disappear completely, but I haven't met such a person yet. The arrangement of fate for me has not yet arrived. The shackles of fate have been binding me. The man talked incessantly without paying any attention to the people near the tavern. World government and the celestial dragons seemed to be just ordinary things in his mouth. Cronus was stunned for a moment. How about joining us? The guy next to you is called William. His dream is to become the Bandit King. He took a sip of wine and continued. And my dream is to become One Piece, and change the world by the way. It would be interesting to pull the celestial dragons off the altar. After listening to Cronus' words, the man straightened his body slightly. This was the first time he heard someone have thoughts about the superior celestial dragons. People in the pirate world tremble whenever they hear Tianlong. Even the most ferocious pirates have a mentality that they can't afford to offend, but they can afford to hide from the celestial dragons. There is no idea of facing the celestial dragons directly. Is there anyone who wants to challenge the authority of the Tianlong people on the sea? Not entirely true, but he has not met them. The first person to challenge the status of the celestial dragons was Rox. He was a little moved. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Fan Oka. I come from an unknown island in the East Daxia Sea. Chapter 7 Rules at Sea. After Van Oka introduced himself, Cronus, Van Oka and William chatted and ate in the tavern. Through the conversation, Van Oka felt that Cronus was a very good person, bold and generous, and his desire to join the Cronus pirates became more and more intense. Van Oka put down the juice in his hand, took out a small handkerchief and wiped his mouth. Although I have only been out to sea not long ago, I still have some worries in my heart if I want to join you easily. Why don't we just use the rules of the sea to decide what to do? The more Van Oka and Cronus chatted, the more speculative they became, but asking him to drop everything and work for Cronus and help Cronus realize his dream was not just a matter of words. He had to see for himself whether Cronus had such strength. Talking about dreams without strength is not the ideal team in his mind. William took a sip of wine on the side and looked at Van Oka with an expression that looked like he was looking for trouble. Are you sure you want to have a one-on-one with Boss Cronus? Although William is a bandit, he also understands the rules of the sea. The strong are respected in the sea, and the best way to conquer a person is to defeat him. Ha 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 ha, fate made us meet. This battle is also a battle of fate. I think I still have some strength. Van Oka said confidently from the side. Van Oka could feel the power of Cronus and William. From the vague aura between the two when they first met and talked, he knew that they were the same kind of people. In the conversation just now, I also learned that Cronus has mastered the power called armed haki. As long as he joins their team, he can also have this power. This was the first time he had heard of armed color haki, and he understood the role of armed color haki from the descriptions of the two people. This is the ticket for the strong. But the gun in his hand is not a vegetarian. He also wants to see whether the so-called armed domination can prevent the bullet in his hand. Cronus nodded to Van Oka's proposal. He also wanted to see Van Oka's strength in person. Bring it on. Neither Cronus nor Van Oka lowered their voices, and the news of a fight between the two spread throughout the tavern. Cronus and Van Oka did not delay. Anyway, they had eaten and drank enough. They settled the bill and planned to find a good place to have a serious battle. As a seaside port, Port John not only has an excellent port area with deep water, but also has some deserted beaches with insufficient water levels. Because the water depth is not enough, these deserted beaches have not been developed too much. As a result, there were not many people nearby, so the two hit it off and decided to go to the nearest desert beach for a duel without worrying about affecting innocent people. There are also some guys who like to watch the excitement in the tavern. Although the Kingdom of Augustine is a country founded by Christians, there are also such fighting incidents. Duels between knights were also very popular in the Augustinian kingdom. Cronus, William, Van Oka, and others left the tavern and walked towards the nearest desert beach. The news spread quickly, and everyone in the Cronus pirates also got the news. I also want to see who this guy named Van Oka is, who dares to challenge Boss Cronus in a duel. He is truly a warrior. I mourned for him silently in my heart. While Cronus and Van Oka were still walking forward, William stopped. Everyone in the tavern looked at William's strange appearance and couldn't find a clue. Then William's former subordinates also stood up and stopped everyone. Just come here. It's not good for you to get too close. The aftermath of the battle between the strong will easily affect you ordinary people, and you will be killed or injured. Most of the people who came to see the excitement were ordinary people, and they stopped in their tracks after hearing it. Although they don't think a battle can cause much damage. But the strong men who stopped them all had fierce looks. There was no need for their small arms and legs to make others unhappy and make themselves suffer. Chapter 8 I Give Up. Cronus clenched his fists with both hands, put on a fighting posture, and said to Van Oka who was standing aside. Van Oka is fighting against me. It's best to be prepared to be injured. Although you are a sniper that is useless when you get close cannot be considered a good sniper. Van Oka took out his favorite gun, Kyunlu, and took aim at the waves ahead. Bang! With one shot, the fish jumping out of the sea was headshot. Even though I am a sniper, I have not neglected my physical training. A sniper has his own way of fighting. Come on, fight! Cronus had no nonsense and exuded a sense of momentum. An oppressive aura made Fan Oka feel uncomfortable. But he quickly adapted, and a surge of momentum suddenly erupted from his body, although it was much weaker than Cronus's. I don't know how Conqueror's domineering energy is stimulated. Is the so-called momentum the preparatory stage of Conqueror's domineering power? William said to himself while looking at the two people on the court. The Haki training manual talks about the armed color and the knowledge color in more detail, but it can be said that there is basically no record of Conqueror's Haki. But through interactions with Cronus, William also roughly knows that Conqueror's domineering power is a kind of idealistic power, and whether it has it depends on the individual. But generally those who can dominate a party on the sea, even if they don't have Conqueror's Haki, still have abilities similar to Conqueror's Haki. It can be ghost energy or any other energy. I don't know what is their relationship. The momentum exchange between Fan Oka and Cronus was much inferior. Fan Oka raised Kyunlu, the gun in his hand. He decided that he could not continue to spend time with Cronus. He had to use his own advantages, otherwise he would suffer. Fan Oka raised the Kyunlu in his hand, and without much aim, he raised it and fired several shots in the direction of Cronus. With the sound of gunfire, bullets flew in the direction of Cronus. Cronus did not grasp the situation and was too lazy to hide. He straightened up and walked towards Fan Oka's position. If these shots hit, I will lose half of my life. It seems that the guy wearing one spectacle lens wins. The guy who followed from the tavern to watch the excitement analyzed. Firearms still have great deterrence in the East Daxia Sea. If a mortal body takes such a shot, even though people in the pirate world are generally stronger, they are still close to death if they don't receive timely treatment. William shook his head when he heard what others said. Your vision is too small. The physical body of Boss Cronus is not that simple. The corner of William's mouth twitched, and the armed domineering winding was not as strong as hardening and improving defense. But coupled with Boss Cronus's high-speed regeneration super-strong body, Fan Oka's shots may not even be able to break through the defense. After all, Fan Oka did not master the weapon color. Armed continuous attack. Cronus wrapped his hands with armed Haki. Although he had not mastered the hardening stage, his Haki was extremely abundant. This is a talent given to him by his super physique and deep physical strength. Cronus took Fan Oka's sniper attack without dodging and then forced towards Fan Oka's side. Snipers who plan to teach Fan Oka to be approached by soldiers must be prepared to be beaten. Fan Oka opened his mouth wide when he saw this, but he quickly realized that he would not let Cronus' attack hit him. Flexibly dodge left and right and quickly distance yourself. Although he has not eaten the teleportation fruit now, he still knows that as a sniper he cannot be approached. Physical exercise is mostly reflected in agility. If he was really hit by Cronus' series of attacks, he would most likely be lying on the ground. Most of Cronus' attacks landed on the nearby desert beach, setting off bursts of smoke and dust. Cronus felt a little emotional in his heart. Fan Oka's fighting consciousness and physical fitness had already appeared, although it was not as amazing as grabbing a biscuit man from behind. But as a sniper, he is qualified, with excellent flexibility and accuracy that never misses a shot. As long as you master the knowledge color and armed color, I believe that your strength will rise again. After pulling away, Fan Oka quickly pulled his gun and fired another shot in the direction of Cronus. Fan Oka has good accuracy, but if he can't even break through the defense, what's the use of his accurate marksmanship? Cronus showed a smile, and then quickly approached Fan Oka. Fan Oka didn't act coy. Through this battle, he already knew the physical quality of Cronus. This kind of physical fitness is the strongest he has ever seen in his life. I really can't break Cronus' defense now. Fan Oka planned to admit defeat, but there was a way to admit defeat, and he couldn't let Cronus underestimate him. Fan Oka quickly picked up Kyunlu and pushed it towards Cronus' head. Finally, he shouted loudly, "Boss Cronus, I admit defeat." Cronus's attack that was originally going to hit Fan Oka turned around in time and hit the surrounding boulders. Fan Oka was really stuck and it was easy to admit defeat. If he was even 1 second slower to admit defeat, he would have to take this punch firmly. But now it seems like he is pointing at his head and admitting defeat. But Fan Oka's words of Cronus boss meant that he had successfully convinced him. Speaking of which, he took down Fan Oka without using the power of the Phantom Beast species, which can be regarded as a rapid growth. However, after obtaining the power of Devil Fruit and Haki, Fan Oka's strength should be able to quickly keep up. After Fan Oka admitted defeat, he seriously used his favorite weapon, Kyunlu. "I will ask Duo Duo to teach Boss Cronus in the future. This time it is a coincidence. Ha 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 ha, you are decisive in admitting defeat, but we will be partners from now on. You still have great potential. If you eat a suitable fruit, it is not impossible to become the strongest sniper." Cronus laughed, then he looked towards Fan Oka. Fan Oka was also extremely happy. Speaking of it, he had never thought of going to sea alone. He has always wanted to find a strong team to join, and he still knows how much he weighs. No extraordinary courage, just good sniping. Besides, joining an excellent team is much more comfortable than being the boss yourself. Fan Oka scratched his head. Destiny is really elusive, maybe this is fate. Becoming the strongest sniper seems to be an interesting thing. After all, One Piece. Oh, no, the partner of the king of the world must of course be the strongest sniper in the world. After hearing what Fan Oka said, Cronus laughed. The king of the world, he likes such compliments. It seems that his goal of One Piece is not as big as Fan Oka's. If you want to do it, be the king of the world. Fan Oka is a rational person, which can be seen from his decisive surrender, but he also has passion in his heart and dares to challenge the order of the old world. From today on, Fan Oka is a member of Cronus, the strongest sniper belonging to the Cronus Pirates. It seems that Teach will have to change to a sniper in the future. At this time, William also came up to join in the fun and patted Fan Oka hard. Fan Oka felt that if he had not stood firm, he might have been slapped down by William. What a lot of strength! Fan Oka welcomes you to join. Our Cronus pirates are very harmonious. I will protect you from now on. Chapter 9. I heard that the celestial dragons are coming to the East Daxia Sea. A remote deserted beach in the kingdom of Augustine. A group of muscular men can be seen exercising on the deserted beach. It has been more than half a month since Fan Oka joined the Cronus pirates. The reason why Cronus and others stayed in the kingdom of Augustine was because they planned to settle here for a while and thoroughly master the Haki of seeing and hearing and the Haki of arms. He also plans to hand over the knowledge color Haki and the weapon color Haki to Fan Oka in the kingdom of Augustine. Although everyone is looking forward to going to the Grand Route as soon as possible, it is the Grand Route, and no strong person does not yearn for it. But it is also essential to delay here for a while and consolidate your foundation. More than half a month has passed and Fan Oka has gotten along well with everyone in the Cronus Pirates. Even the members of the former William Pirates and now the Kronos Pirates have begun to work hard to train their bodies, hoping to master armed Haki as soon as possible. However, armed color Haki is not something that can be mastered by mastering it. Although as bandits, their bodies are much stronger than ordinary people, they have not reached superhuman qualities and are still far from mastering armed color Haki. As a sniper, Fan Oka has not yet figured out how to master the armed color Haki, but he has made rapid progress in the knowledge and Haki. He has been able to dodge most of the attacks from everyone. Cronus had to admit that maybe Fan Oka, a guy with knowledge, X and domineering power, could master it before him. Of course, Fan Oka has not forgotten to polish his body. After joining, Fan Oka also played against William Cronus. Cronus at least still has traces to follow, despite his strong physique and domineering armament. Although the beating made him lose his temper, it was still within the scope of his understanding. William's elementalization made Fan Oka extremely uncomfortable. He could attack William, but he was unable to cause any harm to William's elementalized body. After the fight, Van Oka also became interested in the Logia devil fruit. If there is a chance to get a Logia devil fruit, it would be good to eat it. Cronus was sitting on a stone on the desert beach, with a cigarette in the corner of his mouth. It's the Liam brand cigarettes brought from Liam's kingdom, but the more I smoke, the less I smoke. Seeing Cronus's sad expression, Fanoka took a jar of wine specially provided by the holy cult and took a sip and handed it to Cronus. Boss Cronus, where is our next destination? It's impossible to keep wandering aimlessly in the East Daxia Sea. Cronus took the wine handed over by Van Oka and took a sip. It was said that the wine specially provided by the holy cult was not strong at all. It just had a sweet aftertaste, which he didn't like. This drink was brought by William Yuanhua when he went to the residence of a certain Red Archbishop. After all, they have been hearing Fan Oka talk about it, and everyone wants to try it. Cronus exhaled a puff of smoke and patted Van Oka on the shoulder. Ha 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 ha, we will be ready to go after we have mastered the armed haki and the hearing haki. I heard from William that you are interested in the Logia devil fruit. I'm very interested. If I have a chance, I'll help you find one. Cronus was not aimless. Although his cheat could still eat a Logia, he originally planned to eat the thunder fruit, but some of the abilities of the thunder fruit overlapped with his Wazi chi. If you find a sniper like Fan Oka to eat it, it seems to be a good choice. After eating the thunder fruit, it is also of great benefit to snipers in targeting enemies. In the original novel, Enel mastered the power similar to seeing and hearing through the thunder fruit. With the power of seeing and hearing haki and the thunder fruit, even if it can't reach the level of Fujitora's ability to sense meteorites, it will definitely be much stronger. Logia? I'm really interested, if I have the chance. Fan Oka said with a smile. William saw Fanoka and Cronus chatting happily there, and he, who was practicing weightlifting with a big stone on the side, also came over at this time. Although he is a Logia user, he has not neglected his physical training. After all, Logia users also need physical strength to activate their abilities. Logia's requirements for physical skills are low, but not without requirements. Otherwise, if Sakazuki and Aokiji could fight for 10 days and 10 nights in Punk Acid, their physical strength would be extraordinary. Now there is a heavy rain. As long as he has enough physical strength and persists long enough, he can undoubtedly drown the enemy with rainwater. Although this rainwater does not have the same properties of restraining devil fruit users as seawater. But the rain he creates with his ability can be controlled by himself, and the precision of the control depends on the degree of development of his ability. Now he could only pour the rainwater up in a swarm without any thought. What are you talking about? William wiped the sweat from his head and walked to the two of them. Cronus saw William coming over and handed the wine jar at his feet to William. William took a shallow peck to quench his thirst. It's really nice to drink after exercising. William breathed a sigh of relief. I heard that some celestial dragons are coming to the East Daxia Sea. I recently went to the town and heard such rumors. Cronus said. It seems that there is something going on, but these Tianlong people are really idle. William said Kide. When Fan Oka heard what Cronus said, he looked at Cronus with a different look. Boss Cronus, don't you want to find out the whereabouts of the celestial dragons and rob the celestial dragons? Var. Van Oka often heard Cronus say bad things about the Draco. After all, the two of them often talked about this matter. Cronus has said more than once that the Draco guys are fat. Devil fruits are all given to slaves, which is a waste of resources. If you have the chance, you must grab them. Although the celestial dragons do not eat devil fruits because they are worried that the world will be submerged at any time, it is undeniable that the celestial dragons are wealthy. Although it is not realistic for them to go to Marijoya to rob a wave now, Cronus, a bold guy who knows the traces of the celestial dragons, might plan to rob a wave of celestial dragons in the East Daxia Sea. Ha ha ha, why not? We really can't do anything to the Tianlong people in the Marijoa and Sabayati Islands, but with the security force they bring in the East Daxia Sea, it is not impossible for us to rob them. Chrono Si gave Fanoka a look of affirmation. After hearing this, both Fanoka and William were shocked. But then they laughed strangely, ha ha ha, how daring. But who said we don't have a reward on our body? Robbery of the Tianlong people is what makes us famous. First step. You still understand me? The celestial dragons are superior. Cronus has often heard people say this since he traveled to the world of pirates. This is different from the feeling I get from watching anime. Some timid people will even tremble accidentally when they say Tianlong. The nobles of the kingdom of Liam have been living a life of intoxication, and I have suffered a lot from them. As the nobles among the nobles, what about the celestial dragons who stand at the top of the world? Cronus wanted to try it, he already had the power. Although he is not very interested in saving the world, it would not be bad if he could really grow to be the strongest in the world and overthrow the celestial dragons and save the world at the same time. The king of the world has to stand at the top of the world. The Tianlong people are the obstacles for him to reach the top, so there is no conflict in purpose. Besides, he also wanted to make a fortune from the celestial dragons. Maybe the celestial dragons who came to the East Daxia Sea would bring devil fruit with them. After all, the celestial dragon's life was extremely luxurious. Who knows, there are nobles somewhere who have good products to pay tribute to the Tianlong people. Next, go and find out more information. If there is any, we may have to leave early. Cronus ordered William and Van Oka. The two nodded in agreement. Then he gave instructions to the ordinary members of the Cronus pirates. It's time for the East Daxia Sea to become lively. It's time to bring big news to the Sea of Peace about the kidnapping of the Draco. Chapter 10 Take Action. 1 month later, Zoan, an important economic city on Aegon Island. Aegon Island is located in the south-central part of the East Daxia Sea. Zoan is an inland city, relatively far from the coast, and the air is dry. At this time, in the desert not far from Xilan, Cronus, Van Oka, and William were riding on horses, dressed like Western cowboys, and were heading southwest. Boss Cronus, we came to Zoan in advance to ambush. What if the Tianlong people suddenly change their schedule and don't plan to come to Zoan? William asked on the horse. Cronus casually took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit them for himself. Fanoka was not polite, and took out the cigarette he had just loaded from Cronus's arms, took out his royal pipe and took a gentle puff. Van Oka got this from a member of the Cronus pirates. I heard that it was specially made by a certain noble lord, but it was stolen by a thief before it was used. In the end, he was hacked by the Cronus pirates. Seeing how beautifully crafted it was, Van Oka took it and enjoyed it himself. Continue to block him. I heard that the Tianlong people will not go back to the East Daxia Sea in the short term. If you can't block him here, then go to the next stop, Goa Kingdom, to block him. You must tie him up. After Cronus and others got the news from the black market, they rushed towards Xilan without stopping. I don't know if the Tianlong people arrived first or not, but it doesn't matter. Cronus continued to look at the two of them. When the time comes, we will act according to the opportunity. If there are no particularly powerful guards around the Tianlong people, then we will proceed as planned. If there are, then escape. As the supreme power, the celestial dragons like the lower world to show their extraordinary power, but most of the security forces are concentrated in Marijoya and Sabayati Islands. After all, most of the celestial dragons who descended to Earth only moved around the Sabayati Islands. Marijoya is where the 5 elders stay, so the security force of the world government's base camp cannot be underestimated. The Sabayati Islands are close to marine land, so if something happens to the celestial dragons, Marine General will be able to arrive as soon as possible. Therefore, as long as the Tianlong people in the Sabayati Islands do not encounter stupid people, their safety is still guaranteed. Of course, as the founders of the world government that have suppressed the sea for 800 years, the celestial dragons, they can intimidate the vast majority of pirates and ordinary people with their reputation alone. As long as they don't get close to the new world and encounter vicious criminals and idiots, their safety is guaranteed. So most of the time, the guards of the celestial dragons look very powerful, but they are basically just fake. It's okay to shock ordinary little pirates, but when you meet the real powerful ones, they are just silver gunwax heads. As for the kidnapping of the celestial dragons, which will lead to the capture of General Marine, Cronus, and others have long been mentally prepared. You can't keep chasing me away, can you? You, General Marine, can't keep chasing me from behind. This year's Marine generals are uneven, and Garp refuses to be qualified to be a general. Only 2 generals, Zifa and Warring States, were running around on the sea. As for the heavenly dragons being protected by the Knights of God, Cronus thought it was probably impossible. It's already great to have a CP0 agent, but CP0 agents want to protect the Holy Land Marijoa and some extremely powerful celestial dragons. Not just any Tianlong person who goes out to play will be protected by CP0 agents. Moreover, most of the celestial dragons who can appear to be running around are also trash among the celestial dragons, so they have no power. Otherwise, there would be no Don Quixote and Saint Muscard who died on Fishman Island. There is also the famous scene where Straw Hat Luffy beats up the celestial dragons on the Sabayati Islands. But it's better to be careful when doing things. First find out the defense strength of the Tianlong people, and then decide whether to take this vote. After all, safety is the most important thing. Cronus also thought that he should not be so unlucky, as any celestial dragon who robbed him would have super security. After all, a truly strong person never has so much time to spare. Fan Oka flicked his pipe. Let's fight. As long as we can catch the Tianlong first, no matter how strong his security force is, he is nothing more than a chicken and a dog. With the Tianlong people in hand, who else dares to touch them? Whoever dares to cause problems to the Tianlong people will lose their heads. Yes, the celestial dragons are the world noble. As long as we can catch them in our hands, we can even take advantage of the world government. Cronus showed a ferocious smile. You are really bad. William looked at the expressions of the 2 people and spread his hands. Ha ha ha, don't talk nonsense, it's as if you are very kind. Cronus pointed to the city that was vaguely visible in the distance. The economic city Zoan built along the river. I wonder what fate it will face in this battle. Fan Oka said in a sly voice. As the most economically prosperous city on Forest Island, Zoan was originally far away from the ocean and its economic development should have been relatively slow, but there is a canal running through Forest Island from the middle. The mat basket has developed vigorous vitality relying on river transportation. It's our first time here. Should we just go ahead and get some information now? William, as a reckless man, put forward what he thought was a wise suggestion. Reckless? Are you kidding me? I haven't even found the whereabouts of the celestial dragons. Of course, I need to find a place to stay first, and then go around to inquire about the news. Otherwise, I will alert the snake. Cronus glanced angrily. William. Chapter 11 The Tianlong people bombed the street. Long was a little troubled, with a cigarette in the corner of his mouth and a sad look on his face. As the son of marine hero Garp, his future was originally bright and promising. As a veteran who joined Marine since he was a child. At the beginning, he also implemented his own justice, but now he is increasingly confused about where the so-called justice points. I was doing a good job at Marine, punishing evil and promoting good, but suddenly I received a transfer order. Let him go to Marijoya to protect the celestial dragons. He saw too many things in Marijoya that he couldn't bear in his heart. As a Marine Commodore, he couldn't do anything meaningful. He originally planned to have a showdown with his father, return to Marine, and let him work as a bodyguard for the Draco in Marie Joya. He felt that he might not be able to help but turn his back and kill these bastards with his own hands. Long threw the burned-out cigarette on the ground and stepped on it, with annoyance written all over his face, "Don't mess with it." After being transferred out of Marigio, I originally planned to go back to my hometown, Windmill Village, to see the old guys and give myself a break to relax. At this moment, another order came out. Some Tianlong people were coming to Huohuo Donghai, and he was temporarily recruited as a bodyguard. Even though I was jealous, I still couldn't resist the private requests of Cyborg Fleet Admiral and Warring States General, who said they had watched me grow up. Reluctantly, we rushed from Windmill Village to Forest Island. Of course, he didn't go to meet the Tianlong people immediately. If he really saw those disgusting bastards, he felt that he would not be able to smoke and sleep well. As a bodyguard, it doesn't matter if you stay far away. The few bodyguards brought by the Tianlong people in the East Daxia Sea were enough to delay him until he arrived. On the other side is the pedestrian street. Two celestial dragons wearing bubble masks were laughing loudly while riding on the giant slave. Untouchables, they are all a bunch of untouchables. You untouchables can only live in the lower world for the rest of your life. The air in the lower world is always so turbid. A younger Tianlong man used a leather whip to slap the giant slave at his feet. 2 whips, and he kept mumbling. Everyone on the street knelt down and lowered their heads. The celestial dragons are so-called gods, and no commoner can hear these 3 words without fear. Speaking of which, the favorite place for the Tianlong people to go, besides the Sabayati Islands, is the East Daxia Sea. The Sabayati archipelago is close to the marine headquarters and the safety is guaranteed. The East Daxia Sea has always been called the Sea of Peace, and the safety of the East Daxia Sea from the lower realm is also guaranteed. On the other side, Cronus, William, and Van Oka were also watching from a distance. When are we going to do it? William was accompanied by a father and daughter. The little girl liked William very much, at an age when she still didn't understand what fear was. Holding William's trouser legs means hugging. In this way, William can be regarded as forming a friendship with the father and daughter. Cronus picked up the wine bottle in his hand, shook it, and smelled the smell emanating from it. Observe again. When it comes to the Tianlong people, they really don't restrain themselves at all. Even a stranger like me gets angry when he sees it. Fan Oka ate the dessert on his plate and took a sip of juice. He never drank alcohol when eating desserts because he had acid reflux. However, everyone still wiped their bodies and prepared to go in the direction of the Tianlong people. William also picked up the little girl and took out a candy from his trouser pocket. "Thank you, Uncle Strong. Our little Leah is so polite. Lord William, don't spoil this child. You bad old man, don't provoke the sincere friendship between me and Leah." When Leah heard William's words, she showed a happy expression. "That's right, that's a bad dad. A bad dad." In this way, everyone happily walked towards the pedestrian street. Cronus and others were watching the Tianlong bombing the street not far away from the pedestrian street. They are making final considerations and working hard to sweep away the guards around the Tianlong people. The reason why you don't get closer and observe again is not because you are getting closer. Should you kneel to the Tianlong people or not? Although none of them have a good impression of the so-called celestial dragons, they also disdain the so-called gods. "No, I don't want to be a slave." A clear and miserable female voice came out. "She is mine, my fiancée, you can't take her away." A man suddenly shouted and rushed towards Tianlongren. The whole person is like a mad dog, using this to strengthen his courage. He knows that the Tianlong people are gods, but the woman who was captured is Bai Yueguang in his heart. They will get married next month and start a happy life. No one can take it away, even if it is God. If he wants to take it all away, he will have to step on him. However, with his meager strength, he couldn't break away from the celestial dragon guards. He was pushed hard by the celestial dragon guards and fell to the ground. Cronus witnessed this scene with his own eyes, and the man had the courage to protect everything he had. However, that weak body formed a sharp contrast with the mighty team of the Tianlong people. "Wait for me, she belongs to me, you can't take it away." The man yelled heartbreakingly, and began to insert his fingers into the soil underground, slowly crawling towards the Tianlong people. "Go," he scratched the ground with blood marks, "just keep moving forward regardless. Go. Leave me alone," the woman shouted in the direction of the man. They were originally going to welcome a new life, but now they met the celestial dragons, and the celestial dragons wanted her to be a slave. But she still hopes that the man can live a better life. The whole person was shouting while his face was soaked with tears and snot. Hearing this, everyone on the street lowered their heads even lower. They didn't want pilgrims to see them. The disaster didn't happen to them. They just planned to watch from a distance. "William Van Oka, I kind of admire this man," Cronus said with interest. "Ha ha ha ha." After hearing what Cronus said, Fanoka smiled, and said, "How about it? Do you want to help him? Won't it ruin the plan?" William asked, looking at Cronus seriously. "The plan can't keep up with the changes. Besides, through the observation just now, we didn't find any particularly powerful guards," Cronus said with a serious face. He knew that his decision might bring the three of them into the abyss of death. But who could remain indifferent in the face of such a thing? "You are the captain and you have decided, let's get started." At this moment, one of the guards pinned the man's hand to the ground, while another guard stepped on the man's head. The Tianlong people in the distance also raised their guns, offending the god's face, and only death greeted him. The gun in the celestial dragon's hand clicked. Fan Oka raised his beloved gun Kunlu in his hand and pointed in the direction where the Tianlong people shot. The bullets exploded together with a bang. The Tianlong man suddenly felt that his hands seemed to be bound by steel, and he could not move, and felt pain. "Untouchables are all untouchables. Why are you still standing there? Capture all these guys and beat them into slaves." Chapter 12: Those who sacrifice their lives for a better tomorrow. The Tianlong people looked at William staring at him, and couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. He is a superior god, but these untouchables dare to rebel against him and even hurt him. All these people have to become slaves, and they will end in despair amid his manipulations. "We are not slaves, and we will not become slaves." The man grabbed a handful of soil from the ground, raised it high, and shouted loudly. While roaring, he stood up firmly, clenched his fists tightly, and punched the guard next to him. His face was covered with mud and his hands were bleeding, but he felt no pain at this time, only anger, and no one could take it away. It's interesting, but the struggle of you lower class people is just a struggle after all. This is your last highlight. Keep this scene in mind. The rest of your life will be the life of a slave. The older man next to the young Tianlong looked a little wretched. The celestial dragon suddenly spoke. "Capture them and take them to Mary Joa, and I will personally seal them with the hooves of the heavenly soaring dragon." "I thought I was already very bad, but you are even worse. And do you take Laozi seriously?" Cronus roared and punched the Draco who spoke. Cronus has always been a strength supremacist. In Daxia, capable people rise from the bottom, and there is a big reshuffle in hundreds of years. Who doesn't want to put on extra clothes when the weather is cold if he has the strength? Whether you are a celestial dragon or a commoner, as long as you have the strength, you are willing to work hard and even give your life for whatever you pursue. It deserves his respect, but this Tianlong man is talking arrogantly here. Cronus was a little angry. It was at this moment that Fan Oka suddenly snatched the woman from the hands of the Tianlong guards, and in a flash came to the man's side, pulling the two of them back behind the crowd. There is still some tacit understanding between them during this period of time. He did not eat the devil fruit, but only mastered the haki of the knowledge color. His strength is slightly inferior to William, who has mastered the haki of the armed color, and Cronus, who has mastered the haki of the armed color plus the haki of the knowledge color. His mission is to rescue the two people from the celestial dragons. Untouchables, quickly capture these untouchables. If my slaves run away, you will all be killed. The Tianlong, who had just received a heavy punch from Cronus, still showed his teeth. Continued to roar. When the guards heard the roar of the celestial dragons, they all began to take stances and rushed toward Cronus and William. Two of the guards were extremely fast, one on the left and one on the right, heading in the direction of Cronus and William respectively. Both of them are guards sent by CP to protect the celestial dragons, and they are the leaders of this group of celestial dragons. However, the scene in their impression of Cronus and the two being captured did not appear. One of them was shot from left and right by Cronus, and he was hit by a pair of symmetrical blows on his face. Later, he fainted from the severe pain. William's elementalization made the guard's attack fail. In the end, he grabbed the guard's hand with one hand and twisted it so hard that the bones broke. "Who are you?" "We are the great celestial dragons." "Do you know what will happen if we go against the celestial dragons?" The celestial dragons looked at the situation in front of them. The two of them didn't seem to understand the situation yet. In his impression, he has been aloof from birth, a god that the lower class need to look up to. Even if he breaks his skin, slaves will have to pay with their lives for it. Now someone is making God bleed. Ha ha ha, is this the confidence that the three words dragon bring to you? Cronus was a little funny. "What do you need?" "It's just asking for money, we can talk." Tianlong continued to say confidently, thinking that he could handle such a scene calmly. Do these guys dare to attack him? No. They just want to get some benefits from him. At first glance, he looked like a very vicious guy. He had never seen anyone who really dared to kill a celestial dragon. William looked at the celestial dragon in front of him. "I don't see that you understand us quite well, but you don't understand Cronus a little bit. At first I wanted to tie you up and extort money from the world government, but now I have changed my mind. I think I can benefit from you by killing you. Assholes, you damn untouchables, if you kill me, you will be wanted by the world government and Marine, and you will be arrested by Marine General. Aren't you afraid?" The Tianlong people cursed after hearing Cronus's words, and wanted to use this as a way to kill me. Give yourself courage. He really felt a little scared in his heart. This was the first time he had encountered such a stupid young man. But before he finished speaking, he was punched to the ground by Cronus. The hard skull could not protect his fragile brain, and red and white things flew everywhere, which was quite unappetizing to see. The death of the celestial dragon caused the surrounding residents to scream. This was the death of a celestial dragon. Big event! Big event! Big event! Next, the big shots from world government and Marine will definitely come to Aegon Island. These people cannot escape. They can only pray that they can run farther and that the aftermath of the death and turmoil of the celestial dragons will not hurt them. After all, the death of the Tianlong people caused turmoil not only in Xilan, but also in the entire Aegon Island. No one will be left alive, William. Cronus made a gesture of wiping his neck. William's Yuya fruit ability was activated, and a small dark cloud instantly appeared on the head of another Tianlong man, and a heavy rain began, and the rain floated on his head to form a small water ball. Seeing the expressions of the Tianlong people struggling and suffocating inside, William smiled with satisfaction and clapped his hands. Boss Cronus, I still have the means to kill people. Look at the blood you made splattering everywhere, it's such a disgrace. William waved his hand towards Cronus and told Cronus to look over. Cronus' boss had to learn more from him. Then the two of them began to touch the corpse skillfully. There were really a lot of good things in Tianlong and his bodyguards. The two of them walked towards the stalls of nearby merchants who were fleeing, and casually picked up a cloth bag, packing it all up and taking it away. A wooden box was also found from a celestial dragon guard, with the devil fruit inside. I don't know which type it is. Bang bang bang. A burst of applause suddenly came out from nowhere, startling Cronus and William. You are really bold. But I don't have any impression of you. Haven't you been rewarded by Marine yet? A resolute voice came from the end of the pedestrian street. I saw a tall man with resolute eyes walking out. This guy's face has not yet been imprinted with soul marks by Garp, and he has a cloak of justice on his back. Marine Headquarters. Commodore. Monkey D. Dragon. The death of these scumbags from the celestial dragons does make me happy, but you really made things difficult for me. After all, I am a righteous Marine now. Long looked at the scene in front of him with a headache. To be honest, he appeared when Cronus and others took action, but seeing that Cronus was only trying to save people, he did not take action. Anyway, his mission is only to protect the safety of the celestial dragons. The slaves of the celestial dragons were rescued. What does this do to his righteous Marine? Chapter 13 Justice Marine. Dragon. Marine. William looked at the guy in front of him in surprise, which always made him feel familiar. Cronus shook his eyes. Isn't this the future leader of the Revolutionary Army, the rebel in Marine, and the Monkey D. Dragon of the Monkey family? Monkey the first dragon. The outstanding son of Marine hero Monkey D. Garb. Cronus asked symbolically. When the dragon heard what Cronus said, he felt a little unhappy. There are always people who like to talk about Garp, as if he, the dragon, has been living in the shadow of Garp his whole life. I still like you to call me Marine Commodore Monkey D. Dragon, not some Garp's son. After Cronus heard what Long said, he immediately realized that as a second generation, before he made a career of his own, his father's shadow would always weigh on him. And Long is the kind of guy with a lot of pride. Sorry, a dragon is a dragon, and Garp is Garp. I shouldn't confuse you two. My name is Cronus, or you can call me the Draco Killer. Ha ha ha. When Cronus saw that the dragon did not take action directly, he also joked with the dragon. To a certain extent, it seems that they are all the same type of people, both from the Chaos Camp. Even though Long is now a righteous Marine, he will leave Marine headquarters soon and start a group called Zeongjun. That is the predecessor of the Revolutionary Army. You guy. Long was speechless when he heard Cronus' words. After killing the Tianlong people in front of him, not only did he not run away, but he was also in the mood to joke with himself. Should I say he was brave, or he was confident in his own strength? This situation is very difficult for me to handle now. Do you think I should arrest you or let you go? Dragon actually admires Cronus and the others in his heart. From the pair of lovers they rescued, it can be seen that they are good in nature, but the problem is that he is now a righteous Marine. If he had not received the transfer order and just returned to the East Daxia Sea for a visit, he would not have bothered to deal with such a thing, but the problem was that Cyborg Fleet Admiral and the Warring States General had warned him. He is in trouble now. Cronus looked at the dragon in front of him as if he was constipated. He didn't know if the dragon had eaten the devil fruit now, but even if he hadn't eaten the devil fruit, he would definitely be a difficult opponent. But fortunately, this is the East Daxia Sea. Marine headquarters and world government want to support, but it cannot be done in a short time. The Marine branch in the East Daxia Sea can provide quick support, but will Cronus be afraid of the Marine branch in the East Daxia Sea? Looking at Long's troubled eyes, Cronus didn't intend to make things difficult for him. After all, he was still a just young man now, not a future rebel leader. Cronus' answer to the dragon was to lift his foot. Of course, his kick did not hit any vital parts, it just announced that the battle was about to begin. Facing Cronus' kick, the dragon raised his own foot and collided with Cronus. What's so difficult? You can't stop us, can you? Long Venian sighed, do you still want to take action? I am very strong. Cronus smiled when he heard what the dragon said, one of us is a thief and the other is a soldier. There is no way we can sit down and have a drink together. If I met you normally, it might be possible to have a drink with you, but the celestial dragon disturbed my interest. Long frowned. I don't have the impression that you are offering a reward. If the celestial dragons are not dead, I might be able to recruit you into Marine, but it's difficult to do it now. Long had the idea of valuing talents. Through the performance of William, Cronus, and Van Oka just now, he could see that the three of them had good talents. William's elementalization even made his eyes light up. The Marine headquarters has added a new Logia user this year. His name seems to be Kuzan, and I heard he is also a warm-hearted and good guy. In addition, the two Logia Devil Fruit users who joined in the past 2 years are his juniors, Sakaski and Porisalino. There is absolutely nothing wrong with saying he is a junior. After all, he has been a Marine since he was a child. Except for the years when he was breastfeeding, he basically spent his time at the Marine headquarters. His relationship with Porisalino and Sakaski is still very good. If William is brought in again, the new generation of Marine will surely be even stronger. Fan Oka's sniper skills are also impeccable. After all, he can stop bullets with bullets. Such a sniper can no longer be described as hardworking. Talent has extraordinary gifts. Judging from their positions, Cronus is obviously the one who calls the shots. The other two have already satisfied him, not to mention Cronus. In Marine's eyes, the next generation of Marine Fleet Admiral is the Warring States period, and the next generation of Marine Fleet Admiral is the Dragon. This point is undisputed. Among the Marines of Sengoku's generation, no one except Zifa can compete with Sengoku, and Zifa has no idea about the position of Marine Fleet Admiral. As for Garp, he is just a lieutenant general, not even a general, and is completely unqualified to compete for Fleet Admiral. In terms of strength and leadership, Long is undoubtedly the most perfect of this generation. I have no idea about joining Marine. After all, how can Marine under the feet of the celestial dragons represent true justice? Cronus spoke to stimulate the dragon's nerves. Long frowned with a serious expression. Although he had considered it countless times, it seemed that what Cronus said was true, but it was impossible for him to admit it now. He still has the idea of becoming a Marine Fleet Admiral. He believes that through his efforts, Marine will become a righteous Marine. Regardless of whether Marine represents justice or not, you can only show me that you have the strength to leave. Otherwise, if you fall into my hands for the crime of killing the celestial dragons, you will only be sent to Impel Down. Locked up until death. Cronus didn't feel any surprise after hearing Long's words. Although he was a little shocked when Long first appeared, the current dragon looks very young and cannot be as powerful as in the original work. It's not difficult to escape from his hands. Cronus even wants to fight the dragon to see how big the gap is between the top combat power between him and the new generation of Marines. Then let strength speak. Next is a battle between real men. Come on together. Long pulled off his cloak, folded it gently and put it aside. Cronus grinned. Come together, no, let me come and meet you. At the same time, William suddenly said from the side. Dragon is the strongest of the new generation of Marine. Are you sure about it, Captain Cronus? Fanoka smiled on the side, having extraordinary confidence in Cronus. In countless sparring sessions with Cronus did not avoid his attacks at all, playing like a reckless man. He had even more confidence in Cronus than Cronus. You still don't understand Boss Cronus' perverted physique? Even if we die, Boss Cronus won't die. Ha 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 ha, life and death, everyone depends on their destiny. Cronus also said at the right time. Chapter 14 Lao Zi's physique is super abnormal. I'm coming, be careful. Long warned, his eyes became sharp in the next second, and with a gentle step of his feet, his figure disappeared in an instant. Cronus had already prepared for the battle. The moment the dragon disappeared, his feet exerted force and his whole body disappeared in place. The next second, the two people appeared several meters away, and with a bang, a wave of air exploded from the two people in all directions. The two of them pulled their bodies back slightly along the shock wave. Cronus' center moved forward slightly, and his feet suddenly exerted force. He stepped on a hole in the spot, and the whole person rushed out like a cannonball. Cronus made a fist with his right hand and hit the dragon with an uppercut in the face. Long also noticed Cronus's movements, but at this moment it was not easy for him to pull away and could only choose to bear it. However, his chin instantly turned black and his armor color hardened. "This is the necessary power for strong men on the sea," Long said after receiving the blow. "Armed and domineering, I know how to do this kind of thing." As Long spoke, the index finger and middle finger of his right hand were bent together, the ring finger and middle finger were further apart, the ring finger and little finger were bent together, the thumb was slightly bent into a dragon claw shape, and the entire hand was covered with armed domineering energy. Dragon claw. As soon as he finished speaking, this dragon claw grabbed Cronus' body. "Then let's see who's better armed." Cronus didn't avoid it, just colliding with the dragon's attack. Boom! Cronus was knocked back by the shock wave of this attack, and his body also felt a little stinging. It seemed that his armor color was still not as strong as the dragon's armor color. He was only barely hardened, but Long's armed domineering power was obviously better than his own. However, Cronus was not stunned. Quality does not necessarily mean that he will win. If quality cannot win, then quantity will win. Monkey fist. Cronus roared angrily, and continued to hit the dragon with a weapon attached to his hand. Long also gave up the so-called fighting skills, began to attach armed domineering energy to his body, and started fighting with Cronus with fists. It's like two gangsters fighting each other. You punch me and I kick you back. The powerful shock wave between the two rippled through the entire street of Zoan, and the carts used by the surrounding vendors to set up stalls were overturned by the shock wave. Although Cronus and Dragon deliberately controlled the scope of destruction, the aftermath of the shock wave still cracked the surrounding area. The two of them were fighting and walking, as if they intentionally designated the pedestrian street as an arena and had no intention of crossing the boundary. The longer he fought, the more frightened he became. At first, Long did not think Cronus would be an evenly matched opponent, and his appreciation was just an affirmation for his younger generation. Who knows if this is a junior, but he can already fight with himself. Except for the older generation, he has never experienced this feeling with anyone else. Of course, when fighting with the older generation, he was the one who got the beating. He also got a lot of the iron fist that Garp loved. Cronus put a lot of pressure on Long. This is really a pirate without any bounty. What does Marine's intelligence department do? Or is it really the first time for this guy to go to sea? But is it reasonable that he has such strong strength after going to sea for the first time? You are so stubborn, why are you so stubborn that you are invincible at sea? Long had strange thoughts in his heart. The dragon was smashed into a shop by Cronus with brute force. He did a sit-up and instantly jumped out of the shop. His left and right hands formed dragon claws, intending to use a move to split the muscles and bones of Cronus. Cronus rushed towards the dragon, and the dragon's chest received a solid punch from Cronus. Cronus's body was also grabbed by the dragon's claws that split muscles and bones. Cronus' eye only felt that his bones were out of place. Cronus didn't care at all about his dislocated bones and continued to fight with the dragon. What a pervert! Your physical fitness reminds me of Charlotte Linlin and Kaido who we fought against before. Long said during the fight with Cronus. Cronus was overjoyed when he heard that Long compared his physical fitness with that of Charlotte and Kaido. It was considered that a more authoritative person had certified his physical fitness. Dragon's physical fitness is undoubtedly strong, but even if he is injured, he has to heal slowly. Unlike these perverts, they can ignore their injuries. I've been hiding it for so long, and it seems I have to use it. Long suddenly said. Then the whole person turned into a breeze and disappeared in a swish. Although his physical fitness is good, the gain outweighs the gain by continuing to compete with these perverts in terms of domineering strength, although he thinks that his domineering power can suppress Cronus. But this won't end in a short time. Is it an ability user? It seems to be Logia. Let me guess, it's the wind fruit. Cronus said as he looked at the dragon that turned into a wisp of breeze. Long spread his hands. Yes, if my guess is correct, you should be an animal devil fruit user. Otherwise, your physical fitness is a bit unreasonable, and the self-healing of your injuries is also ridiculous. Long looked at some of the bruises on his body, and then at the wounds he had left on Cronus. They had basically scabbed over quickly. If he didn't apply medicine, he might be able to heal on his own after a while. Not far away, William was using a match to light a cigarette for himself. Fan Oka also took out his exquisite pipe, took the cigarette from William happily, and lit the cigarette on his pipe. The two of them were not affected by the aftermath of the battle at all. They were extremely comfortable and looked like they were just eating like a crowd. William, do you want to bet or not? Fan Oka exhaled a puff of smoke and said. William also blew out a smoke ring in the same manner. What are you blocking? I bet that Cronus boss will win. If he loses, I will wash his underwear for a month. Will you come? Fan Oka continued. Then I also bet that Cronus boss will win, so why bet? William looked at Fan Oka and planned to cheat. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Cronus has the upper hand. If you choose Cronus to win, then I won't wash your pants for free. I'm just reckless but not stupid. That's wrong. Since we all bet on boss Cronus winning, why not bet on how many days they can fight here? I heard that the top experts fight for how many days and nights. Bet, why not bet? I bet they will have to fight for more than 3 days at least. William heard Fan Oka's words and thought about it. I guess at least 5 days, monkey.d. Dragon, but the monsters in Marine are not that simple. Both of them subconsciously suppressed the thought that Cronus would lose. After all, if Cronus really lost, then it would be time for them to yo-yo. Although Cronus will lose, he will definitely not be able to keep him if he wants to run away. Based on the current evenly matched confrontation, after all, Cronus is an ability user who is not afraid of sea water. If a person with abilities who are not afraid of sea water runs away in front of a person with abilities who are afraid of sea water, isn't that just being stupid? Running is not easy. After all, I can use my abilities in sea water, can you? In the center of the street, Cronus closed his eyes and tried hard to see the dragon's position with his heart. The dragon set off waves of small whirlwinds around Cronus. The winds were like tiny sickles, leaving scars on Cronus' body. Damn, you are indeed an animal-type fantasy beast. Such an injury heals itself too quickly. Feng, who had transformed into a dragon, was also watching all this, feeling a little disgusted in his heart. I really want a physique like this. Even his father, Garp, didn't know about Logia's abilities. Most of the people who had seen him use his abilities were dead people. When he went out to kill thieves with Garp, there was no need for him to use his abilities. The marine hero gives him a rough formation, and if he can't beat him, he just shakes him off. This is not shameful. Facing this battle, Long knew that this was obviously a protracted battle, so he could only slowly use his own abilities to kill Cronus, letting him lose his strength and then he would win. After all, which cost is more obvious between activating one's own abilities and self-healing one's body? It was impossible for him to know that Cronus' super strong physique was not only brought about by the animal-type fantasy beast devil fruit, but also the high-speed regeneration-like physique. Fighting consumption just fell into Cronus' trap. Will the leader of the new generation of Marine just hide behind and show off his abilities? Cronus' knowledge of knowledge and color is sometimes inconsistent. After all, he has only mastered it for a short time. Facing a dragon like this makes him irritated. Long didn't speak when he heard Cronus yelling. He felt more and more that his strategy was feasible. Even if he killed this guy, he wouldn't be so angry otherwise. Fighting against me is not a wise choice. Cronus reminded. After hearing what Cronus said, Long felt more and more that Cronus had a guilty conscience. Who is afraid of whom in a battle of attrition? I will just throw AoE next to you to bore you to death. Cronus closed his eyes and began to plan to use the dragon to exercise his sense of perception. Like a blind man, he closed his eyes and suddenly punched here and kicked there. Although most of the attacks were in vain, there were still 1 or 2 solid hits on the dragon's body. The dragon found that his position was exposed, quickly got out of the way, opened his position and continued to disgust people. In order to prevent the dragon from being agitated, Cronus also used a trick to move a shop from time to time and smash it towards the ground, intending to use shock waves to consume the dragon's physical strength. If you can clearly perceive the direction of the dragon by seeing and hearing the color, just throw some stones. The rocks one after another made the sound of breaking wind, and if they were hit, they would be seriously injured. It's useless. These stones can't hit me in Logia. It seems that your weapon color can't be attached to the thrown stones. Long's voice came from the side. Cronus didn't refute what Long said. Although he had bottomless physical strength, the quality of his weaponry was indeed a major pain point for him. Although my own armed colors are abundant in quantity, the ability to stick to the thrown stones cannot be achieved by quantity. If the quality is not enough, the armed colors will dissipate if I take it off. Is it useful against Logia's dragon fart? Cronus was looking for skills while throwing it away. If you practice this kind of thing more, practice will make you perfect. How do you know I can't? Besides, fighting is the fastest way for people to improve. Who knows whether my knowledge and skills will surprise you with my rapid improvement in this battle? Long's face darkened. Of course he knew that combat was the fastest way to make progress. Only in actual combat could problems be discovered. As long as improvements were made, there would always be a leap in strength. But by treating me as a living target, wouldn't it be a bit too disrespectful of me? Cronus moved his body, quickly picked up the stones on the ground, and threw them in the direction of the sight, sound, and color sensor. Although your elemental transformation consumes less, it is impossible not to consume it. Do you want to choose to fight me head-on, or continue to consume it like this? Difficult guy, I don't like fighting against guys like you who are animal-type fantasy beasts. It's really a headache. The dragon's eyes became serious, and it seemed that continuing to consume was not an option. Chapter 15 3 days. It's night. The area around Zilan Pedestrian Street has long been deserted. There are no decent houses around anymore, only ruins are left. Fine sand has even formed in the center. These houses were violently demolished and eroded by wind. The dragon was lying in a human-shaped hole in the center, with various scratches on his body and a mark scorched by lightning on his abdomen. It's been 3 days, right? You're a pervert. No, you're a pervert among perverts. Long looked at the stars above his head and quickly sat up and stood up. He and Cronus fought from day to night. This was the 3rd reincarnation, and the entire battlefield had been beaten to pieces. Long couldn't help but sigh at Cronus's physical strength. His attacks were very sharp. After all, as an ability user, he had the best experience of the lethality brought by wind. Cronus's most serious injury was that the sharp edge he formed directly penetrated his abdomen. Judging from the injury, it even damaged his internal organs. But even with such an injury, Cronus, the BD, didn't care and tore out his broken intestines. The bloody scene made him feel cruel, really cruel. Only then did he understand, he thought, that Cronus was an awakened phantom beast. He could recover from injuries that would be fatal in the eyes of ordinary people. Although this method is slower, the hideous wound on the abdomen can still be vaguely seen. The battle between the two became increasingly fierce. Although he could still fight with all his strength, Long felt that his physical strength was declining. What the hell was going on? I had persevered under Mr. Garp's high-intensity training. How could I lose to an unknown guy in terms of physical strength? On the other side, a figure reappeared in front of the dragon in the smoke. It was Cronus, who became more and more brave as he fought. Cronus felt that all the cells in his body were trembling violently. It felt like he had met his opponent. Now he had already transformed into a half-orc. A string of blue fluff grew out of the whole body, with a monkey head on top. There was a roaring sound on the ground, and Cronus began to charge. Soon, Cronus appeared on the right side of the dragon, and there was another close combat. The dragon's attack was covered with the power of the wind, and the wind roared. Cronus also had lightning flashes on his hands, which was a confrontation between thunder and wind. A loud explosion separated the two people again. The dragon's rapid elementalization did not suffer much damage in the explosion. In contrast, Cronus was much miserable. The bones of his entire arm were exposed under the influence of the wind and wind fruit. Only broken flesh and blood hung on it, but it soon began to heal. Cronus is beginning to be able to master the power of high-speed regeneration and animal healing on his own. Maybe practice makes perfect. After being beaten and beaten, you will master it. Cronus tore off his clothes and wrapped them around his injured arm. Why don't you take a break? I think you seem to be seriously injured. How about I put some water on you? Long looked at Cronus and suggested seriously. Cronus didn't say anything but just wrapped his arm carefully. Injury? This kind of injury has no effect at all. It will heal by itself during the battle. Long couldn't help but yell, "Pervert!" On the other side, William, who was sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened by the explosion. What's wrong? Are there any enemies coming? William suddenly said with a confused look on his face. Finoka looked at William, who was still drooling at the corner of his mouth, and patted his head. Who are the people Captain Cronus is looking for? Fanoka didn't mind hurting William at all. After all, the more he hurt his feelings, the better. Only then did William realize that he had had a terrifying nightmare. Let's regard the dream as reality. In the dream, Cronus led them to completely declare war on Mary Joa. It's really exciting to think about it. It's been 3 days, it seems I won. William turned his attention to Cronus and the dragon. Fanoka nodded. It's been 3 days, but it's hard to say whether you will win or not. After all, these two perverts have not shown exhaustion so far. It feels like there will be no problem if they fight for 10 days and 10 nights. We guess it's still too conservative. Fanoka was not as big-hearted as William, and he kept watching the whole battle for as long as he could without closing his eyes. I am just a sniper, how could I let myself witness such a brutal scene? The collision of body and body between men is the ultimate romance. As a sniper, it seems necessary for me to practice more physical fitness. Cronus exerted force with his feet, roared angrily, and continued to rush towards the dragon. The dragon has experienced this scene countless times in the past 3 days, and it is extremely easy to deal with it. It really has the feeling that Cronus said that practice makes perfect. He activated his own abilities to continuously set up obstacles around Cronus, and a hurricane surrounded Cronus, like a barrier formed by a layer of wind. The eye of the storm where Cronus was located did not suffer any damage, but if he wanted to attack the dragon, he had to break through the hurricane head-on. Cronus hugged himself with both hands and rushed forward, like an anti-aircraft gun, shooting towards the wind curtain with a swish. It's useless, it's useless, it's useless even after several times. Cronus shouted after rushing out. Just when Cronus approached the dragon, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of the dragon's mouth. It's useless, that's not necessarily true. Long suddenly laughed. The wind that had been scattered around began to gather here, and under the command of the dragon, the wind eyes began to be exchanged. The attacks that had been dispersed by Cronus in the past few days had not completely dissipated. The dragon plans to bring all the power together. This is the ultimate natural disaster. The storm is coming. Cronus was shocked, he was indeed a dragon. The whole person reacted quickly, but he couldn't let the dragon replace all the eyes of the wind into a giant hurricane. The whole person began to hammer violently underground, and the shock waves began to disperse in all directions with himself as the center. He planned to use the shock waves to shock the hurricane that the dragon was replacing the eye of the storm. Is it useful? Long suddenly said meaningfully. As long as the eye of the wind begins to be replaced under the control of the wind fruit's ability, even Cronus can't stop it with a shock wave, it will only weaken the power a little. But if the replacement is successful, the battle will be decided. The ability in Long's hand was quickly activated, and he was not idle. He planned to fight Cronus in close combat to stop Cronus' plan. Oops! Can't we stop it? Cronus yelled at the side, saying that he still lacked combat experience. It's too late to realize it now. Remember to tell me my name when you get to Impel Down. I have some connections in Impel Down. They will treat you well. Long looked at Cronus's angry expression and raised his eyebrows. Smile. I have been fighting with Cronus hand to hand for the past few days, not because I am being mean, but also to lower Cronus' vigilance. This blow was the ultimate blow that had been brewing for 3 days. Chapter 16, Unbeatable, slipped away. Listen to the melody of the wind. For a moment, Cronus couldn't see anything, and his whole body began to be torn apart by the storm. Long was reluctant to use such power at first. After all, such power would cause the death of too many innocent people, but after 3 days of fighting, there was no one around. It dispelled his scruples about using this trick. You are strong, but not enough. Long watched as the storm began to sweep up the surrounding rocks indiscriminately. Cronus' voice has long since been lost, but Cronus's angry voice can still be heard. The storm will not kill him in a short time. However, if you are caught in a storm, you will only be consumed by the ruthless destruction of the storm. Those who cannot escape can only wait for the storm to dissipate on its own. In the end, he was consumed until he died completely. Even he could not suppress the current storm. The storm lasted like this for 3 days, and Cronus felt like his whole body had been cut with knives, and there was not a single piece of good flesh on his body. The whole person also fell to the ground, raising his head and looking at the sky. I thought I was dead. Cronus muttered quietly. Fortunately, his physical strength was amazing, and he began to cover his body with armed colors indiscriminately. Coupled with his high-speed regeneration bug ability, he was able to withstand the natural disaster-like attack. Even if he has high-speed regeneration, he will not be able to recover from the constant damage caused by the storm. After the storm completely dissipated, the muscles on the body began to grow rapidly, and skin began to appear on the surface. The Logia devil fruit, which is said to be able to cause natural disasters, really underestimated the power of the wind. Cronus said with emotion. Although the wind is not as direct in its destructive power as magma and ice, the strong wind that sweeps up is no weaker than the two. However, it can also be seen that Longya has not completely reached the peak, otherwise he may really be consumed to death by him, because he still has the possibility of unlimited growth. Long didn't take action at this time, and looked at Cronus, who fell to the ground and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even his iron-clad body couldn't afford such consumption. Suffering from his injuries, Cronus climbed up from the ground, feeling pain everywhere he touched. Boss Cronus is really the most perverted of perverts. William was shocked when he saw Cronus, who didn't have a few good pieces of meat on his body. Due to the power of the dragon's blow, they had already run far away, and they did not rush over from a distance until the power of the storm dissipated. Half of the city of Zoan has disappeared, both of them are perverts. William, it seems that I have won. Remember to wash my pants when you go back. William said with a smile on the side of the Fan Oka field. The battle was far beyond his expectations, but the outcome was good. Cronus was naked, but the scene was not alluring, and the blood-red muscles looked more sinister. You're right, you are indeed very strong. Cronus told Long that he was very strong at first, but he still didn't agree with it. After all, no matter how strong you are in the future, you won't be able to reach that level just as a brigadier general. But now it seems that the dragon will reach its peak in just a few years. The dragon suddenly collapsed on the ground. No, at first you faced me alone, and you felt that you were overestimating your abilities. Now it seems that I underestimate you, Cronus. Ha 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 ha, do you want to continue fighting each other? Cronus asked with a smile. Why not? Ryuya grinned kite. Although Long was a little weak in physical strength, he was not a fool, and of course he could see that Cronus's consumption in that storm was obviously greater than his own. Cronus shook his head and said, "Are you still going to fight? I was slightly inferior in this battle. You won, but it won't be like this next time. You are quite magnanimous, and it is natural for you to admit defeat. You are a man." Hearing the words of Cronus admitting defeat, he was naturally happy. Cronus looked up at where William and Van Oka were. "You two, get ready, we are going to escape." After saying this, Cronus did not give the dragon a chance to react. He pulled out a boulder from the ground and threw it in the direction of the dragon. The whole person began to slip and ran quickly in the direction of William and Van Oka. The dragon recovered a little strength and used his own ability to block the boulder. "Forget it, he's a nice man, let's go. Maybe we can become partners next time we meet on the sea." William and Van Oka held Cronus to the left and right, which made Cronus let out bursts of painful wails. "Take it easy. It hurts." Cronus was extremely dissatisfied with William's extravagance. "When we started fighting, I didn't see you shouting in pain." William rolled his eyes angrily. Then he became excited again. "A man's romance is really about punching and punching. I kind of regret that it was Logia." "That's not right. Dragon is a natural awakening ability user. Logia's ultimate move is quite powerful. That depends on your development. After all, wind, rain, thunder and lightning are not easy to deal with." Van Oka took out a cigarette and lit it for Cronus. "Logia's power even makes me a little excited. Speaking of which, we also have a devil fruit here and I don't know what its power is. We don't have a devil fruit illustrated book. We have to find a way to get one from the black market, otherwise we will be blinded when we encounter a devil fruit." Cronus's injuries were better and he broke away from the two people's support. "Or Van Oka, why don't you take a gamble? Eat this devil fruit," Cronus suddenly suggested. This devil fruit was snatched from the celestial dragons. It was either a gift to the celestial dragons from the kingdom they passed by in the East Daxia Sea, or it was a top-notch devil fruit that the celestial dragons had treasured for a long time. "But do you want to bet on Cronus handing over the rights to Van Oka?" Van Oka looked at the devil fruit in his hand, and he was also entangled in his heart. As a sniper, of course he wants to choose a suitable devil fruit, either to improve his flexibility or to improve his sniping ability. It's impossible not to feel envious of the shocking scene of the battle between Cronus and the dragon. Once William's rain fruit is developed, he can stretch himself a lot. "Do you want to eat it?" "Done. Why are you so hesitant? Just bet it is a top-notch devil fruit." "Okay, I'll eat it." After finishing speaking, Van Oka picked up the devil fruit and started to chew it. Seeing the two men surpassing him crazily, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. He didn't even dare to take a gamble, so how could he be qualified to be the top sniper? While eating it, he felt nauseated. The taste of the devil fruit was really indescribable, but he still chose to eat the whole devil fruit as much as possible. According to what William and Cronus told him, although eating one bite of a devil fruit can give him powers, who knows if eating one bite is the same as eating all of it? Will you take a bite and it will be incomplete? Although he was disgusted, he still forced himself to eat it. Cronus and William couldn't help but laugh out loud when they looked at Van Oka, who looked in pain. It was really satisfying to see others suffer the hardships they had suffered. Chapter 17 The Grand Line. In the waters at the entrance to the first half of the Grand Route, a pirate ship was sailing alone there. Near the upside-down mountain, Cronus did not meet Laboon, the persistent whale that had made an agreement with Brooke and others. Of course, he would not be too disappointed if he did not see it. I just wanted to have a wrestling match with this whale. If I don't see it, I'll wait until next time. I also didn't see the ship's doctor of Roger pirates, Kurikas. Kurikas is currently on Roger's ship, accompanying him in his search for the historical text and helping him ascend to the throne of One Piece. After fighting the dragon from Aegon Island, Cronus and others boarded the Brave and evacuated quickly. The longer the delay, the more people there were in the marine, and it became harder to escape. After killing the Tianlong people, their first thought was of course to rush to the Grand Line. The East Daxia Sea was still not safe. If you don't have enough strength to go to the Grand Line, it's much safer to go to a place where Marine's control is not tight. The group of people successfully found the upside-down mountain according to the chart, and experienced the beautiful scenery of the upside-down mountain. The Brave was originally just a sailing ship, so it was not suitable to enter the Grand Line from upside-down mountain. But Cronus and others have never walked through the upside-down mountain without wind, so they have no experience and can only walk up the upside-down mountain. Just entering the reverse current of the upside-down mountain, the little broken boat almost fell apart. Fortunately, there was Cronus, a user with animal-type fantasy beast ability who was not affected by the sea. Cronus jumped into the sea with his backhand, carried the entire ship on his back and began to swim upstream, and then successfully entered the Grand Line. I'm afraid the world government hates us to death. I heard that even marine generals are dispatched. If we are caught, we will definitely go to Impel Down for further training. Van Oka took a sip from his wine glass. Van Oka is now considered a devil fruit user. He made a comeback. He made the right bet this time. The devil fruit he ate was a weapon fruit. Originally, he thought there was nothing extraordinary about this devil fruit except that it could be transformed into a weapon such as a pistol. But Cronus was a little amazed at his luck. If the weapon fruit is played well, wouldn't it be the ultimate romance of a sniper to suppress fire? You see 'em one by one, I'll see 'em all at once. If you push me into a hurry, I will send you a Dongfeng Express to send you a Mischyu. This is simply a high-quality devil fruit tailor-made for snipers. However, in Cronus' memory, this devil fruit was eaten by a little girl under Doflamingo. Could it be that Doflamingo procured this devil fruit from the celestial dragons? Cronus was too lazy to think about it, but if you want to develop the weapon fruit well, just having a brain is not enough. This requires mastering a certain amount of knowledge. After all, if you don't even know the principles of a nuclear bomb, how can you transform into a Dongfeng missile and send others to bring nuclear peace to the world? What are you afraid of? But I don't know if this incident will be published in the news. After all, the world government controls public opinion. Cronus said with a smile. I think there is a high probability that the world government will publish it this time. After all, it was 2 celestial dragons who died. Many residents on Aegon Island also witnessed it. We can't hide it. Fan Oka continued. William did not speak on the side. He lit a cigarette and asked Cronus, we have entered the Grand Line, so where should we go next? Why are you asking me about these things? Just ask Van Oka, he will make the decision. Cronus glanced at William unhappily, bothering himself with such trivial matters. You are the captain, okay? You can decide where to go and how to go. Fan Oka couldn't sit still. Although I say I have some abilities, I throw everything at myself. Are you the captain or am I the captain? Could it be said that it is a sin to have more knowledge? Besides, my half-baked knowledge of navigation is fine in a place like the East Daxia Sea. If I listen to myself on the Grand Line, my life will be long. There's no FG record pointer here. It seems I can only borrow a little from my colleagues on the Grand Line. Fan Oka slapped his forehead and made a decision. Since the brothers believed in him, he also decided to take this job. Fan Oka is said to have outstanding abilities. Cronus looked at the navigator he had temporarily appointed and felt that it was still unreliable, but there was no good solution now. It seems that the search for navigators has to be put on the agenda. Just when Cronus, William and Van Oka were making an important decision where to go, a newsbird flew to the observation deck near the mast and dropped a newspaper. The members of the pirate group on the observation deck threw a few Baileys with ease and took a newspaper from Newsbird's backpack. Newsbird is an important channel for news dissemination in the pirate world. I heard that someone once refused to pay, and Newsbird directly blocked him internally, and flew away when he saw their ship from a distance. Marine once held a military exercise. This group of pirates did not get the news in advance and rushed into Marine's blockade like a dazed man. This incident became a joke in the pirate world. So don't offend Newsbird. After a while, the members on the observation deck ran down in a hurry. Big news, boss Cronus. Cronus was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, it seems that our Cronus pirates will also have to put a bounty on us. This is the first time that a bounty has been placed, and I don't know if Marine and what kind of bounty will the world government give us. I don't know if William and I can carry the bounty," Fan Oka said from the side. Speaking of which, he and William did not play a big role in this battle, but with the influence of the Tianlong people, there should still be some bounties. After all, William killed a celestial dragon with his own hands, and he also saved an ordinary person from the celestial dragon. Judging from the character of the Tianlong people who must retaliate, this wave of bounties is stable. Cronus was still a little pleased, although this time he only got some treasures and a devil fruit from the celestial dragons, which did not meet his expectations. But based on his current reputation, it would not be easy to rob another wave of Tianlong people and blackmail the world government. After all, the world government will subconsciously think that it will reject the vote. What a big loss! What a big loss! Cronus took the newspaper from the ordinary members. The vicious criminal Cronus has a bounty of 200 million Baileys. The reckless bandit William has a bounty of 100 million Baileys, and the death sniper Van Oka has a bounty of 100 million Baileys. 75 million Baileys. The newspaper also gave a detailed introduction to the crimes Cronus and others committed against the celestial dragons on Aegon Island. In the description, Cronus and others were vicious criminals who caused pain to the defenseless celestial dragons and residents of Aegon Island. Killer. Cronus was stunned for a moment. It turned out that I was so powerful. I was able to kill 7 in and 7 out in the face of the defense force, marine, and celestial dragon guards of Aegon Island. Am I so powerful? Cronus is quite satisfied with his bounty. Don't look down on the current 200 million Baileys. This is not an era when bounties will expand in the future age of discovery. The 3 of them, including the lowest Fan Oka, all have 75 million Bailey. It is the first time in the past 5 years that a bounty of such a high amount can be offered for the first time. After all, they are also big shots. From the side, it can also reflect the influence of the tragic death of the Tianlong people on Aegon Island. The celestial dragons are the celestial dragons. The bad pirates who burned, killed, and looted all over the world would get a bounty of tens of millions of Bailey if they died. But even if 2 Tianlong people died, the bounty could be raised to such a high level. People's lives are different and not equal. What dissatisfied Cronus was the photo hanging on the reward warrant. William's photo is a handsome photo of William when he was still a bandit. One look at it and you can tell that he has muscles and is a good worker. Fan Oka's photo also looks like an elegant aristocrat, wearing a pair of single flap glasses and a gun hanging behind his back, looking elegant and handsome. And I look like an ordinary passerby. From some aspects, I'm even a little dazed, yes, a little dazed. His eyes were empty and lifeless, and he was holding a fishing rod in his hand. This is how I looked lazily while fishing at sea, and I don't know who secretly photographed me. Everyone in the Air Force has this expression, right? Will Morgans post the photo? Will the world government seriously review it? The two of them are so handsome in the photo, but I look like a stupid Air Force. How can I get along in the future? Don't let everyone in the world know that Lao Zi joins the Air Force. How can I get involved in the fishing world? Damn it, if Lao Zi finds out who filmed me like this, he will be crushed to ashes. If you have the chance in the future, you must go to Marigio and set a fire. Let the world government and Marine see my body in the fire. Heroic. Cronus cursed from the side. William saw Cronus' appearance and took the newspaper from Cronus' hand while talking. He just took one look and instantly laughed like a pig. Ha 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 ha, why does it feel so inconsistent with Boss Cronus's cute appearance and this bounty? William laughed louder and louder, causing Fan Oka on the side to also look over. Fan Oka couldn't help laughing after seeing it. Then he highly praised the photographer who took photos of himself and William. We took pretty good photos. It seems Marine will still choose the photos. FG fart, if there is a chance. I will let Marine see my heroic appearance with the name of Marine Headquarters. I don't believe they would still fool me with such a stupid photo. Cronus was unhappy. Perhaps the world government has its own considerations. It feels that you are just a stupid young man who killed the celestial dragons because you were young and ignorant, so that it will not cause too much trouble within the celestial dragons and reduce your influence. Fan Oka joking from the side. Cronus rolled up his sleeves, feeling unhappy, so it seemed that he had to invite William and Van Oka to have some practice. Then there were bursts of wailing on the deck. Chapter 18. A team is to be sent to capture Cronus. Marine Headquarters. Marine Fando. In the garden inside the Marine Hospital, Long was sitting there leisurely with a bandage, closing his eyes and relaxing. After the battle with Cronus, he returned to Marine Headquarters. Thanks to Marine's excellent medical care, his injuries recovered quickly without leaving any sequelae. Medical conditions also determine a person's lifespan, and are also a prerequisite for how much strength a person can retain after his strength declines in old age. Whitebeard had to be put on a bottle when he got old, and he suffered injuries all over his body after he got old. Although the use of the shock fruit damaged his body, the lack of strong medical conditions in the early stage left behind sequelae. As for Garp and Sengoku, they can still go around and relax when they are old, and their bodies are in good health. Apart from the decline in physical strength, there are no obvious sequelae. It seems that my physical fitness is pretty good. Long moved his body. This was also the blow Cronus gave him. When he first arrived at the Marine Headquarters, he had several fractures on his body, had to hang on a tripod for several days, and had some damage to his internal organs. But at the hospital at Marine's headquarters, after receiving treatment from a healing devil fruit user and a few days of inhalation, he was almost healed. Long was actually proud in his heart. After all, he had been trained by Fleet Admiral as the next generation of Marine. At such a young age, he had already been recognized by the bosses of Marine headquarters in terms of reputation and strength. After all, there is a father who is a Marine hero. Sengoku and Zifa also grew up watching him. As for Cyborg Fleet Admiral, he would go there for dinner from time to time during holidays. You can't say that they don't have a good relationship with him. The relationship between dragons can be said to be one of the best in the Marine Corps. The new generation Sakazuki and Porisalino were also firmly beaten by him. As for King Z, who had just joined Marine, he was even further away from catching up with him. He was taken to all over the world for training by Garp since he was a child. He was either thrown into the virgin forest or pushed off the cliff. After experiencing such devilish training, his relationship with Garp was not bad but not good either. Speaking of which, he always thought that Garp had no talent in training people, and the one who helped him the most was Zifa. Zifa has always had enthusiastic hopes for the new generation of Marine, and has spared no effort in cultivating them. However, in recent years, teacher Zifa's family has been killed by pirates, and he has slowly taken a back seat. During the killing of the Tianlong people on Aegon Island, he also realized that the new generation of pirates was not so unbearable. The generation of pirates of the same age had not been taken seriously by him since he went to sea. Cronus, I don't know how far you will progress next time we meet, but don't be left behind by me. Long murmured softly. At this moment, a burst of footsteps came from behind Long. Just by hearing the heavy footsteps, he knew it was his grumpy father, Marine Hero Monkey. D. Garp. Then I heard Garp's loud voice coming over me. Ha 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 ha, what a tragedy, dragon. The result of the above-mentioned treatment of your boy has come down. In any case, it neither protected the safety of the Tianlong people nor let the criminals who killed the Tianlong people go. The transfer order that originally planned to promote you to Major General of Marine Headquarters has been shelved, so you can only stay as Brigadier General for a while longer. Garp walked up to Long and patted him on the shoulder. Long felt the power coming from Garp and said angrily, I am a wounded and sick patient. If you kill me with such strength, how can you find such a good son? As for keeping me as a Brigadier General, just stay as a Brigadier General. Anyway, there is not much difference between a Brigadier General and a Major General. They are both general-level officials. They just attend fewer meetings, and I am too lazy to use those official accents. Long knew that the reason why he was kept at Commodore was because of the people above him. If he hadn't had Marine Hero Garp as his father, he might have been RD to the end, and he might even have been arrested and imprisoned in the city. As expected, my son doesn't want to be promoted to Major General. What's the big deal? Just like your father, I don't want to be promoted to General. I don't have any worries. Instead, I can still curse the Tianlong people. Garp saw that the dragon was not in trouble. Also started laughing. Both of them have carefree personalities. Long continued to ask, Teacher Zifa should be very disappointed in me, right? Ha ha ha, how can this old boy Zifa be disappointed? Lao Zi's son is the best. But speaking of which, the Draconians and the higher UPS of world government have some opinions on you, which may affect your future promotion. The resistance to your job as Marine Fleet Admiral will be much greater. Garp gave his son a fatal hug. Stop, 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 stop. Long hurriedly broke away from Garp's arms. The influence is the influence. Our generation of Sakaski is too extreme, and poor Asalino is too lazy. Those who can compete with me have leadership skills but don't have the strength, and those who can reach the same level as me in terms of strength don't have the leadership ability like me. This is not to boast. In terms of overall quality, he can be said to be the first choice for the next generation of Marine Fleet Admiral. Ha 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 ha, you are indeed Lao Zi's kind. Garp sat down next to the dragon and basked in the sun with the dragon. By the way, he also took the nutritional supplements brought by other Marines next to the dragon and ate them by himself. Long looked at Garp searching for his nutritional supplements without complaining. It seemed that he had done this kind of thing to Garp a lot. What does it mean that only Lao Zi provides material conditions for his son? Aren't the things that belong to his son also belong to Lao Zi? Your nutritional supplements. What happened to Lao Zi's food? This is what Garp thinks. By the way, where did Cronus go? Long suddenly asked his cheap father. Although his father is indifferent to many things, he still has more channels than he does. There are some relatively secret information that can be obtained from his father for safekeeping. Although there are some involving covert operations, Garp will not be told. After all, Garp, a big mouth, will spread the news everywhere, but no one will hide this kind of thing from Garp. After all, there is no secret operation involved. Cronus still has some strength. The headquarters sent 3 lieutenant generals in warring states to catch him. Along the way, this guy was a thief. Warring states didn't meet him, and the other 3 lieutenant generals ran away when they met him. Garp kept mumbling while eating nutritional supplements. I knew that was the case. He is quite a thief, and he doesn't care about his face at all when he runs. Long said with a smile. Although he had his own reasons for letting Cronus go, if he really chased Cronus, whether he could catch him or not was one thing. After all, this guy didn't take into account that he was a very capable master when he ran away. It's normal if he can run away from you and they can't catch him. Garp still has some confidence in his son. After reaching out and wiping the food residue from his mouth with his sleeve, Garp continued. However, in view of their crime of killing the celestial dragons, the world government sent a group of CP agents and asked Marine to send a team to hunt down Cronus all year round, until they are completely caught or killed. As long as such a dangerous guy doesn't enter the Impel Down for a day, he will always frighten those guys who think they are gods. After all, even Lao Zi only dares to scold the Tianlong people, but he really dares to take action. Long frowned when he heard Garp's words. That guy's strength should not be underestimated. If the force sent by Marine is too weak, it may not be effective. Garp knocked the dragon on the head. You still have to worry about this kind of thing. Warring states and fleet admiral have already made plans. CP0 has dispatched agents. Marine Sengoku plans to put you in charge of this matter, which can be regarded as meritorious service. You and CP0 share intelligence but are not acting together. But I'm recovering from my injuries. Long obviously didn't want to take on such a task. Paddle in the water and fish. Don't you understand? Do you think Lao Zi has nothing to do chasing Roger all day? That's not giving yourself a reason to be lazy. In the two of you, I seem to see the same relationship between me and the past. Roger. Garp felt nostalgic again. The relationship between Garp and Roger was also a bad one. At that time, Roger just went to sea and Garp was just a recruit. Roger tricked Garp into helping him catch enemy pirates, and the two spent some intimate time together. After Garp found out that Roger was a thief, he vowed to send Roger to Impel Down with his own hands. According to Garp, this guy actually dared to deceive himself and did not regard him as a friend at all. After speaking, Garp took out a stack of reward orders from his trouser pocket. The vicious criminal Cronus has a bounty of 200 million belly, the reckless bandit William has a bounty of 100 million belly, and the death sniper Van Oka has a bounty of 75 million belly. The dragon is in his mouth. While chanting, Garp was silent for a while and then continued, "It has been many years since anyone dared to kill a celestial dragon blatantly. The last time was Rocks in the Valley of the Gods. Being able to get such a reward is enough to show that the world government attaches great importance to him." Dragon suddenly spoke to Garp and asked, "Does Marine really represent justice? The darkness hidden on Marie Joya is deeper than what I have seen on the sea. I am a little confused, Dad." Garp suddenly stretched out his iron fist and gave Long an iron fist of love. "These things are not what we should consider. Marine represents justice. These are just helpless compromises in the exercise of justice. Who told Marine's military expenditure to be ruined by the world? It's just a helpless move for the government to suppress you." Garp is also not used to the behavior of the Tianlong people, but Marine was born with a lame leg and the economy is not good. You, Marine, will have to make money no matter how you develop, right? If you can't pay wages, who will FK you? Even if Fleet Admiral is as strong as Cyborg, he can only scold Tianlong in private for FG your mother. Long suddenly raised his head. "I understand." Chapter 19 Cooperation between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. New World. Kaido is attending Charlotte Linlin's tea party. Kaido was still young at this time, and Charlotte and Linlin were not that bloated, and the whole person was quite slim and pleasant. At this time, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido had not yet established the All Nations, and the other had not completely occupied Wano and turned it into their own arsenal. However, the two are plotting the New World through this tea party. The largest piece of territory in the New World is currently occupied by the Golden Lion Shiki, relying on the advantage of his Piao Piao fruit. The Golden Lion is the undisputed overlord in the New World, followed by Whitebeard, who occupies the second largest territory, and Akoku, who occupies the Beehive Island. As for Roger, that guy is wandering around with a boatload of friends and has no fixed territory. The newcomers now are no weaker than when we went to sea. Bullet on Roger's ship, Crocodile who just broke into the Grand Line not long ago, and now there is another vicious criminal who dares to attack the Celestial Dragons. Cronus. Charlotte Linlin kept saying while eating dessert. Charlotte Linlin has some ideas about these new generations of pirates, and she has been working on setting up a pirate group bound by her own blood. When good seedlings appear, of course they want to catch them and use them as stallions. It's a good prospect to be able to fight Garp's Sun Dragon back and forth. I heard he is also a user of animal devil fruit abilities. I admire him very much. If there is a chance, I wouldn't mind taking him as a cotter. Kaido holding a wine jar, drinking wildly on the side. You still haven't given up on building the animal devil fruit army? Wait until Cronus arrives in the New World and use your own methods. Charlotte Linlin set the tone for this matter. Let's talk about this cooperation next. Kaido, I need your help, I need a bigger territory, and a battle with Shiki is inevitable. Kaido took a sip of wine with a sullen expression. Linlin, we used to be partners with Shiki. You have to know that Guy's strength should not be underestimated. Although you have been kind to me, I will not be in vain for things that are not beneficial. You are the gunman. Charlotte Linlin is quite confident in the price she can give. She has long known about Kaido's desire to create an army of animal devil fruits and has been collecting them over the years. Although we haven't collected any extremely powerful fantasy beasts, we still have a bunch of ordinary animals. How about joining forces with me? Let's establish the 10,000 kingdoms together. Your idea of establishing an animal devil fruit army. I will help you realize it in 10,000 kingdoms. Charlotte Linlin extended an invitation to Kaido with a sincere look. Kaido looked at Charlotte Linlin's sincere invitation and finally shook his head helplessly. Charlotte Linlin is an enthusiastic elder sister in the Rocks Pirates, and she helped him a lot when he was a trainee pirate. But he still couldn't accept it if he really joined Charlotte Linlin's pirate group. Although the combination of their power and strength is definitely 1 + 1 greater than 2, Charlotte Linlin established a pirate group bound by blood. He currently only has one major cotter, Jin. In the future, he or Charlotte Linlin will have the final say. If the dispute finally gets to the point where reconciliation is irreconcilable and the team breaks up, it will be a huge loss for him. No matter how you look at it, Charlotte Linlin will inherit the big head. Linlin, I can help you seize the territory from Shiki, but I don't want it at all. But I also have my own conditions. In exchange, you have to help me win Wano country. If possible, we will make a deal. Kaido thought for a moment and said, "Come up with your own ideas." He originally didn't have much interest in the scattered islands in the New World. In his opinion, Wano country was a good place. If he could capture it to monopolize the sea stone trade and build it into an arsenal, the beasts and pirates with the group's economy will usher in a qualitative leap. Who says reckless people don't understand development? Kaido felt that there was nothing wrong with his mind. Are you really not planning to join forces? After joining forces, I can also help you win over Wano. Charlotte Linlin continued to ask seductively. Kaido immediately asked, after the alliance, who has the final say, you or me? Seeing Kaido say this, Charlotte Linlin understood Kaido's position. She thought she couldn't do it to get her to give up control of her pirate group. Charlotte Linlin looked at Kaido in front of her and realized that Kaido was no longer the trainee crew member Kaido who had been with her before. Little Kaido has grown up too. I agree to your terms. Make a deal. When to act? How about setting it in 3 months? The sooner the better. In the waters not far from Batlila Island in South Blue, the Oro Jackson is currently sailing in this waters. The Roger pirates secretly returned to the 4 seas from the Grand Line, not knowing what they were looking for. Roger, I found an interesting guy who dared to attack the celestial dragons directly. What a bold guy. Jabba said, looking at Roger standing on the bow of the ship. It seems that there is another amazing character among the pirates. He won't be a lunatic like Rox again, right? Ha 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 ha, it's really interesting. Bullet, it seems that it is difficult for you to become the strongest in your generation. Roger listened. When you get to Jabba, you will take the newspaper in Jabba's hand. At this time, Bullet and Rayleigh were fighting together, and Bullet was already able to face Rayleigh's chops like a storm. Is that Cronus? If I were to be evaluated like this by your golden Roger, I would really want to fight him. Bullet and Rayleigh both stopped. There are many heroes in this era. No one can always stand on the wave of the times. We will eventually be eliminated one day, and the future belongs to you. Roger suddenly came over with a smile and pressed Shanks and Buggy's heads, and gave Bullet a loving hug. The captain is the man who wants to find the final island. There is no way he will be abandoned by the times. Buggy suddenly said with certainty from the side. Ha ha ha, there are still so many secrets in this world waiting for me to explore. If I have enough time, I really want to see this magnificent era. After Roger finished speaking, he suddenly coughed lightly. He took out a white handkerchief and wiped the small blood stains he coughed up. When Cuskalo saw Roger's appearance, Cuskalo took out a large syringe from his medical bag, filled it with needle fluid, and injected it into Roger's right arm. Ha 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 ha. It's my old habit again. Captain Roger should also take care of himself. Buggy and Shanks said in unison. Roger did not tell the crew all about his condition. Only Kurikas knew about it. He wanted this day to come later. But I don't know how many more years my body can hold on. Roger really doesn't plan to take Rouge with him. Wouldn't it be cruel to let her wait for you here alone? Rayleigh wiped her knife and asked Roger with sharp eyes. No, our next journey is too dangerous. Let's go back to the Grand Line. This vacation trip is over. Roger issued his captain's order. Bullet noticed the changes in Roger's body. The original goal of taking Roger's ship was to defeat Roger. Roger was no longer the Roger in his prime. Maybe he should go. Roger, I'm taking a ride with you. I plan to start my own journey into the Grand Line. Bullet expressed his inner thoughts to Roger. Ha 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 ha, has the day come yet? Go, the sea belongs to you. Roger didn't have any other ideas about Bullet's farewell. It was time to leave. Sooner or later, he would break up with these old friends. Chapter 20, Whiskey Mountain. Grand Line, Whiskey Peak. The Cronus pirates blocked the port at Whiskey Peak. Cronus planned to seize 2 more ships here to expand the number of crew members, and also practice military training here. Except for Cronus Van Oka and William, most of the Cronus pirates have never had any actual combat with regular pirates since they went to sea. Cronus doesn't want to raise a bunch of losers who only know how to practice fake tricks but don't know how to fight in real life. The members of this group of Cronus pirates were led by William if they were familiar with William. Cronus and Van Oka did not participate. The two quietly ran to the tavern to eat and drink. The development of weapon fruits requires a large number of weapon blueprints. All we can buy on the market are low-end weapons. It seems that we will have to go to Marine to have a go at some point. Or go to Vegapunk's hometown of Morkia and there should be some weapon blueprints left. Cronus was discussing the development of weapon fruits with Van Oka. This is feasible, but it's unwise to go to the Marine base to provoke in the short term. Van Oka is positive about Cronus's proposal to go to Marine to have a fight, but the timing has yet to be discussed. Van Oka, have you recently found out where there are more powerful navigators? We still lack an excellent navigator on the ship. The weather on the Grand Route without an excellent navigator is still a bit difficult. Although Cronus and others did not experience too many twists and turns when they came to Whiskey Peak, no one wanted to be on tenterhooks all day long. Although the storm couldn't kill them, Cronus didn't want to turn into a water monkey every time he encountered a storm and go down there, carrying the boat and swimming. What a shame! I don't know about an excellent navigator. But I did find out a piece of news about a guy named Joricole. My hawk. One man, one sword, and one man set out to roam the grand route, looking for swordsmen to challenge him. He must be an excellent navigator. Van Oka analyzed with his excellent brain. Cronus' eyes lit up after hearing Van Oka's words. Of course he knew about my hawk. As the future world's greatest swordsman, his swordsmanship was unquestionable. But he had never considered whether my hawk was an excellent navigator. Now after listening to Van Oka's analysis, he suddenly came to realize that my hawk had one man and one plank, and could navigate the great route by rowing with only a black knife. This would really make no sense if he didn't have some navigator knowledge. Although it is supported by my hawk's strength, it is undeniable that he is confident in his own sailing knowledge. After all, without some professional knowledge, who would dare to surf the sea with one person and one board? Is there a location for my hawk? Cronus asked Van Oka. Van Oka took out the information he had gathered and analyzed it. If my guess is good, I don't know. This guy is so promiscuous. After hearing what Van Oka said, Cronus wanted to fall to the ground. After analyzing the past, you don't even know what you got in the end. You are not playing tricks on me. Forget it, my hawk is looking slowly. Do you want to go see how William is doing in his training? Then the two paid for their drinks and ran to the port to see how William led a group of crew members to train here. Jaffa was a little panicked. He was originally just a cook, and he was quite capable in the East Daxia Sea. He chose to come to the Grand Line in order to find Aii Blue, the sea of ingredients dreamed by chefs. Originally, the ship was in disrepair when it passed Upside Down Mountain. After a period of sailing, it was planned to change to a new ship at Whiskey Peak, but now it was blocked at the door and demanded protection fees. What do you mean by Cronus pirates? Laozi has never seen anyone collecting protection fees from pirates and bounty hunters. Do you really think we are all weak persimmons? If you lose your head, it will only leave a scar the size of a bowl, and if you are in a hurry, a rabbit will bite you. After the ordinary members of the Cronus pirates finished dealing with a group of pirates, Lulu shouted to a somewhat arrogant pirate captain, "Laozi is too lazy to talk nonsense with you unscrupulous pirates. Let me tell you that we are here to fight of. A pirate group can pay 10 million belly. If a bounty hunter cannot afford 1 million belly, just train with us." Jaffa buried his head very low. Coming from the East Daxia Sea, he had heard of the reputation of the Cronus pirates. This group of ferocious guys dared to kill even the celestial dragons. It is quite normal to collect protection fees from peers and bounty hunters. Many pirates started making a fuss when they heard this. To be honest, even the pirates who could enter the Grand Line with 10 million belly were not looked down upon. Bounty hunters don't pay much attention to the protection fee of 1 million per person. After all, in the Grand Line, which of these pirates' heads is not worth hundreds or tens of millions? The problem is that having money, whether as a pirate or a bounty hunter, is a dangerous profession, and most people are used to spending it all at once. This is the reason why Whiskey Peak is quite expensive. It would not be difficult for them to come up with it if they were given some time, but the Cronus pirates asked for cash. This would not cost them their lives. Except for a few relatively arrogant pirate groups who paid the protection fee and happily went to Whiskey Peak to drink, most of them were blocked outside Whiskey Peak. The pirate group with sufficient supplies set sail directly, but there was a group of pirates who had almost exhausted their supplies and wanted to come to Whiskey Peak to replenish supplies. Brothers, fight with them. Even if the captain of the Cronus pirates is not here, we may not be unable to win. Then a group of people responded, and they started fighting with the Cronus pirates. Together. William looked at the chaotic battlefield and nodded with satisfaction. He not only made cash flow for the pirate group but also trained troops. He is really a genius. Jaffa didn't want to be lumped in with this group of people, so he found a remote corner and started eating melon. "My friend, let me ask you some news. How did they start fighting? After Cronus and Van Oka arrived, they asked red-footed Tetsuo, who was eating melon at the side. When Cronus asked William to train his troops, why did it turn into a chaotic battle among pirates? Isn't this too illogical, or was one of his own being beaten by other pirates? Look at each one of them with a bruised nose and swollen face, and that guy William is still laughing on the sidelines. However, there were no serious injuries or deaths among the members of his pirate group. Jafo heard the sound coming from behind, turned around, and was frightened. Your Cronus pirates collect protection fees, but you, the real boss, are still here asking me why we started fighting? Then he quickly said cleverly, what's wrong with the Cronus pirates collecting protection fees for protecting Whiskey Peak? These pirates can't afford the protection fees, and they even started fighting with the Cronus pirates. I'm red-footed. These are the people Jafo dislikes the most. Cronus patted his forehead when he heard Zeph's words. Come on, if you want to recruit more people, it seems that there is no chance at Whiskey Mountain. However, Cronus did not do anything to William. Was there any overly stressful behavior? William did train his troops according to his ideas. Don't worry about whether it was done in an authentic way or not. He also got the money and the troops were trained. The more Cronus looked at Jafo, the more familiar he felt. I am also from Donghai. Jafo quickly took out the most expensive cigarette on his body and lit it for Cronus himself. My name is Jafo. I am indeed from the East Daxia Sea, but I can't compare with Lord Cronus. I only have one small boat to carry me with me. Dozens of people. Tetsuo? I stared at his appearance carefully. Isn't this Sanji's good master red-footed Tetsuo? Speaking of which, this guy also visited the Grand Line when he was young. Could it be that he bumped into him by such a coincidence? Speaking of which, he really still lacked a cook on his ship. After recruiting them, he recruited more people and built another ship. There is no need to be modest. Anyone who can come to the Grand Route has two brushes. Speaking of whether Jafo, as a fellow countryman, has joined my idea, I am very interested in you. The sea of dreams you want to find, Albule, must also have it. More help. Cronus invited Zeph. Jafo fell silent after hearing this, looking very troubled. He was having an ideological struggle, although he didn't know how his dream was known to Cronus. But there is no doubt about the strength of the Cronus pirates. Being able to kill the celestial dragons and still being here is enough to show the strength of his team, but this is also where he is most troubled. Killing the celestial dragons is no small matter, and joining them also means attracting Marine's attention. But thinking about it carefully, he has gradually lost hope in finding Albule since he went to sea. After all, it was extremely difficult for him to reach the Grand Line. If he joins the Cronus pirates now, his dream that was about to be extinguished will be rekindled in an instant. I was originally a pirate, and if I did it, I should try my best to fight in my life. Captain Cronus, I'm joining you. Welcome to the Cronus pirates, Tetsuo. Our pirate team just needs an excellent cook, and you will become a leader in the cook world. The ingredients of the Grand Line are still waving to us. Cronus he patted Jafo on the shoulder, looking happy. He didn't find an excellent navigator, but he found an excellent cook. As for Sanji's outcome in the future, he didn't care. Zepho, wait here, Van Oka, go and deal with these pirates. It's time for us to leave. Cronus ordered to Van Oka on the side. Chapter 21 Van Oka, choose one of the two classics, can't you choose this one? Van Oka nodded after listening to Cronus' words. Then the whole person quickly rushed to the middle of the warring parties and shouted loudly, everyone, stop for now and listen to my advice. We, the Cronus pirates, collect protection fees and are innocent. If you pay the protection fees, everyone will be better off. If you can't afford it, you can use the treasure devil fruit on the ship and anything else of value to pay off your debt. When William saw Van Oka rushing to the center of the battlefield, he instantly lost his fighting spirit. Let Van Oka take the limelight. After all, he just ate the weapon fruit not long ago, so he should be given full play. Some of the pirates also knew Van Oka. After everyone introduced each other, everyone also knew that Van Oka was the leader of the Cronus pirates. However, no one was afraid. Even William, the leader of the Cronus pirates, could not get any benefit from them. Of course, this is just what they think. Lord Van Oka, what you said is obviously to make us clean up and leave the house. We are not afraid of a real fight. The leader of the group of thieves gave up immediately. Van Oka listened carefully to the advice. If you really can't afford it, I have two ways to show you. One is to defeat me and prove that you don't need to pay this protection fee with your strength. The other one is that I will trade your heads for a reward, and I believe I can collect the protection money soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the pirate bounty hunters began to exchange glances. It seemed that the Cronus pirates had really treated them like pigs. Seeing their hesitation, Van Oka said impatiently, "What? Didn't you just say that you don't take our Cronus pirates seriously? You can't even make this choice." After listening to Van Oka's words, the pirates and bounty hunters couldn't help but complain in their hearts, "Have you chosen this? It seems like a classic choice between two, but is there really a choice?" Once all the pirates colluded, no one was going to pay any more and just did what they did. Several pirates glanced at each other, and then rushed towards Van Oka's position with the weapons in their hands. One of the pirates seemed to have some strength, and he was holding a huge mace. The mace was a heavy weapon, and most of those who could use it to make a tiger strong were strong players. Most pirates carry swords. After all, there are more guys who use swords. They came menacingly and aimed at Van Oka's head with a knife, but before they could hit Van Oka's hand quickly turned into a pistol and shot him in the head. The chicken and the dog are vulnerable. Van Oka blew the non-existent smoke in his hand while shooting his head. At the same time, he raised his foot and transformed into a cannon barrel, firing a shot at the player wielding the mace. The cannonball and the mace hit each other with a bang. It was obvious that the pirate still had some strength and could change his moves very quickly. Soon, an ability user among the pirates quickly approached Van Oka and detained Van Oka. "You are careless, Van Oka. The person who is detained by me will naturally form layers of shackles on his body. The activation of my devil fruit ability means your failure. I am the shackler of the shackles fruit." The shackled man is very confident. At the same time, he quickly activated his ability and turned himself into a huge shackles, which began to form on Van Oka's hands, feet, and head. What an interesting ability! Then Van Oka started to activate his own abilities, and exploded with a bang. Weapons, cannonballs were also a weapon. Art is an explosion. The shackled man was hit in the face by the cannonball transformed by Van Oka. The powerful shock wave broke the shackles he transformed into, and a mouthful of blood could not help but spit out from the corner of his mouth. As a devil fruit user, the shackled man's physical condition is still better than that of ordinary people. He was hit by an explosion close to the face, but his internal organs were shocked and he lost his ability to fight. If he could get timely treatment, he could still survive. Van Oka would not give him such a chance. He took the old guy Kyunlu off his back and shot him in the head. After firing the shot, Van Oka changed the bullet in a dashing way. The man holding the mace in the distance had blue veins popping out, and he planned to use the mace to flatten Van Oka. "Can you stop this mace after 30 years of hard training?" the mace pirate roared loudly. Van Oka would not let this blow hit him, and a jet of flames suddenly appeared under his feet and he opened the distance with a whoosh. The whole person's head instantly transformed into a flamethrower, and the fire oil instantly sprayed out from the flamethrower and poured it on the mace pirate's body, causing the pirate to scream in agony under the burning of the flamethrower. "Impossible, impossible, I have been practicing this mace for 30 years. Then he started rolling on the ground, intending to extinguish the flames on his body. But if it is doused with fire oil, how can it be easily extinguished? You have been training hard for 30 years, but you are not as good as me who got the devil fruit less than a month ago. The weapon fruit really surprises me. Van Oka continued to stimulate the mace pirate's nerves. The mace pirate couldn't stand the stimulation, and the flames on his body were constantly burning. He ran towards the port and jumped into the water. Soon he lost his temper. Let's go together, no matter how powerful he is, he will be exhausted. The pirates did not give up, and rushed up with a roar. Fan Oka turned into a killing machine. With 3 shots and 2 shots, more than 10 people fell down. After a while, a group of pirates were killed by him. At the same time, more and more pirates began to lean back. This is the god of death. You never know what weapon you will be killed by unless you fight with him. Fan Oka doesn't stick to hot weapons, and he doesn't mind taking him away with a machete if he's close. Lord Fan Oka, please spare our lives. The pirates and bounty hunters who were still alive around them knelt down one after another. At this moment, how can they have the high spirits that they had when they first entered the Grand Route? When I originally entered the Grand Line, I thought my path to fighting pirates was already open, so how come I still have to succeed in the Grand Line? But he met a ruthless man at the Whiskey Peak not far from the entrance of the Grand Route. It was his time and his fate. Now that everyone understands the rules, let's pay the money quickly. If you can't afford it, you can pay it with the heads of fellow pirates. We don't mind. As for how to redeem the reward, you don't have to think about it. Fan Oka has also seriously considered it. There are a large number of bounty hunters in Whiskey Peak, and some people have established a stronghold in Whiskey Peak to recover pirate heads. They can only make a profit from the price difference. You can get about 80% of the pirate bounty by exchanging it with them at Whiskey Peak. Fan Oka doesn't mind losing a little and get the cash quickly. I believe these pirates are still worth some money. After Van Oka finished speaking, the pirates who were originally bent on opposing the Cronus pirates began to think about each other's heads. Another burst of chaos. Master Fan Oka is really... Jifu on the side saw Fan Oka's fierce look and didn't know how to continue. Zifu, you don't have to worry about this. If you join the Cronus pirates, you will never take any money from your brothers. What Van Oka did still won my heart. If you choose to go to sea to be a thief, you will either be killed or killed. It's only natural. Cronus said with a smile. Although Fan Oka usually dresses like a gentleman, he is also a cruel guy at heart. How can I go to sea and become a pirate if I'm not ruthless enough? Cronus, William, and Van Oka are all such guys. Even red-footed Tetsuo, who is as good as a little white rabbit now, must have a few lives on his hands. Chapter 22 Another Logia. Fan Oka is here waiting for the pirates to pay the protection fee. Cronus was too lazy to waste time with them here and took Zeph back to the tavern. Fan Oka's method of making pirates kill each other is undoubtedly easy to use, and he doesn't have to get his hands dirty. In a few hours, Fan Oka collected all the protection money. As for those who could not afford the protection fee, they could just surrender their heads. Fan Oka took their valuable heads to the exchange office at Whiskey Peak to redeem all the rewards. Why do you say pirates can't collect bounties? Do you think the person in charge of Whiskey Peak dares to say that? Also because of Van Oka's record, bounty hunters who come to exchange for bounties at the exchange usually get a 20% discount. Originally, Fan Oka thought it would be good to get a 20% discount, but who knew that the person in charge of the Whiskey Peak exchange office was very smart and exchanged all the bounties in full. Van Oka even got a surprise from this group of pirates, the whereabouts of a Logia devil fruit. Of course, the authenticity has not been determined yet. This was also information given by a group of young pirates. Fan Oka also exempted them from the protection fee of 500,000 belly. Jifu tasted the delicacies in the tavern and kept making comments. As a professional, he was qualified. Then he borrowed the tavern's kitchen to show Cronus his skills. He was actively recruited by Cronus, but he had to show his value. The best value as a cook is to make delicious meals. Cronus ate so hard that his tongue almost swallowed it. It should be said that he was indeed a top chef who could open a sea restaurant in the East Daxia Sea. "Boss Cronus, what do you think I brought you?" Fan Oka said from the side while watching Cronus eating and drinking. He was not polite to Cronus either, and those who hadn't finished eating just started eating. Cronus the boss has a very picky appetite, and it must be delicious to make Cronus the boss eat happily. After a few bites, it was indeed delicious. It seems that the new cook hired by Cronus boss still has 2 brushes and will enjoy happiness on the ship in the future. What news? There can't be a celestial dragon waiting for me to kidnap someone? Cronus asked with his cheeks puffed up. William was the last one to arrive and quit on the spot when he saw the appearance of the 2 of them. "You and your men have worked hard to carry Bailey, but you are now able to eat it." I moved a stool and joined in the eating show. "How can there be so many celestial dragons waiting for us to kidnap them?" Fan Oka glanced at Cronus angrily. Cronus was addicted to fighting the celestial dragons, and he was now carrying a huge bounty. If they had appeared nearby, the celestial dragons would have escaped long ago. "I'm still waiting for you to kidnap the money. What a beautiful idea. You really think that Marine and the World Government's Intelligence Department are just shortchangers?" Although the exact location cannot be determined, Marine and World Government can still determine the range where the Cronus pirates are located. After all, without piao fruit, you can't leave any traces wherever you go. The reason why the Golden Lion is so difficult to deal with is piao fruit. What good thing is that? I'd like to hear it. Cronus swallowed the food in his mouth. "Look what this is." Fan Oka suddenly took out a treasure map. "Zhang Lun's treasure, what is this mess? We are not a treasure hunting pirate group." Cronus was stunned for a moment after seeing it, and then said angrily. Fan Oka covered his forehead. It was really terrible to be uneducated. Zhang Lun was a great pirate who conquered the sea 300 years ago. It is said that he collected a logia. When he died, he buried the logia with his treasure. Although I don't think much of his treasure, if I can get that logia, it will also increase the foundation of our Cronus pirates a lot. After all, there is one more logia devil fruit user, and our pirates the strength will also increase a lot. The logia devil fruit has extremely high combat power after being eaten, and there is nothing you can do about it if you don't know the weapon color. If the person who eats it has some talent and is better at developing devil fruits, he can easily have the combat power of a Marine Lieutenant General. There is such a thing. Cronus was surprised. Sure enough, a group of heroes will appear on the sea every once in a while. There were also people 300 years ago. Cronus took the treasure map and looked at it carefully, and then took out the sea map he had collected. After comparing it, he realized that it was not on the Grand Line, but on North Blue. Fan Oka, you couldn't have been deceived, right? The Emerald Island recorded on it is completely inconsistent with the nautical charts I collected. William had eaten and drank enough. If it were so easy to find, someone would have found it long ago, and it would be impossible for the treasure map to be passed down to this day. Fan Oka nodded. Even the reckless William knows this, but the captain doesn't. Okay, do you think he really wants to go? Cronus asked the 2 of them. Worth a try. The logia devil fruit is worth turning back from the Grand Line for this. Cronus nodded. It was indeed worth it for 1 logia. Then should we go through Upside Down Mountain or take the Windless Belt? I have no experience in taking the Windless Belt. To return to the 4 seas from the Grand Line, one has to follow Marine's example and take the Windless Zone, or cross over from Marie Joya. Of course, Cronus and the others cannot take this route. The merchants who travel all over the world and the Great Sea Route also have a secret passage of their own, but this is a channel for them to make money and they are not willing to show it to others. Cronus and others did not have too long to delay. Could it be that they have been waiting for such a merchant ship at Whiskey Peak? William and Fanoka suddenly put their arms around each other. Jafu, you haven't seen the captain's show yet, Have you? Maybe you can see it for yourself this time when you go to North Blue. Cronus suddenly realized that these two guys didn't want to. Boss Cronus, how did we get here from Upside Down Mountain? Did you pull us here from the water? Since we can pull us here with the current, it shouldn't be a big problem if we make it harder against the current, right? Cronus had a headache after hearing what they said. He was treated like a beast by them, but now that he thought about it, he had no good solution and could only nod in agreement. Jaffa watched them playing riddles, and kept muttering in his heart, "What are they doing? The Cronus pirates!" The newly joined Tetsuo and others carried out a wave of material supplies at Whiskey Peak and began to move towards the Upside Down Mountain. Looking at Upside Down Mountain from the end of the Grand Route is not that shocking. After all, the water in Upside Down Mountain flows from the top to the Grand Route. It looked like a waterfall, and it was governed by Newton's laws of mechanics. Then Jaffa saw what they were talking about. Cronus jumped into the water and transformed into a giant monkey monster. With one hand on his left and one on his right, he gently pushed the two boats upstream towards the top of Upside Down Mountain. Tetsuo was shocked. Devil fruit users can still use their abilities in sea water. He felt that his outlook on life was shattered. Is this the great pirate who put a bounty of 200 million belly on his head for the first time? Oh, now I am one of them. It turns out I am such a DK. Ha ha ha, what's all the fuss about Zeph? Boss Cronus's perversions don't stop there. If you had seen his perverted physique, you wouldn't be so surprised. William patted Zeph on the shoulder and smiled. Said. Compared to the people of the Tetsuo pirates who had never seen the world, the people of the Cronus pirates were much calmer. Although they were surprised, this was not very reasonable. North Blue, the sea water is constantly flowing back to the top of Upside Down Mountain, but there are two pirate ships at the top, looking unstoppable. North Blue was about to enter the mafia of the Grand Line, and his mouth opened wide when he saw the scene in front of him. Are all the people who have been to the Grand Line so wild? Then the boss of the mafia decided that he still had to settle down in North Blue and escaped with his younger brother. On the deck of the ship, Cronus lit a cigar and blew out a puff of smoke. It seemed that he still had to find a channel from the windless zone. It was not easy to carry the boat around like this all the time. Is there anyone here who is familiar with North Blue? If not, we can only randomly select a group of lucky pirates to lead us. Cronus asked everyone. Most of the people in the pirate group are from the East Daxia Sea, but there is only one Meow Meow. There is a middle-aged man under Jaffa who is a true North Blue person. He once traveled to the East Daxia Sea with a merchant ship, where his parents died and he became a bandit. When Tetsuo went to sea, he was subdued by Tetsuo, and now he is also a powerful fighter under Tetsuo. It's good to have it. It seems that North Blue's colleagues don't have much fate with us. Let's go. Chapter 23 Doflamingo. North Blue, Mignon Island. There are many sinful islands in the pirate world, and its status is similar to the Demon Valley town in the first half of the Grand Line. As well as the Beehive Island in the New World, the people living in these places are basically evil forces, large and small. There are no good people who can stay in these places for a long time. They are only filled with pirates, human traffickers, gangsters, and some criminals. But all transactions in these places are on the surface, and as long as you can afford the price, you can buy most things in the world. The Don Quixote family, a family that has just emerged in North Blue less than 2 years ago, has a large settlement on Mignon Island. It is said that the Don Quixote Doflamingo behind the Don Quixote family has a celestial dragon background, which is why it has developed so rapidly. At this time, Doflamingo was only in his teens, but his superior temperament was already evident. With short light blonde hair, black sunglasses, and an orange suit, who wouldn't be able to say he's handsome? Doflamingo's current clothing is still worthy of recognition, and he also has a carefree temperament. It's not like the energetic boy behind him wearing beanie shoes and tight pants. Thanks to Doflamingo's background as a celestial dragon, the development in North Blue has been prosperous, and most bosses with dark backgrounds are willing to associate with Doflamingo, who is backed by the Celestial Dragons. Everyone has a good gangster background, but Doflamingo has a white gang background like world government backing him, so he is much better informed than them. At this time Doflamingo is listening to Toripol's report. Dover, that guy Cronus robbed one of our merchant ships. The goods on the merchant ship are worth hundreds of millions of belly rise. While talking about Torbal's nose, he was shaking it up and down. Doflamingo waved his hand. Okay, it's just about 1 billion bellies worth of goods, I can still afford to lose it. Cronus is really an interesting guy, I'm very interested in him if he dares to do evil to the Celestial Dragons. Does Doflamingo know about Cronus? Of course he knew. After all, he had to know about the opposition to the Tianlong people at the first time. He wanted to get to know each other from the first moment when Cronus killed the Celestial Dragon, but because his base camp was in North Blue, now that Cronus robbed his goods, he was destined to be with him. Doflamingo didn't feel much about the hijacking of the merchant ship. A few 100 million belly was just a small change in his opinion. The important thing was the name Cronus. He has never forgotten the humiliation left to him by the Celestial Dragons. His good-for-nothing father voluntarily gave up his identity as a Celestial Dragon, and he has also fallen into the quagmire since then. But is that something he can choose? He can't choose. When he was able to make the decision, he sent his father's head to the Holy Land of Marijoya, but those hateful Celestial Dragons refused to accept him. Why are they so superior? Why don't they take them with them? Is it just because of their good-for-nothing father? Doflamingo is angry. Hey, Dover, do you need the family to find out about Cronus? Doflamingo was silent for a while. Although he was young, his mind was extremely precocious and he could think like an adult. Let the family's intelligence department look for him. It's no big deal if he can't be found. If he can be found, please give me a message. I'd really like to meet a young hero like him. I can provide him with some help. Doflamingo wants to make friends with Cronus, but Cronus is causing trouble for the Celestial Dragons, so Doflamingo has to support him no matter what. Hey, there's one more thing about Dover. Kaido, the great pirate of the New World, wants us to build a weapons production line. The price is at least twice the market price. Should we take it? Kaido is making plans to enter the country of Wano. Of course, if he takes over the weapons production line in Wano, he must keep up. The weapons production line is not something ordinary people can get. Doflamingo has connections, channels, and good reputation in the dark world, so he is naturally Kaido's first choice. Catch. Doflamingo is very interested in things that can make money. At the starting price Kaido gives, he can get a set of equipment from world government and sell it to Kaido. After 800 years, the world government has become seriously corrupt. Even Marine's arms are purchased from arms dealers from all over the world, and most of its own arms production lines are abandoned. It is better to buy typical products than to buy them at a much more affordable price. The cost of producing them in-house is even 30% higher than the purchased price. Who wants to do business at a loss? Just as Doflamingo and Toribal were discussing business with Kaido, Cronus and others have been wandering around North Blue for a month, looking around Emerald Island without any clue. During the voyage, they also encountered a group of merchant ships who did not know how to avoid pirates. The Cronus pirates could only reluctantly rob him. After the robbery, they found out that this was the merchant ship of the Don Quixote family. At this time, Cronus remembered that he was working in North Blue. Wouldn't it be faster to find a North Blue passer? When it comes to information, Doflamingo, a celestial dragon, can tell you the truth. A perfect North Blue local snake. Speaking of which, I had an encounter with the guys from CP0 in North Blue. Cronus sank several of CP0's ships and managed to escape calmly. The CP0 guys who came here are not particularly strong. After all, the CP organization does not have enough manpower. It is impossible to send a general-level combat force to keep an eye on Cronus. As for the North Blue Marine branch, they also followed Cronus and others, but Cronus didn't want to do anything, and the Marines of the Four Seas branch were still far behind the main branch. After a while, I was so confused that I lost track of him. If you ask CAO at the port of Mignon Island, CAO will arrive. 2 ships that were not too big came up from the port, but they looked so menacing that the local villains felt frightened after seeing them. I don't know where the big shots come from. Mignon Island will welcome such big shots from time to time. Even the big shots come to Mignon Island to buy things they need but can't buy outside. A small boat like this might be used by some big shot to travel in a low-key manner. The port of Mignon Island is not chaotic, and people will not be robbed by the surrounding villains as soon as they land on the island. After all, he was so stunned that his bones were still piled underwater in the port. William walked off the Brave with a cigar in his mouth and a cape on his back. It seems there is no such blind guy, otherwise I wouldn't mind loosening his bones. The weather in North Blue has been a bit cold these days, so Cronus also put on a large windbreaker and walked off the Brave with the windbreaker on. Do you think everyone is a fool? Who can come to such a sinful island without a pair of brushes? They won't take action without finding out the bottom line. If someone does take action, I don't mind letting him take a look at us. Means. In some aspects, the dark world may be more disciplined than the normal market. If you don't want to follow the rules, you must have strength. If you don't have the strength, just lie down and there is no shame. Finoka took his small pipe and blew out a smoke ring that he thought was high-end. Boss Cronus, shall we go find Doflamingo of the Don Quixote family now? Don't worry, why do you have to be so cool when you finally come to such a gold-selling cave? Otherwise, it wouldn't be a big deal if the money stolen from Whiskey Mountain and the Don Quixote family is just there. Cronus is a little worried. His subordinates will get money by themselves. There is nothing urgent to buy now. He originally wanted to save it to go to the capital of Seven Waters to change his ship. But if you think about money, you have to spend it if you keep it in your hands. If you don't have enough, you can rob a wave in the capital of Seven Rivers. I think you can still get enough money to buy a ship. Besides, I already have a lot of money in my hands now, so I can't use it much in a flash. William took out some of the Baileys in the cabin and shared them with everyone, so that everyone can have fun on the island. Cronus said with a smile. People will feel lonely when sailing on the sea. I am used to being single, but these brothers who follow me also have to find a place to cool off. Even the sage Confucius said that food and s*x are the nature of food. It can't be suppressed, and besides, pirates are meant to be carefree. As long as they are worthy of their own heart. We will not take the initiative to do anything that is harmful to nature. Jafu, who joined later, also received a share of the money. Even those of us who joined later have benefited. Jafu also had a smile on his face. Although he doesn't like beauty very much, having money allows him to buy more rare ingredients, some of which are expensive. He wants to cook all the ingredients in his life. Why are my brothers so polite? Cronus patted him on the shoulder. Under William's distribution, everyone received a small sack of money. They separated in full view of the public, and a large group of people formed their own small groups in 2s and 3s and walked towards the happy place of Mignon Island. However, the real bosses of Mignon Island also got the news immediately, but after some inquiries, they found out that it was the Cronus pirates who even dared to kill the celestial dragons. The original idea of wanting to take advantage of others disappeared immediately. If you eat black and white, it depends on whether your appetite is enough. Chapter 24 Roses are poisonous. Although the Don Quixote family has only been established for 2 years, it can still be regarded as a prominent gangster on Mignon Island. When Cronus and others landed on Mignon Island, Doflamingo had already received relevant news. I heard from my subordinates that Cronus and others did not restrain themselves at all on Mignon Island, and even shared the money in public. This really brought the faces of all the underworld figures to the ground. After all, Doflamingo's share of the money was his. Doflamingo has a great tolerance for the arrogance of powerful people. In his opinion, if you are powerful but not arrogant, you are really sorry for your strength. If you are not arrogant, how can you show your value? It is normal to be arrogant in front of yourself if you can send the celestial dragons to meet God. Doflamingo is very interested in Cronus and plans to meet him in person. Maybe the two of them will get along very well? Mignon Island, as a stronghold of the Don Quixote family, gathered information quickly, and the place where Cronus settled was quickly sent to Doflamin's desk. On the other side, Cronus, William, Van Oka, Zeph, and others planned to find a tavern to have some drinks, and waited for Doflamingo to come to them in person. Mignon Island is neither big nor small. If you were to find him yourself, what would you do if you were blind? It would be faster to wait for Doflamingo to find him on his own. If he robbed his things, Doflamingo would definitely come over and take a look in person. Speaking of which, he and the celestial dragon were really destined. Not long after the front leg killed the celestial dragon, the back leg came to find the former celestial dragon to inquire about the news. Cronus also kept sighing in his heart about his fate with the celestial dragons. Roses are poisonous, and it is the most popular tavern on Mignon Island. Cronus and others got the news after asking the gang members on Mignon Island, and then they rushed over and killed them. Cronus felt a strange sense of familiarity when he heard the name of the tavern. It seemed that even such a non-mainstream name in another world was still mainstream. If I open a tavern, I might make the perfume poisonous. At this time, there were many wine glasses, large and small, in the center of the tavern, some of which were beer and some of which were red, and the man from Cronus was sitting at the bar in the middle. The middle seat is usually reserved for the big gangsters on Mignon Island and some distinguished guests, but Cronus and the others didn't care about that, so they sat in the middle seat when they saw it was empty. The boss of Poisonous Roses was quite sensible. He found out the identities of Cronus and others, and personally sent them wine and a barmaid, and came over to greet them politely. Really or not? What sniper competition are you going to participate in, Fan Oka? Cronus was a little surprised when he heard Fan Oka's words. Seeing Cronus's surprised look, Fanoka took out his exquisite pipe and lit a cigarette. That was my childhood dream. Speaking of North Blue, I have long wanted to visit it. After listening to Van Oka's description, Cronus and others learned that North Blue is the place where gangs are most prevalent and where gun battles occur most frequently. North Blue also has an island similar to Rogue Town, which is the last stop on the Grand Line. A sniper competition is held here every 3 years. North Blue's sniper competition is quite famous among snipers. Fan Oka has been practicing sniper skills since he was a child, hoping to become famous here one day. I heard that the latest competition will be held in a month. Go. If you don't go, you won't be delayed too long anyway. If you find out about Emerald Island, we will go to Emerald Island first, and then we will go to Clint Island at the right time. Cronus heard Van Oka think. Go ahead and promise. In the face of the crew's ideals, Cronus maintains the greatest respect. Jaffa wants to be the greatest cook, Van Oka wants to be the top sniper, and William wants to be the bandit king. People with ideals deserve his respect. Aren't they brought together by countless ideals? Just when Cronus and Van Oka were discussing how to go to Clint Island to show off, there was a sudden bang on the door of the tavern. It was obvious that someone had kicked the door of the tavern. Everyone in the tavern looked towards the tavern door. If the person who dared to do such a thing in Rose Poison had no background, he might appear in a smelly ditch on Mignon Island the next day. Cronus and others were not affected, but they kept hearing someone calling the young master of the Don Quixote family, and then they fled from the Poisonous Rose. The Don Quixote family is also a prominent gangster on Mignon Island, and has an extraordinary power to intimidate ordinary villains. Cronus and Van Oka were still discussing going to Clint Island. Others were using guns and I was using cannons to show off and did not notice the anomalies in the Rose Poison Tavern. At the gate, a man wearing sunglasses smiled wildly and walked towards Cronus and the others with strange steps. The person in charge of Poisonous Roses personally greeted him, chatted with Doflamingo for a few words, and then quietly walked to the kitchen. At this time, Cronus and others also realized that the tavern was no longer so noisy. At a glance, they saw Doflamingo's arrogant walking posture. "Isn't this the target person of our trip?" the future joked Doflamingo. Doflamingo is very charming, with orange sunglasses and a pink flamingo coat. Plus that exquisite and stylish orange suit. He is undoubtedly a handsome young man now, but I don't know why his clothes later turned into the appearance of a smart boy. How much stimulation did you receive? Doflamingo's life was a successful one. If he hadn't encountered a cheating pervert like Wang Lufei, his life would have been smooth sailing from the moment he was rejected by Mary Joa. He is good at research and is good at dealing with interpersonal relationships. Who in the dark world dares not to give Doflamingo a face? Even when the celestial dragons of the Holy Land treat him, a former celestial dragon, they despise him in their hearts, but they still have to give him some respect on the surface. He treats family officials with great courtesy. As long as you don't touch his core interests, Doflamingo is a wise young master. This also gave him a large number of members who were willing to die for him. Phew 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 phew. What a rare visitor! Doflamingo said as he walked in the direction of Cronus and the others. Of course, Van Oka also recognized Doflamingo from the Don Quixote family. After all, there was once a celestial dragon who wanted to descend to Earth and live in peace with the lower class. This was a big deal at the time. Although Doflamingo is much larger than back then, the overall facial features still look similar to those back then. Come on, Boss Cronus, the real person behind our robbery is here too, maybe he's looking for trouble. Jafo is currently learning bartending techniques from a bartender. How can a top chef not know how to bartend? Seeing Doflamingo approaching, I was also surprised. But then he calmly continued to study with the bartender. I, Tetsuo, am a member of the Cronus Pirates. Now I don't have to worry about the former celestial dragon. It is my main responsibility to study bartending seriously. After all, he is in charge of the food for so many people in the Cronus Pirates, and having some excellent bartending skills can make the crew feel happy during the voyage. William originally wanted to get up, but was gently pressed down by Cronus. Cronus couldn't help but smile when he saw Doflamingo approaching. He is not as simple as you think. I believe I will become good friends with him. Chapter 25 Former Tianlongren. Everyone in the Cronus Pirates couldn't help but complain when they heard what Cronus said about fate. The previous celestial dragon who was faithful to you should have grass growing on his grave now. With his signature smile, Doflamingo opened a bottle of red wine and picked up a decanter. The red wine is worth a lot of money at first glance. It is a high-end product brought by Doflamingo himself. The whole person looked elegant. There were tiny silk threads hanging on the bottle stopper in his hands. The aroma of a bottle of high-end red wine overflowed when he gently lifted it. Pour the crystal clear wine into the decanter bottle, and then start to shake the decanter bottle regularly. Shake it a few times and then bring it close to the tip of your nose and smell it carefully. Cronus suddenly felt a power that he had never seen before, which was a force that oppressed people's spirits. Conqueror's dominance. Under Doflamingo Conqueror's domineering impact, the bartender who was still teaching Tetsuo his skills and the waiter whose rose was poisonous all fainted to death. Doflamingo's Conquerors has not mastered it to perfection, and everyone except him was affected, but Cronus and others did not faint because of their strength. Doflamingo came over with the high-end red wine he had just sobered up. Phew 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 phew, everyone, I brought my own wine. If you don't mind if I share a table with you. Cronus and others did not suffer from Doflamingo's Conquerors, but he really suffered from not mastering Conqueror's domineering power. If you master Conqueror's haki, Cronus will have to use conquerors to counter Doflamingo. However, after being stimulated by Doflamingo's conquerors, Cronus seemed to have a new understanding of conquerors' domineering power. He's going to try it out in private. It seems that most people's conquerors are triggered by an extreme situation, and they don't know when their conquerors will appear. Or maybe he doesn't have conqueror's talent in the first place. Cronus was thinking about some things here, but he quickly shook all these thoughts out of his head. Even if you don't have conqueror's talent, it doesn't stop you from continuing to become stronger. After all, he has cheat, and conquerors is just a manifestation of his willpower. Without conquerors, he can still have similar skills such as ghost energy. A living person can be choked to death by shit. I welcome guests, not to mention those who bring their own drinks. Please take a seat. Don Quixote Doflamingo, the young master of the Don Quixote family. Cronus made a gesture of invitation to Doflamingo. Doflamingo was not polite and gestured to the Don Quixote family members behind him, and then an ordinary member came over and wiped the bench in front of Doflamingo clean. Doflamingo sat down gently, and Torbil, Pika and others stood behind Doflamingo with serious faces. Doflamingo is a businessman and has his own way of dealing with people. He knew how to use conquerors' domineering power, and did not use all his strength. He just proved that he was qualified to drink at the same table with them. When discussing business with others, you must first prove your worth. This is eternal. He took a few clean wine glasses from the table and poured the red wine he had just sobered up for everyone. Then he made a gesture of please. I didn't expect that a big shot like you, Cronus, could remember the name of a little person like me. Doflamingo poured himself a glass of wine and took a sip. Doflamingo praised Cronus, and people like to hear good things. Cronus was not surprised. Doflamingo's move made the two strangers become familiar with each other instantly. There's probably no one in North Blue who doesn't know the reputation of your Don Quixote family, Doflamingo. After all, just this title alone can scare a lot of people to death. Doflamingo heard a vein pop up on his head when he heard Cronus' words. He knew that this was Cronus's dissatisfaction with his use of Conqueror's haki. He quickly calmed down his emotions and said, Dragon people, that's too high to reach. If you ask me to say that all the celestial dragons are like you, I really don't dare to kill you. But 800 years of high-ranking life has completely corrupted them. Among the celestial dragons, you are the one I admire most. Cronus, seeing Doflamingo being able to quickly suppress his dissatisfaction, he sighed. Doflamingo will not think that he can represent the celestial dragons and be the light of the celestial dragons just because of Cronus' words. Young master came to see me specifically. Of course, after all, there were some misunderstandings between us. Doflamingo said with a smile. Doflamingo is so precocious that it makes people feel distressed. Should he be said to be an independent child? He is obviously a celestial dragon, but he needs to deal with the trouble in person. It was in stark contrast to the bunch of trash on Marie Joya. There is indeed a little misunderstanding between us, but this small amount of money should be nothing to the wealthy Don Quixote family. Cronus did not feel guilty at all. Young master is ready to regain his position. Doflamingo looked at Cronus's eyes and found no tit for tat in Cronus's eyes. It was obvious that he was just joking with him. But even if he really wanted to have S*X with him, Doflamingo, he would not feel guilty. After all, he is the one-of-a-kind conquerors. Doflamingo smiled and said, Phew phew phew. It's only a few 100 million belly. I, Doflamingo, can still afford to lose this little money. It can also be regarded as a congratulatory gift for you causing a big event on Aegon Island. There is no doubt about Doflamingo's ability to make money. There are quite a few top-notch devil fruits passed down from his hands. Whether they are golden fruits or burnt fruits, it is enough to show how wealthy he is. Although it has not reached the latter level yet, a few 100 million belly is really small money to him. The young master is generous and worthy of being a big shot who can make his business so big. Cronus heard Doflamingo's words and gave him a hug. Doflamingo was choked and breathless but did not push away. Doesn't this mean that the relationship between Cronus and him is getting closer? By the way, Doflamingo, I have something I want to ask you about. Cronus let go of Doflamingo and said. Doflamingo's mouth twitched when he heard the name Cronus. When there were conflicts, he was the young master, and when there were no conflicts, he was Dover. He was really fickle. It seems that my face still needs to be tempered. Small problems, as long as I know everything, I will tell you everything. Doflamingo also said boldly. As for the line with Cronus, although it doesn't do him any good now, he doesn't mind continuing to deepen this relationship. Connections are always useful. As long as a guy like Cronus doesn't die in the hands of marine and world government, he will grow into a big shot sooner or later. The hundreds of millions of Baileys I spent were just an upfront investment. I am really an angel investor. Chapter 26 Emerald Island is an island under the sea. Dover, to tell you the truth, we came to North Blue to look for an island called Emerald Island. It is said that this island is located somewhere in the waters of North Blue. But after we came here, we searched again and again, but we didn't have the slightest clue. I wonder if you have heard of Doflamingo? Cronus asked Doflamingo. He didn't tell anyone that he had a treasure map. After all, the fewer people who knew about this kind of thing, the better. They also wandered around the waters near Emerald Island marked on the treasure map for a long time, but did not find Emerald Island. Ha 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 ha, what did I think it was? If you go to the intelligence market to buy information, you may not be able to find out. I have heard the legend of Emerald Island before. This is a quite legendary island. Doflamingo listened. The problem of Cronus was solved. Cronus and others' eyes lit up when they heard Doflamingo's words. Sure enough, Doflamingo, the North Blue local snake, had a few brushes. As Doflamingo spoke, he also ordered the surrounding family cotters, go to the station's database to find information about Emerald Island. If you have any, bring it to me. After hearing Doflamingo's instructions, Torbil dragged his body with a thick nose and walked towards the residence of the Don Quixote family. Torribil's body covered in snot and mucus gave people an unappetizing feeling. Cronus couldn't help but give him a big thumbs up for Doflamingo's generous help. Dover, you North Blue local snake really has a lot of skills. Brothers, bring all the Baileys that have been robbed from the Don Quixote family to my good brother Doflamingo. Cronus also ordered to the ordinary members beside him. He couldn't pretend not to notice Doflamingo's overtures. What he did was not authentic, but Doflamingo was able to share the information so generously. Although Doflamingo didn't know what he was going there for, he had to accept his responsibility. There is no reason to take back the Bailey that I, Doflamingo, sent away. Doflamingo waved his hands repeatedly. Then let me pay you for asking for information. Cronus interrupted Doflamingo. A little information is not worth so much. If you really appreciate me, just help me with good projects in the future. Doflamingo said with a smile. Cronus saw that Doflamingo was really stubborn and finally let it go. If he really goes to attack Marie Joya in the future, it's not impossible to bring Doflamingo with him. Cronus, I have to warn you in advance that the Emerald Island I saw in the information is not that easy to see. Doflamingo reminded quickly. Cronus frowned after hearing Doflamingo's words. Is there any special saying here? Doflamingo poured Cronus a drink and said, it's not that magical. You should know about Fishman Island. Cronus nodded. Isn't this an island under the sea? Is it the Emerald Island too? The Fishman Island is an undersea island 10,000 meters deep under the sea. The Emerald Island is also an undersea island. Fan Oka suddenly said from the side. You are really right. Doflamingo nodded seriously. Cronus realized something. No wonder they never found the Emerald Island in that sea area. If Emerald Island was an island under the sea, then everything would make sense. Emerald Island, like Fishman Island, is an island under the sea. However, the depth of Emerald Island is not as deep as that of Fishman Island, only 500 meters under the sea. But it also cut off the thoughts of most people. After all, there is no coding place in North Blue, Emerald Island does not have any special resources, and the pirates and marines of New World don't even bother to explore it. Doflamingo said with a dry mouth and took a sip of wine. Given the difficulty of capturing it, the island's reputation has slowly faded. It's just that Emerald Island floats once every 100 years or so. I forgot the date of the last time it floated, but it should probably float once in the past few decades. Every time you go up, Emerald Island is covered with all kinds of aquatic plants, which is why it is known as Emerald Island. Cronus felt relieved after hearing Doflamingo's words. Islands under the sea may be a problem to others, but to him it is just a small problem. Being able to use devil fruit underwater is so capricious. I have a detailed treasure map in my hand, and with the help of it, I can move freely under the sea. Finding the Emerald Island is already a sure thing, now we just need to verify whether there is a devil fruit in the treasure. By the way, there seems to be a Poseidon species living in that place. It's not that simple to dive into the sea to find it. Doflamingo continued. Cronus smiled and waved his hand after hearing this. It's just a small problem, the Poseidon class is just an extra meal. Cronus pointed to Jaffa not far away, we have the best cooks. For ordinary strong men, 500 meters under the sea, there is really nothing they can do against the Poseidon. But he was different. He transformed into the Wuzhikai form and tore it apart after a few blows. Doflamingo thought about his own strength, then looked at Cronus and others. For you, the Poseidon class is really just a small problem, but the Poseidon class on the seabed should be careful. After all, the sea has always been theirs. In the world, speaking of it, they are the masters of this world. Jaffa heard everyone talking about Poseidon. Poseidon is a high-end ingredient. High-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. I will make a soup for you when the time comes. Tetsuo has never cooked high-end ingredients like Poseidon, so it seems that he is about to unlock a new ingredient in his cooking dictionary. Haha, that's really a blessing. William's eyes lit up. Then everyone chatted together again, and Doflamingo also heard from everyone that Van Oka was going to Clint Island to participate in the sniper competition. As a North Blue native, he knows the local customs very well and has learned a lot about Clint Island. It is also recommended that everyone go to the Maldives, known as the Hot Spring Island, on the way to Clint Island. He said that the hot spring there has a healing effect on the body and mind, but there is a Marine branch base not far away, and Marines from the headquarters will go there to recuperate from time to time. You should be careful when going as a pirate. Chapter 27 New World. Powder Keg. Goa Kingdom in the East Daxia Sea. A marine hero wearing a cloak of justice, holding a senbei in his hand and wearing a dog-head military hat, said seriously to the phone bug in front of him, "What? Tell me to go back to the New World immediately. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are doing little tricks in the New World." On and on. No, I finally brought Long to Windmill Village to spend family time. You are squeezing Laozi's good time. Garp was salivating while eating senbei. His good son Long was a little confused about justice, and he didn't know how to persuade him. He could only combine his vacation with Long's vacation and planned to take Long back to Windmill Village to relax. I also like to run to Windmill Village when I'm in a bad mood, and Long must be like that too. He is not a qualified father, but he still needs to give his son some encouragement when he is confused. Now, he suddenly received news from Cyborg Fleet Admiral, planning to let him return to the New World to suppress the pirates. As a marine hero, Garp does nothing but chase Roger. Another important task is to station in New World and suppress the hateful New World pirates. But most of the time, he doesn't stay at the marine branch of New World. After all, He has two major hobbies in life, one is chasing Roger, and the other is grabbing donuts with Sengoku. After all, Garp likes to eat senbei, but his favorite thing is the donuts in Sengoku's hand. On the contrary, Sengoku likes to eat donuts, and his favorite thing is the senbei in Garp's hand. Dad, the water in New World has become muddy again. Long also asked at the right time. Garp patted Long's chest. You take a good vacation. Your current state is very wrong. Take some rest before going to North Blue. Cronus won't be far from there. After Garp finished speaking, he sprayed the phone bug again. There was suddenly no sound on the other end of the phone, and after a moment of silence, Garp, you know. Since Zifa's family was killed by pirates a few years ago, Zifa has now focused on teaching Marine's new generation. The Marine headquarters is indispensable for Sengoku, and now you are the only one who can go to the New World to intimidate Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. Cyborg Fleet Admiral's voice came from the phone bug. Cyborg was also very troubled. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido kept making little moves, stimulating the Golden Lion's nerves. Whitebeard was also restless and had some friction with Golden Lion. The current New World is like a powder keg, ready to explode at any time. The same goes for letting Sengoku and Ahe go to the Marine headquarters and leaving Zifa in charge for the time being. After all, Zifa is also a general. Sengoku and Ahe can take Sakazuki and Porosalino to New World for training. As for me, I will rush there immediately after saying goodbye to the folks here. On the other side of the phone, Cyborg kept rubbing the pen on the paper as he pondered the feasibility of Garp's words. It will indeed take some time for Garp to arrive, and I'm afraid New World will become chaotic during this time. After all, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have joined forces, and even the Marine headquarters must take it seriously. These are all the remnants of the Rocks pirates. Of course it would be best for Sengoku and he to go to the New World, but the burdens on Sengoku and he are not light. It is not realistic to stay in the New World for too long. The top players in the pirate world now are undoubtedly Golden Roger, Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki and Red Earl Redfield. The next level players are Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and Akoku. Wait. Although New World will make some big news from time to time, it has nothing to do with Marine. But now Marine has not completely lost control of New World, and it is impossible to turn a blind eye to such a thing. Let Charlotte Linlin and Kaido's alliance succeed. If you can make trouble and prevent their alliance. Of course Marine is willing. The Marine headquarters needs a general to be stationed for a long time. Although Zifa gradually retreats behind the scenes, there is no problem that Marine General will temporarily replace Sengoku. Going to the New World from Sengoku and Ahe can also scare the pirates in the New World. Bringing the two new generations of Marine, Sakazuki and Porosalino, to meet the overlords of the New World will also help them grow. After all, they are all General Miyoshi, Logia Devil Fruit users. Cyborg was silent for a while to make a decision. Then I'll do as you say, but I need you to resolve your personal issues quickly. I don't want our Marine seedlings to be lost in the New World. Garp was silent after listening to Cyborg's words. Long has a mission and it's not convenient for me to take him back. Even if Fleet Admiral does me a favor this time, you can tell Sengoku and Ahe that I will come back to treat them to dinner. If Zifa encounters a good seedling, I can help take care of it. I heard that there is a good little guy named Kuzan, and he can be transferred to my place for an internship for a period of time. A voice suddenly came from behind Cyborg Fleet Admiral. Who wants to treat you to dinner for such an inconspicuous person? You spend all day wandering outside, and the time to return to the headquarters is only a handful. Waring states, please don't talk nonsense. Didn't I work tirelessly to arrest evil on the sea? Besides, only when I came out could I create time for you and Ahe to be alone. Ahe's husband, you know. Garp expressed dissatisfaction. Long stood behind Garp, listening to what Garp and Sengoku were talking about and couldn't help but lower his head. The Warring States General liked the fact that Ahe was the counselor. Except for the two of them, no one in the Marine headquarters could tell. The saddest thing after the marriage of Staff Officer Ahi was also the Warring States General. 2 years ago, Staff Officer Ahi's husband died gloriously while suppressing bandits. The Warring States General has another chance, and Garp and everyone have tried to match him up, but the Warring States General, a straight man with steel, is really not good enough. Sengoku's face turned red. Garp, you can eat your food randomly but don't talk nonsense, otherwise I will enjoy those senbei you hid by myself. After hearing this, Garp immediately shouted, Sengoku, please don't touch my senbei, I saved it to challenge the record of eating consecutive senbei. Just eat it, I'll PS you off. The two began to spray each other on the phone bug. Okay, you're already a grown-up, and you're still arguing about such a trivial matter. Cyborg raised the corner of his mouth slightly when he saw that Sengoku and Garp were still the same as when he first took them. Please stop for a moment and do as Garp said. Let Sengoku and Ahe prepare tonight and go to New World tomorrow. As Cyborg said this, he secretly thought to himself, this is your old boss helping you again, so Warring States should be more confident. It's better to stage a wave of heroes saving the beauty or something like that. Garp, I'll give you half a month. After half a month, you must appear in the Marine branch of New World. Cyborg Fleet Admiral said harshly. After saying that, without giving Garp any time to react, he hung up the phone with a single click. Sengoku originally wanted to say a few words, but he could only stop after seeing Cyborg Fleet Admiral's actions. On the other side, Garp looked at the silent phone bug, opening his mouth wide and preparing to bargain. It's his privilege to hang up other people's phone calls in advance, but this time he was tricked by Cyborg. Hunting geese all day long, only to be pecked by geese. But I have to say that Cyborg Fleet Admiral is a bit disrespectful and does not give him any respect as a Marine hero. Do Marine heroes know what gold content is? Chapter 28 Doflamingo's Dream. Cronus was very happy to hear the news about Emerald Island at this time. The next time Emerald Island floats is about 2 months away. Clint's sniper competition that Van Oka was going to participate in was still a month away, so everyone accepted the invitation to the Doflamingo family's internal party without leaving in a hurry. Doflamingo is not very young, but he is very playful. There were many beauties at a party, and Doflamingo, as the centerpiece of the scene, was sought after by many beauties. When I was happy, I took the 2 beauties and went to the 2nd floor. Cronus, with the attitude of not having any fun, also took the 2 beauties to the 2nd floor. Happy time always passes quickly, a night of joy. Cronus woke up from a big soft bed. Lord Cronus, are you awake? A royal sister's voice came from the soft quilt. Lord Cronus, would you like to do some more morning exercises in the morning? A soft voice came from the other side. Cronus had a very pleasant night, but it was all content that could not pass the trial. Cronus is not the type with explosive muscles. He looks thin when dressed, but looks fleshy when undressed. Coupled with high-speed regeneration, your body and mind will be top-notch. They had never seen such a powerful man. Obviously they were not virgins, and Cronus did not have much psychological burden on him. Cronus came to a table made of nanmu and gently lit a cigarette. It's okay to be happy, but it's not good to be too addicted. Cronus freshened up and met with Doflamingo. How was Cronus' night last night? Doflamingo asked with a smile on his face. It's great. Your reception, Dover, really opened my eyes. Cronus was very satisfied with last night's reception. Phew, if you like, you can take those 2 sisters away from last night. Doflamingo said boldly. Cronus shook his head. If you don't want to indulge in such things occasionally, too much indulgence will only corrode people's will. Jafo is making breakfast at this time. The knife skills were dazzling, and a large table of delicious snacks was quickly assembled. That's right. Jafo is really blessed to have you here. You worked hard all night last night, and you can still get up so early this morning. Cronus looked at Jaffa with a smile. Speaking of which, none of them ran away yesterday, they all fell into the soft nest. Why can't I forget to cook? This is the guy who eats. Jaffa said. Speaking of Dove, do you have any dreams? Cronus also looked forward to Doflamin's dream and asked casually. Speaking of which, people will have dreams, but some people suppress them because their dreams cannot be realized. The sea is wide enough to accommodate everyone's dreams. Doflamingo was suddenly stunned. Dream. William patted his chest carelessly at this time. Although my ancestors, William, have been bandits for generations, as a bandit, I must reach the top and become the bandit king. Fan Oka touched his gun and it was self-evident. The world's best sniper. I just hope that my food can be liked by hungry people and be the greatest cook. Jaffa also suddenly interrupted. How come this scene of everyone chatting about their dreams is a bit warm? Doflamingo was touched in his heart. In the past, in Marie Joya, all the celestial dragons talked about was how to torture slaves, and dreams were both very close and far away from them. They can realize their dreams anytime they want, but is it really a dream? Doflamingo kept asking himself. Being a businessman and the boss of the dark world was obviously not what he wanted. The more I think about it, the more confused I become. Think about it slowly, Doflamingo. Cronus patted Doflamingo on the shoulder. He admires Doflamingo. Doflamingo is capable, and he also wants to invite Doflamingo on his ship. The dream is just a means to bring the two of them closer at a time. Doflamingo smiled bitterly. My spiritual world is really boring. I don't even dare to think about such things as dreams. Cronus, you haven't told me about your dreams yet. Cronus stopped the dishes in his hands. I, Cronus, will definitely become the king of the world. Every word was so sonorous and powerful that Doflamingo trembled in his heart after hearing it. What an audacious dream, king of the world. This is to subvert the celestial dragons and subvert the rhythm of world government. What a bold dream! But after hearing what you said, I have some ideas of my own. Doflamingo suddenly said. He used to be confused. It turned out that he only wanted to be a celestial dragon. Now he can't change his mind, but the celestial dragons can't accept him. Then set a dream for yourself. Overthrow the celestial dragons. I'm not afraid of you making fun of me if I tell you my dream. I once only wanted to be a celestial dragon who ate and waited to die, but Marigio wouldn't let me do that. Now I'll have a more rebellious dream and pull down these celestial dragons. Quagmire. Doflamingo somehow managed to speak such words to this group of people. Dover, do you want to join us? Cronus sincerely invited. Doflamingo was stunned for a moment and shook his head. Now I still just want to do some small business of my own. If one day you really want to be the king of the world and overthrow the celestial dragons, I will join you. Furfur. In this case, I wish us happy cooperation in the future. A pleasure to work with. This is a private banquet, and the people present are all people who can be trusted internally, and it will not cause any waves. But no one knows what kind of disturbance this meeting will cause in the future. Cronus and others are ready to go. With the help of Doflamingo, the supply of supplies to the brave and Tetsuo's cook was quickly completed. Doflamingo also gave Cronus all the intelligence information about the Emerald Island. Dover, see you next time. I believe we will be united in the future. Cronus said goodbye to Doflamingo. Then he drove towards the horizon without looking back. A group of daring guys, but it's really interesting and makes my blood feel warmer than it has been in a long time. Being a pirate seems to be a good idea. How about I also go to sea for fun in the future? Doflamingo thought as he looked at the departing hero and cook. Chapter 29 Trouble. The Marine headquarters moved very quickly, and the Marine fleet composed of the warring states General Ahe and the new generation Sakaski and Porisalino headed towards the New World. Marine entering the New World is not as troublesome as pirates, and they have to go to the Sabayati Islands for coding. Enter the New World directly from the first half of the Grand Line via the crane on Marie Joya. After entering the New World, it was like a fish entering the sea, and soon there was no trace. The pirates in New World are not too concerned about Marine's entry. After all, Marine still has these 3 marine branches in New World. From time to time, Marine comes to New World. Most areas of the New World have completely fallen into the hands of pirates. Marine's entry is nothing more than leaving a stronghold to show that Marine has not completely given up on the New World. New World has been the place where pirates and Marines have fought for the longest time in the 800 years since the world government was established. Within a few years, Marine was thinking about counterattacking New World. There was once a time when Marine occupied most of the New World. This was the so-called Great Marine Era. But the age of the Great Marine was very short in its 800-year history. Since the Valley of the Gods incident in Rocks, Marine's control over the New World has become increasingly weak. New World aboard Moby DK. Dad, Marine sneaking into New World this time has made the current atmosphere of New World even more depressing. Marco said to the Whitebeard on the side. No matter what Marine is doing, as long as he doesn't provoke us, we won't take the initiative to provoke Marine. Whitebeard has blonde hair and is strong. He is not the decrepit, half-buried old guy he was during the war. That golden lion guy's appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Now that the land grab has taken over our sea area, do you want to fight me again? Whitebeard has already won the title of the strongest at this time. The physical fitness is top-notch, and you can give full play to the shocking fruits. That golden lion guy really has the idea of dominating the New World. He even wanted to join forces with Roger many times, but he was rejected by Roger. I don't know what he is doing this time. Marco touched his chin. What came to mind next? Dad, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido seem to have joined forces, and they have recently begun to seize the Golden Lion's territory. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido have not reached their peak growth at this time and are not taken seriously by Whitebeard. They are all troublesome guys. They were like this in the Rocks Pirates, and they are still like this after we are separated. The first half of the Great Line is an unknown sea. New World is really lively. If I weren't looking for the historical text, I would have planned to do it. Roger drunkenly held the bottle and listened to the information Rayleigh had just obtained. Rayleigh looked at the drunken captain in front of her and felt quite troubled. Just after we left Rouge, he started to lose control of his mouth again. The captain is really a mistress. If Rouge doesn't get on the ship, I'm afraid he won't be able to stop talking. Rayleigh remembered that Roger was not like this when he was on South Blue Bat Lila Island. Rouge didn't like drunk men very much, and Roger tried his best to restrain himself there. That guy from the Golden Lion has never given up on me. How did I attract him? Can't I change? Roger was also a little irritated. He also heard rumors that the Golden Lion appeared in South Blue some time ago. It didn't take a second thought to know that the Golden Lion must have gone to South Blue to catch him again. Think about it, Roger is also one of the top pirates. What kind of things are he chasing after him? The marine hero Garp in Marine, and a haunting Golden Lion. I have to run away from anyone I encounter, but it's not like I can't defeat them. The Golden Lion's ability is so abnormal, how can he do it without running? As for Garp, we have a friendship. He is a thief and he is a soldier, so we can only sneak him away from a distance like this. Chapter 30, Hot Spring Township. North Blue, the Maldives, the world-famous hot spring resort. After more than 10 days of running around, Cronus and others finally arrived at this place. There are still 17 or 8 days left before the sniper competition on Clint Island, and Cronus and others do not intend to be idle, and plan to take a comfortable bath in the hot springs in the Maldives. By the way, practice your armed skills and knowledge skills. After all, these are all the work of a water mill. The Maldives is a fragmented island, sparsely composed of countless small islands. That's why it's called the islands. Although there are many hot springs in the Maldives, they are also divided into 3, 6, or 9 grades. The best ones are of course the top quality hot springs on the main peak in the middle and halfway up the mountain. Although the hot springs on other small islands also have good healing effects, some are too small to accommodate one person. There is no cure. The people of the Cronus Pirates look for hot springs according to their own preferences, and some like to share the same hot spring in a lively manner. Some people like to be secluded and find a quiet place to be alone. William likes to hang out with his old subordinates. If Cronus didn't know that he still likes beauty, he might also doubt his sexual orientation. Van Oka, Zeph, and Cronus all prefer to be alone. Everyone did not disturb each other, they looked for their own quiet place, agreed on the time and place to gather, and then dispersed. The hot spring Cronus chose was a medium-sized spring in a remote place halfway up the main peak. The area near the large spring was too noisy, and Cronus didn't like it. Of course, there is no distinction between men and women in the hot springs here, they are all wild springs. Cronus took out a bottle of sherry, a specialty of the Maldives. It is said that this is a fruit wine with a unique fragrance brewed from hot spring water. Ah! It's so pleasant. It's indeed a famous hot spring island. When I soak in it, it makes me want to sleep. Cronus stretched himself. At this time, a warship from the Marine headquarters went to North Blue to perform a mission. After completing the mission of North Blue, it also headed here, intending to soak in the hot springs to relieve its fatigue. All Marine warships are female soldiers. They are female soldiers under the command of Lieutenant General Ahe, Marine's Chief Staff Officer. They are considered the elite of Marine female soldiers. The female soldiers on the warship began to disembark one after another. Each one of them had a special aura that made people afraid to approach them easily. At the front of this group of female soldiers is a Marine female swordsman named Momuzagi Jun who is wearing peach-colored clothing and wearing a famous sword kinpura around her waist. Marine does not only have generals who can have their own special code names. As long as you have strength and your own distinctive characteristics, even a brigadier general will be given a special code name. This represents Marine's internal recognition and also represents Marine's internal focus on training. After Jun came down with the female soldiers, he rushed towards his secret spring. Speaking of which, she often came to the Maldives, but most of the time it was Lieutenant General Tsuru who took him with her. She joined Marine and Jun since she was a child without a father or mother. Lieutenant General Ahe has always treated him as his own sister, and Jun joined Marine early. In total, Marine's military service is longer than that of Sakaski and other future Marine generals. Good old Marine! Jun came to North Blue this time to inspect North Blue and see if there are any talented Marine youngsters. After all, North Blue has produced Sakaski and Porisalino. These two guys are the pillars of the future Marine. North Blue cannot compare to the peace of the East Daxia Sea, where gangs and mafia gather. From time to time, Marine has to send Marine generals from his headquarters to knock them over, and it is impossible for them to fully grow up. Marine had neglected the management of North Blue for a period of time, allowing the Vinsmoke family to completely occupy North Blue. This was a lesson learned. Another mission is to observe Doflamingo, a former celestial dragon. Doflamingo's identity is more difficult, and there are many officers within Marine who are unwilling to touch him. Only Jun in Marine has the background of Lieutenant General Ahe, and her identity and strength are sufficient, so she was sent here. Jun quickly found the hot spring hotel, got a comfortable room, took a few bottles of sherry from the restaurant of the tavern, and walked towards his secret base. She prefers to be alone, and it is enough to enjoy such things alone. Soon she arrived at the remote spring halfway up the main peak, which was just right for her to soak there alone and enjoy the healing and beautifying effects of the hot spring. I took off all my clothes and touched my tender skin, all the troubles on my body were gone. The spring where Cronus was located was not small, and there were many stones blocking it. When he saw that there was no one around, he took off his clothes. After all, you are wearing wet clothes when you are in a hot spring. Why is it uncomfortable? Jun also knew that no one was coming around here, so he enjoyed it alone. Perhaps it was because they didn't expect that there would be other people around, and the two of them were on vacation, so they didn't have S***X. Jun gently poured herself a glass of wine, and the refreshing taste made her breathe a sigh of relief. But when she glanced at it, there seemed to be a looming figure behind the stone opposite. Jun quietly touched it out of curiosity. In a medium-sized pool, Cronus and Jun stared at each other. After Jun saw Cronus, he felt ashamed and annoyed. This was the first time a man had seen her naked. His face turned red, and he threw the wine glass in his hand in the direction of Cronus without thinking at all. The moment she threw the wine glass, Jun regretted it. Although she didn't use too much force, an ordinary person would get a bloody head if the wine glass hit her. Cronus's eyes widened, and his beautiful body made him laugh out loud. Cronus didn't react at all to the wine glass thrown at him, or perhaps Cronus didn't care about being knocked down. The wine glass made close contact with his head with a snap, and then the wine glass turned into several pieces and fell into the pool. Only then did Cronus realize that he had been beaten. Although I saw something that I shouldn't have seen, it's a bit unethical, but it's a bit too much to throw a cup at me with you. With a kick of his feet, he rushed towards Jun with a slight wave of water. If you dare to attack him, you will have to pay the price. After all, he is a vicious pirate. Jun quickly wrapped the towel around her body. She didn't have the habit of being spied on, and she faced an elbow from Cronus. She quickly raised her hand to resist. Of course she couldn't take her famous sword with her when she was in the hot spring. The hot springs are steaming up, shrouding the surroundings with fairy mist. The two began to fight tentatively, and soon Jun recognized Cronus. Cronus looked at Jun with a familiar look, but didn't recognize him immediately. However, I briefly caught a glimpse of the cloak of justice that Jun put on the shore. It was a marine. The fight between the two caused the entire hot spring island to shake slightly. Cronus' strong physique has long been confirmed, and Jun is a candidate for the future marine general. Naturally, physical fitness cannot be bad. People in the nearby spring felt the vibrations around them, thinking that the volcano was about to erupt, and one by one they started to pick up their clothes and run out. Most of the hot springs are concentrated near volcanoes. If there is a vibration, it is almost likely that the volcano will erupt. After Jun found out about Cronus's identity, she didn't hold anything back. As long as he was a pirate, she was in charge. She also started to become fierce with her feet and kicked Cronus hard in the crotch. Jun's kick is covered with armed domineering. If North Blue's local pirates are kicked, they will be in trouble. Of course, Cronus couldn't let Jun kick his lower body like this. This would be his future happiness. He grabbed Jun's legs with his hands and lifted them up. Cronus also accidentally touched his legs gently. It was so slippery. Jun felt shy and was shocked by Cronus' rogue methods. Needless to say, this is the first time a vicious pirate has offered a bounty on the head of a celestial dragon. Jun felt it. Then he pulled out his feet with a sudden force, made a fist, and smashed Cronus in the face. It looks like he will beat Cronus until his nose is bruised and his face is swollen. Cronus reacted very quickly, turning his face to the side and dodging. Jun quickly changed his moves and planned to continue hitting the sideways face. When Cronus saw Jun chasing after him fiercely, Cronus banged his forehead against Jun's fist. Then he stretched out his hands and strangled Jun's waist tightly. He can feel the touch. Cronus did not kill him, even though he was a pirate and faced Marine's natural opposition. But he knows that Marine is indispensable on the sea, even though Marine has various shortcomings. Just like Roger has enough strength to fight against Garp, but when facing Garp, most of them end up running away. They all know that Marine is indispensable in the sea. Although they are pirates and Marine are harmonious to a certain extent. No one can live without the other. Jun suddenly realized at this time that both of them were naked, and the bath towel she was wearing also fell somewhere in the fierce fight. Jun began to struggle hard, but Cronus' strong physique prevented him from breaking free. Jun glanced down and saw a stick-shaped object, which was so big. She knew she couldn't sit still and wait for death. He suddenly raised his foot and stepped hard on Cronus's foot. Cronus felt a pain in his foot. Because of the pain, the strength in his hand was reduced a lot. Jun took the opportunity to start to break free. Cronus took advantage of this battle, and his mood improved a lot. I remembered who you are. You are Momuzagi Jun of Marine Headquarters. You are indeed a rose with thorns. Cronus suddenly remembered something and said. The mole at the corner of his mouth was not as deep as the original one, and Cronus didn't recognize it at the first time. Jun was furious when he heard what Cronus said. He had suffered a big loss. He is indeed a heinous criminal, and his character is so low. You have heard my story. Cronus frowned. Anyone who dares to attack and kill the celestial dragons. No one except you, Cronus, dares to do such a bold thing. But your courage is not that great. You attack Marine head-on. Do you think I dare not catch you? Cronus only reacted after listening to Jun's words. I, Cronus, am also a celebrity. We are enemies to begin with, and besides, didn't you attack me first? What a rude guy. After listening to Cronus' words, Jun realized that his secret base had been occupied by others in advance, and it was not Cronus who was following him. However, as a woman, she was the one who suffered the loss, but she still softened her words. You are a big pirate, why can't you be more generous? Besides, I have been seen by you, and it is impossible to apologize. Who cares? Cronus curled his lips. Apart from the fact that you killed a celestial dragon and have a bad personality, you're pretty good. Jun suddenly said with a blush. Cronus is clueless and has big question marks. Is it fair for you, an animal-type devil fruit user, to have a fight with me, a swordsman? Wait until I go up, grab my sword and get dressed, and we'll have another fight. Jun suddenly said excitedly. Cronus realized that he thought I was good and just gave me a label. The ultimate goal was to get me to agree to fight you again with the sword. Why not? After hearing this, Jun quickly ran to the shore and quickly put on his clothes. Cronus followed slowly behind. The reason Cronus agreed was because he wanted to see what the so-called swordsman's fighting style was like. He has never fought against a real swordsman since he went to sea. There are quite a lot of swordsmen, but very few can reach the level of swordsman. Not to mention the great swordsman. Jun waved the gold pira in her hand, forming a beautiful sword flower. Her momentum was constantly rising with the sword in her hand. Cronus also took it seriously at this time. It seemed that there was still a big gap between swordsmen with swords in their hands and swordsmen without swords in their hands. But Cronus wasn't too worried. Although Jun was strong, it was still much worse than Dragon. There are so many potential guys in this young marine class. Jun took action, and quickly stabbed Cronus' chest with the Jinpira in his hand. Cronus couldn't help but admire Jun's decisive and fierce fighting style. However, he reacted very quickly and his whole body, exuding an armament, collided with Jun's Kinpira, making a squeaking sound similar to the collision of metal. This armed color. Jun was a little surprised when he saw Cronus covering his whole body with armed color. He is indeed a vicious criminal. Cronus. Jun knew how to use armament haki, but most people would only cover the area where they collide with the enemy with armament color. And with such blind spot coverage as Cronus, he undoubtedly has absolute confidence in his physical strength and the number of armed colors. When Cronus heard Jun calling out the code name for which he was being rewarded, he couldn't help but curse, "You are the one who is evil, your whole family is evil." Cronus didn't like that name in the first place. What does it mean to be evil? He was just doing justice to God. Chapter 31. Where does Quinn want Run to go to Kaido? That's it. Let's fight this time. Jun waved his hands a little tiredly. Cronus's amazing physical strength is simply inhuman. They have been fighting all afternoon, and his own condition has declined a lot, but Cronus has remained at the very beginning. How can they fight like this? Cronus also smiled after hearing Jun's words, even if he didn't know each other. Good. Speaking of which, there are many pirates who have a special bond with Marine, but Cronus thinks that he and Jun will get along very well. Inside the hot spring tavern, Jaffa was preparing dinner, and Van Oka looked at Cronus with a strange look. It seems like the captain is getting involved with Marine again? Cronus faced everyone's gaze without any disturbance. By the way, are you Marines so free? You still have time to soak in the hot springs? Cronus asked Jun while drinking sherry. Jun rolled his eyes at Cronus. You said it as if Marine had to keep spinning for 365 days. You pirates can come on vacation, but we Marines can't have our own private space. We are human beings too. Cronus didn't pay attention to Jun's words. Ha ha ha, it seems to be right. Speaking of which, if it weren't for some special reasons, I would quite like to join Marine. Cronus was not talking empty words. After all, when he first crossed over, his first choice was Marine, but he chose pirates because he had no channels at that time. I don't believe you want to join Marine. Jun looked like he didn't believe anyone but you. Ha ha ha. Inside New World, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin began to officially confront the Golden Lion, intending to bite off a piece of meat on the Golden Lion's territory. Quinn originally had a great future in North Blue, and he was studying well in the North Blue Mads organization with Vegapunk, Caesar Kerrang, Vinsmoke Judge, Miss Bajan, and others. Some time ago, they were suddenly disbanded by world government, and Vegapunk was also taken away by world government, and the entire team was separated. The remaining scientists were also pursued and intercepted by the world government. Quinn, as a scientist who ate the animal system, the dragon fruit, and the ancient form of a Brachiosaurus, of course North Blue had to run to the Grand Line if it couldn't stay any longer. I thought I could prosper even if I raised a pirate flag, so I ended up in the New World unknowingly. Only then did I realize that the New World was also in chaos. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and the Golden Lion were fighting in full swing. Whitebeard was also fishing in troubled waters. He also saw clearly how much he weighed. He planned to find an organization to join, but if he joined the Whitebeard pirates, he would have to be his son, which was not his first choice. As for the Golden Lion's treatment of his subordinates, he thought about it again and decided not to choose the Golden Lion, even though he was the most powerful. Charlotte Linlin cares too much about blood relations, or else he can be a stallion for her. Although Quinn thinks she is handsome, she is also afraid of being squeezed dry by Charlotte Linlin. That's Charlotte Linlin, known as the Steel Balloon. I don't have steel balls to support me. It is widely rumored that Charlotte Linlin's husband will do anything to win favor. He does not want to be a male favorite. He does all these things all day long. He is a scientist. What's it like to study murder weapons and compete with other men for favors all day long? Besides, Charlotte Linlin also loves desserts. Anyone who joins the Big Mam Pirates will be forced to like desserts. If you like red bean soup, you can't join. In the end, it was the most suitable choice to go to Kaido. As a person with animal devil fruit abilities, I have the best compatibility with Kaido. It is said that Kaido also gives preferential treatment to people with animal devil fruit abilities. There are several capable people under his command, and each of them lives an extremely nourishing life. Kaido doesn't have many restrictions on his subordinates' hobbies, and they can enjoy red bean soup. Quinn decided to moisturize, but how to moisturize is still worth thinking about. Cronus and others rushed to Clint Island after spending a hot spring vacation in the Maldives Islands. Clint Island also started the triennial sniper competition. In the first round of fixed targets and the second round of moving targets, Van Oka was undoubtedly out of the circle. In the third round, pairs faced each other, using special sniper rifles prepared by Clint Island to hunt each other in the jungle. It's really frustrating. Fan Oka yawned. As the most prestigious competition in the sniper world, Fan Oka had great expectations from the beginning. But the contestants who came to participate were so inferior that no one could catch his eye. As for the final game, they had to find positions in the jungle to snipe each other. Fan Oka found a good place to sleep on his own. The sacred status of this competition is getting lower and lower in his heart. What did he look forward to when he was a child? This was just a show-off performance. The bullets used in the final sniper kill were also specially made bullets. They only served as a mark and had no lethality at all. For a sniper to take action, he would cause damage, which undoubtedly made Fan Oka feel a little uncomfortable. It was originally agreed with Cronus that the idea of shooting guns while others were shooting was completely eliminated. Why are snipers so inconvenient? A sniper who can only use a gun is not a good sniper. With the efforts of Fan Oka, she went as a bug and quickly won the championship with one shot. It's really a performance. It's such a pity that I didn't see you shoot at the opponent with a cannon. Cronus muttered as he looked at Fan Oka, who was holding the trophy without any enthusiasm. Who says it's not? I've been looking forward to it. I think it looks pretty good. Fan Oka is also very handsome. The winner of the 23rd Sniper King competition sounds very impressive. William encouraged from the side. It would be great if chefs also had a master of cooking competition. Jafo envied. In the world of pirates, it cannot be said that chefs are not important, but they are not that important either. The biggest significance may be to ensure the supply of nutrition. Some pirate ships don't even have a serious cook. If there was a master of cooking competition, Jafo wouldn't mind participating in it and becoming a master of cooking. Let's go, it's time to set off to Emerald Island. Then it's time to return to the Grand Line to continue our journey. Cronus said to everyone. Yes. Speaking of Boss Cronus, I think the development of our pirate group is extremely unbalanced. Tetsuo said seriously from the side. Cronus scratched his head after hearing this painting. How can you see it? Haven't you noticed? Our pirate group is getting bigger and bigger, but the problem is that there aren't even any women on board. It won't be good if it continues like this. Cronus suddenly realized that most pirates did not have female crew members. Women were inherently weaker than men in strength and other aspects. But Tetsuo's words also made sense. It seemed that it was time to find 2 female crew members in the Grand Line. Chapter 32, Arriving at Emerald Island. The waters near Emerald Island. Cronus and others arrived a week before the Emerald Island surfaced. The sea near Emerald Island is so clear that you can see the bottom at a glance. Of course, Cronus couldn't wait for the Emerald Island to surface before looking for it. He took the treasure map in his hand and swam toward the deep sea. Captain Cronus is really messing around. Jafo muttered to the side. However, no one was worried. The scene of Cronus carrying 2 boats for a cruise was still vivid in their minds. Boss Cronus, please remember to leave a whole corpse for the Poseidon species. I am very interested in cooking Poseidon species. Jafo shouted as he looked at Cronus swimming towards the deep sea. I'm afraid Cronus won't hear it and beat the Poseidon into pieces. By then it won't be that easy to cook. Should we chop the meat into small pieces and make dumplings? Cronus did not hear Zeph's words because the sea water hindered the propagation of sound. Cronus felt extremely at ease in the sea. The sea can indeed accommodate everyone. Suddenly, a Poseidon that looked like the king of the sea but was more than 10 times larger than the king of the sea of East Daxia Sea Windmill Village suddenly appeared in front of Cronus. Cronus also saw the Emerald Island that he longed for. The Emerald Island was like a green gem hanging in the center of the sea. The islands are densely covered with green aquatic plants. There is a branch connecting the bottom of the island, which is like a living plant. Is this a tree? Similar to Adam? Cronus exclaimed. The pirate world has all kinds of strange plants, such as the mangroves in the Bodhi Islands that can be used for coating. the atom in the deep sea that introduces sunlight to the seabed on Fishman Island, and the reason why the Emerald Island is able to surface every few hundred years. Lifted by a plant. Just when Cronus was sighing at the wonder of the pirate world, the king of offshore suddenly swung his tail and hit Cronus in the face. Cronus will not be careless. If someone like the king of the offshore doesn't pay attention, he might really block a part of his body in the new era. Although I can grow it with high-speed regeneration, if I go out without a few parts, my crew will laugh at me. Cronus was like a loach scurrying back and forth in the sea water, and then he hit the king of the offshore sea with his hands covered with weapons. He beat the king of the near sea to the spot. Cronus wiped his hair, although it had no effect in the sea. But he still wanted to say, "I will stand in the sky at this moment. To show my respect for you, the next blow will be a sure kill." Cronus didn't want to learn from Shanks and planned to kill the king of the Golden Sea directly. The weapon-covered hand on his hand struck hard at the heart of the king of the sea. The beating of the king of the sea's heart became clearer under the perception of the color. Just like that, the king of the offshore sea was completely turned upside down. Cronus was very satisfied with his move. He did not block a part of himself in the new era like Shanks. It seemed that he was still not aware enough. Additional meal. Cronus did not board the Emerald Island immediately, but carried the body of the offshore king and swam up towards the brave and the cook. A huge thing suddenly appeared on the sea surface with force. Jaffa and others had already noticed a shadow coming towards the brave and the cook. But the size of the king of the offshore still shocked them. Although it was not comparable to the giant Poseidons in the windless zone, it was still one of the largest in the world. It's not that there are no Poseidons in the four seas, it's just that there are fewer of them compared to the windless zone and the Grand Line. But in the vast sea area of the four seas, there are actually not many Poseidon species scattered here and there. Everyone started to get busy. The king of the offshore was floating on the sea. They wanted to cut the various parts of the king of the offshore to make delicious food. Jaffa looked at the king of the sea that Cronus had thrown up. The whole body was still intact, except that the flesh at the heart was slightly bruised, but luckily it did not affect the bloodletting. Then he used the watermelon knife to pull hard on the neck of the offshore king, but it was still not thorough enough. It took 3 times before it was over. Tetsuo selected the tenderest pieces of meat from the king of the sea and planned to make a boiled fish fillet. I also sliced a few tougher parts, planning to use them for barbecue. I didn't miss the fish head either. Although it was a bit big, I still planned to get some of it to steam. With everyone's help, the meal was quickly prepared. Jaffa liked watching everyone fighting for delicious food. People can never live without food in this world. The feeling of being hungry is really uncomfortable. He thought of his childhood again. A kingdom that was not rich could not even afford food. It was also that day that he met a benefactor who made him full. It was the first time in his life that he had eaten so full. That feeling of satisfaction was something he would never forget, and he vowed to ensure that everyone would have enough to eat, no one would go hungry in his place, and they would eat deliciously. Later, under the leadership of a wise king, the kingdom also started to solve the basic problem of food and clothing. From then on, he began to study cooking skills. It was only after hearing the legend of All Blue from people around me that I decided to go to sea. He wanted to see the legendary sea area where fish from all over the world gathered. Now following Cronus can be considered as unlocking some Poseidon-like dishes in advance. This feeling is actually pretty good. Zifu, no matter how many times I eat the food you cook, it is still delicious. Cronus praised without hesitation. Tetsuo's combat ability is considered weak among the cotters on the entire ship, but in terms of likability, he is the most popular among all the cotters. Neither Van Oken nor William, nor even himself, are as popular as Jaffa. Food is the most important thing for the people. This is an eternal truth. Jaffa likes to cook, so let him always be happy cooking what he likes. Cronus swore in his heart. What William likes most is the fat on the belly of the fish. The fat on the belly of the king of the sea is different from ordinary fish, with a fishy smell. Instead, the fish has a light fragrance of grandma and a touch of milk, which reaches the palate. It melted in your mouth after eating it, but as soon as William ate it, he felt that something was wrong. Wait a minute, I think I'm about to escape. After saying that, he hurriedly ran towards the toilet. I forgot to mention it. The meat in the belly of the fish may cause diarrhea because it is too silky. Jaffo suddenly added, showing a sly smile as he spoke. Damn! You old boy F'd me! William cursed, but his hand movements were not slow. He took off his belt and squatted down in one breath. An earth-shattering fart sound resounded throughout heaven. Ha ha ha! Fan Oka was also smiling happily. In terms of relationship, he and William had the best relationship. After all, William had been washing his pants for him for a long time. Chapter 33, Landing on the Island. Cronus dived to the Emerald Island and searched for several days, but did not find the legendary treasure. Although the overall area of Emerald Island is not as large as that of Fishman Island, it is not that kind of dwarf island. Finding it by Crossnose alone is still too slow. Cronus also gave up and waited for the Emerald Island to float, and the whole ship went up to search together. Captain, Emerald Island is going to surface today. Van Oka said to Cronus, who was standing aside. According to the floating rules given by Doflamingo, Emerald Island will completely float on a full moon night every 150 years. And tonight is the night of the full moon. Don't be anxious, just take your time and watch. As the moon rises slowly, Emerald Island also begins to slowly rise. During the rise, all the green water plants emit a faint fluorescence. As we get closer and closer to the sea, that sense of shock comes over us. Then fog began to form, and visibility in the waters around Emerald Island began to decrease. Looking at the scene in front of him, Cronus just wanted to say loudly, "FK." This is not in line with scientific logic at all. After waiting quietly for half an hour, Emerald Island completely calmed down. I have a hunch that this island is definitely a good place to hide treasures. Maybe the legend of Devil Fruit is true. Cronus said to everyone. This is a subconscious sixth sense, but Cronus thinks it is real. After all, it is such a strange place. If they didn't do anything, I would really be sorry that they had to wait here for a long time. Let's search separately. Everyone should have seen the treasure map. After finding it, everyone will gather near the brave. Cronus stretched his muscles and ordered everyone. Several simplified versions of the treasure map have been drawn. Although it is a bit abstract, it is not difficult to compare the complete rise of Emerald Island with some iconic scenery. Of course, Cronus holds the original chart. After all, as a captain, he always has some privileges. Emerald Island is just like the introduction. The entire island is basically covered by unknown green aquatic plants, and there are strange rocks under the aquatic plants. I don't know how these aquatic plants took root in these stones, but the aquatic plants are extremely tenacious, and as long as they take root, an area will be quickly covered. After Cronus landed on the island, he felt completely different from searching under the sea. There was a faint smell of moisture. Cronus had already explored it many times. While watching his crew exploring the surroundings of Emerald Island, he compared the treasure map in his hand and walked in the direction he thought was correct. William and Cronus were lined up side by side. William thought he couldn't understand the treasure map and his sense of direction was not as good as Van Oka's, so he planned to form a double row with the captain. If found, wouldn't it be that William and Cronus were found together? It's easy for William to go out and brag. The reason why he believes in Cronus so much is because it's not the first time Cronus has landed on the island. It is the first time for others to land on the island, so they will always feel unfamiliar, and the search will be much slower. Moreover, the real authentic treasure map is still in Cronus's hand. Captain, you said it only takes 3 days to surface. Can we find it within 3 days? William said, feeling something eerie around him. The two of them walked forward slowly as if they were strolling. The damp water vapor soaked their clothes. The visibility in the heavy fog was extremely low, giving people a sense of confusion. The water vapor irritates the surrounding skin and makes people extremely awake. I can find it. I have a feeling I can definitely find it, Cronus said with certainty. Of course, I was very worried about whether I could find Cronus, but I couldn't say anything depressing at this time, otherwise the more I looked forward to it, the more it would get. This is a magical law. Cronus and William were walking around like this. Cronus found that his abilities seemed to be able to disperse the heavy fog within a few hundred meters around him. A little further away, there seemed to be a force that was in conflict with his own abilities, keeping the fog shrouding his area. Cronus didn't feel uncomfortable, being able to see hundreds of meters was pretty good. Devil fruit is a magical thing, and countless people are flocking to it. The process of searching for devil fruits is also the process of devil fruits searching for people. Just like Vegapunk said, the obsessions in people's hearts create devil fruits. What kind of obsessions there are will lead to what kind of devil fruits there are in the world. There is darkness in the human heart, so there is the dark fruit, and there is light, so there is Nika. It is also a very idealistic power. Just as Cronus and William were comparing the treasure map and moving forward, they suddenly discovered an iconic stone pillar. The discovery of this stone pillar means that Deng Lun's treasure is not far away. This discovery made the two of them ecstatic. The stone pillar has experienced the baptism of time, and the cracks on the pillar have been cracked. But it can be seen that the workmanship is excellent, and this may also be left by Deng Lun. Deng Lun was undoubtedly the most popular figure of that era, and his name also made Cronus feel extremely familiar. Speaking of which, most people's names in this world tend to be westernized. But there are also slip fruit characters, such as Akoku in the Great Pirates, and Deng Lun who is currently exploring. There were several large crabs with teeth and claws next to the stone pillar. They were nearly half a meter in size and rushed towards Cronus and William. Cronus didn't move, and William rushed up and punched him. Covered in armed color, guaranteed to be pain-free. All the crabs were knocked unconscious by Lien. The strength is just right. When the time comes, you can take it up and let Jafo cook it. William clapped his hands with a simple expression. At this moment Cronus waved to William, and the cave marked on the map appeared in front of them. Inside the cave was the treasure they were longing for. The two of them just continued walking towards the inside of the cave with their heads in the air. That guy Fan Oka is still not as good as us. Ha ha ha. The further you go inside the cave, the more stalactites appear. The night was dark, without the moonlight, it was impossible to see anything clearly. A trace of lightning appeared from Cronus' body, and the cave was slightly illuminated. Animal-type fantasy beasts are really comprehensive. Cronus couldn't help but sigh. William also nodded hurriedly, it's better than my yuya fruit. In this dark environment, I am blind. Cronus is a bit funny. When did Logia drop in price like this? That's because you haven't developed it well. If you had developed your ability well, how could you have been blinded? Maybe even seeing, hearing and coloring is not as useful as your yuya fruit. Cronus said with a smile. William's ears immediately pricked up when he heard it. Most of his fruit development relied on Cronus's small ideas. I don't have that kind of imagination, but it would be enough if I have a good teammate. Boss Cronus, tell me in detail. As long as your yuya fruit rains, can you sense the water droplets near it? If you start a light rain and then use your own raindrops to sense it, can you basically see the environment in this area? Crow North thought of Payne's rain tiger free technique and learned from it. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? William patted his brain. Chapter 34 Special Devil Fruits and Devil Fruit Illustrated Books. I don't know what kind of plant Emerald Island is. The floating cave that should be flooded by seawater does not have much seawater at this time. Cronus felt extremely comfortable, but William didn't feel so good. He felt like he couldn't exert any energy. However, they still followed Cronus's footsteps and the two continued to walk forward. The excitement of treasure hunting kept stimulating the two of them. In this way, the two of them reached the end, and a coffin and countless treasures were placed on the ground. Cronus took William and bowed gently to this former great pirate. They can be regarded as being favored by this big pirate. The treasure Cronus here is roughly estimated to be worth billions of Baileys. He is truly a trendsetter of that era. There are many things of immeasurable value, many cultural relics. But most of them are covered with aquatic plants, are broken, and are not worth much. There are only precious metals. Even if it is covered with water weeds, it is still worth a lot of money to remelt the chain and sell it as gold. Get rich, get rich. William laughed, looking at the treasures all over the floor. Then the two began to search carefully. The treasure can be moved slowly when everyone gathers together later. The search for devil fruits is urgent. The two of them searched here and there for a long time but didn't see any devil fruit. Brother Cronus, can that legend be false? Deng Lun actually doesn't have any devil fruits in his collection. Logically speaking, if there are devil fruits, who wouldn't eat them directly? Even if I am a person with abilities and cannot eat it, I will still give it to my capable subordinates. Cronus frowned. Although William was not usually very smart, his speculation was not unreasonable. Where did we miss it? Coffin, open the coffin. Cronus suddenly thought of his blind spot. The surrounding area has been searched by them, and the inside of the cave is relatively closed. Although there is a suspicion that the devil fruit may have drifted out of the cave, it is generally not a big deal. The last place that was missed was Deng Lun's coffin. It seemed that even if he died, the lid of the coffin would still be lifted. If Deng Lun knew, he would jump out of the coffin and beat them both severely. However, what was expected did not happen. Cronus opened the lid of the entire coffin, and there was only a corpse inside the coffin. There are also two devil fruits, one is yellow and looks like poop, and the other is almost transparent and looks like a pile of small triangles. Devil fruit. It seems this legend is true. Cronus shouted. There are various legends circulating in the sea, half true and half false. Some people still think that Sky Island is made up by people, but Sky Island does exist. And Deng Lun's treasures are also being circulated in a small area. It seems that one of the logias is also real, but I don't know which one it is. Cronus picked up two devil fruits and looked at them. One of them looked more and more wrong. William turned over Deng Lun's skull. There seemed to be a book under the skull. William picked it up and flipped through it. Brother Cronus, there seems to be some kind of illustrated book here. There are many devil fruit shapes on it. William picked up the book and gestured to Cronus. Cronus felt that the yellow devil fruit looked like a very disgusting thing. Poop? Do devil fruits also have this kind of bad taste? Before he could even think about taking over the illustrated book from William's hand, 6 large characters "Devil Fruit Illustrated Book" were clearly written on the entire illustrated book. William really found a treasure. He didn't pay attention and almost missed an important resource. Devil Fruit Illustrated Book. Basically, some powerful forces in the sea will have one, but the number of devil fruits recorded in it varies. The ones with the most records are undoubtedly the devil fruit encyclopedias in the hands of the world government and marine. Most of the ones in the hands of the pirates are damaged and only part of them are recorded, but even these are what they worked hard to collect. Many countries in the Grand Line also have their own devil fruit illustrated books, but the records may not be as many as those in the hands of pirates. In the past 800 years of the world government, all the devil fruit types that have appeared have been basically recorded. This is the benefit of being a big force. There is an endless inheritance. However, having inheritance does not mean that you will definitely get it. The rebirth of devil fruit is random. Except that Teach can use the dark fruit to choose satisfactory fruits for his subordinates, even Marine can't make the devil fruit reborn in the Marine camp. I don't know how Teach discovered this characteristic of the dark fruit. The discovery of the devil fruit illustrated book will greatly enhance the background of the Cronus pirates, so that they will not be blind when encountering devil fruits in the future, at least they will have a reference. Cronus looked through it and found that Paramecia was undoubtedly the one with the largest number of records, followed slightly by the animal department, followed by Logia. There are also many people Cronus knows, such as hot fruits, spring fruits, and shackle fruits. The paper of the devil fruit illustrated book is obviously unusual. It feels like plastic. It seems to be a special kind of paper. Otherwise, after 300 years, the words recorded in it would not be clear. Finally, I successfully found the transparent devil fruit with many small triangles in the devil fruit illustrated book. This storage fruit creates a small space inside your body after you eat it. You can continuously develop your own small space through exercise. It is regarded as an auxiliary devil fruit. But one of the biggest features is that the items stored in the storage space of the storage fruit ability user will not have any passage of time in the storage space. Cronus couldn't help but think of Tetsuo after seeing it. It seems that this is really a devil fruit suitable for cooks. In the future, when sailing on the sea, as long as the chef develops it well, a chef will be a food warehouse. It's still extremely fresh. You don't have to go to nearby islands for supplies from time to time, which can greatly improve the sailing speed and the quality of life on the ship. He carefully collected the storage fruit and continued to look through the devil fruit illustrated book. Finally, I successfully found the poop-like devil fruit in the devil fruit illustrated book. There is a special devil fruit clearly written on it. And there are still different meanings as to whether it should be classified as Logia or Paramecia. Dung fruit. After Cronus saw these words, he instantly felt that the devil fruit in his hand was a little hot, and pushed the dung fruit into William's arms. The reason why the dung fruit is not defined is that if it is changed to Paramecia, it has the ability to be elementalized into Logia. If it is classified as Logia, there is no pure natural stool in nature. After all, it is produced by humans and various living creatures. In addition to elementalization, the surroundings can also be quickly assimilated into feces by themselves through contact with themselves. The more Cronus looked at it, the more he felt that this devil fruit was similar to Magellan's poison fruit. It's just that one kills the enemy with poison, and the other disgusts the enemy with feces. After Cronus found the information about the two devil fruits, he took William and the two back to the Brave and waited for Van Oka and others for a while. The people of the Cronus pirates worked together and completely emptied Deng Luan's treasure. It's another day to get rich. Chapter 35 Savor Jafu. Aboard the Brave. The Cronus pirates are distributing two devil fruits. Zeph, do you want to choose to eat the storage fruit or the dung fruit? Cronus asked Zeph. Although Tetsuo's chef pirates joined late, everyone saw what Tetsuo did. Although he also has a large number of helpers on the ship, as the chef, he is responsible for the meals for such a large ship. In terms of contribution and strength, he is enough to choose a devil fruit. Although Jafu is only a cook, his kicking skills are quite good. He is also practicing his weapon skills and knowledge skills. If he learns his skills, his strength will be qualitatively improved. Jafu was also lost in thought. He also roughly knew the functions and abilities of the two devil fruits. Although the storage fruit is good and will be of great help to your career as a chef, the dung fruit with similar abilities to Logia has a very high upper limit. I was tangled in my heart, thinking that I was not the material to become a first-rate powerhouse. I choose the storage fruit. I am really only suitable to be a cook. After Jafu finished speaking, he slumped down. As for who doesn't have the idea of becoming the strongest, he has been hanging out with Cronus and others for a long time, and he is not that unfamiliar with Logia. Cronus's animal-type fantasy beast is of course the best, and William's Logia is also good. Do you have any regrets in your heart? It seemed a little bit, but after choosing it, I felt completely relaxed. Zeph, all people have meaning, and chefs also have meaning as chefs. It's not just the fighting devil fruits that can reach the top. Cronus also saw the disappointment in Zeph's eyes. Although the dung fruit has various side effects, for example, after eating it, the whole body will emit a strong smell. This is the characteristic of the Logia devil fruit. After eating Kuzan's frozen fruit, his whole body becomes cold. On the contrary, Sakaski said it was unclear whether Porosalino's laziness was related to the side effects of the devil fruit. But how can laziness be related to guang fruit? Is this really a big problem? You should know about the shock fruit. It's a devil fruit eaten by Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. The reason why the shock fruit has the most destructive power is because the man who ate this devil fruit is Whitebeard. The upper limit of the earthquake fruit is very high, but is it because of the earthquake fruit that you become the strongest? Obviously there are some factors, but the most important thing is because the man who eats the zhen fruit is called Whitebeard. After eating the storage fruit, it might as well form a prison. Anyone you pull into the storage space will be imprisoned by you until they die as long as they cannot break your space. Why are devil fruits with space attributes not weak? There must be a reason why it was collected by Denglun, the great pirate 300 years ago. Denglun brought the dung fruit and the storage fruit into his coffin side by side. It can be seen that he put the two fruits side by side. The fruit with space, the gate fruit, is also a fruit with a very high upper limit, but it was only developed in a very average way in the original work. Ha ha ha. I'm quite open to this. It's just that development is more difficult, I just need to work harder. Jaffa said with a smile. It was obvious that he had recovered from his recent depression. Cronus and others began to help Jaffa to check that after eating the devil fruit, he would lose control of his power. Cronus, William and Van Oka have both experienced this process. The animal system will turn into animals unfreely, Logia will unconsciously release its power, and Paramecia will lose control of the body. Luffy couldn't control his body just after eating the rubber fruit. All devil fruits have different types and properties, so they will have similar side effects after eating them. Jaffa knew that devil fruit was unpalatable, but he didn't know it was so unpalatable. He should cook the devil fruit before eating it. Jaffa still endured his nausea and swallowed the devil fruit completely. This was an old tradition, and he had heard William and Van Oka deceive him that only by eating the devil fruit completely could he gain the most complete power. Cronus, Van Oka, William, and other crew members on the Cronus pirates began to laugh. Every time they saw a newcomer eating a devil fruit, it was a new experience. Jaffa felt that all his strength had been drained out, but a small space of several square meters seemed to appear in his right arm. Jaffa slumped down for a while to regain his strength, and then ran to the kitchen excitedly, boasting about the fresh fruits and vegetables. I can feel the slow passage of time in my space. But the space is a bit small now. Jaffa suddenly said to everyone. After listening to Jaffa's words, William patted his chest. It's all here, it needs to be developed slowly, but in the future, physical exercise must not be left behind. No matter how powerful the ability is, it needs a strong body to support it. Jaffa nodded after listening to William's words, saying that his progress was a bit slow, and now he couldn't even do the initial entanglement of the armed color. Cronus pulled William away. How do you feel, Zeph? Jaffa moved his body. Aside from some loss of strength, it doesn't seem to have any powerful side effects. That's good. Your future exercise can be added to your cooking process, so that your training will not be delayed and your cooking skills will not decline. Cronus suggested to Jaffa. It was a wise suggestion for William to ask Jaffa to exercise more, but Jaffa still has his own job as a chef, but a chef can also exercise while cooking. Knowledge is everywhere in life. Who said you can't practice knife skills by chopping vegetables? As long as you are willing to think about it, there will always be a way to find a suitable training method. Jaffa listened to Cronus's suggestion and fell into deep thought. Cronus can always come up with such weird ideas, but what he comes up with always makes people's eyes brighter. Jaffa is also thinking about whether he should get a chef's fist or a chef's knife technique. But he quickly shook his head. His hands were used for cooking. How could he practice such a thing? There's something to be said for doing a chef's kick. Fan Oka patted Jafu, who was meditating. Jafu, do you want to try your new ability against me? Van Oka also wants to know how a person with space abilities like Tetsuo fights. After all, there are all kinds of weird devil fruits in the pirate world, and there is no harm in learning more about them. Okay, I also want to try my abilities. Jafu readily agreed. He knew that he was no match for Van Oka. But this was just an internal discussion. If he didn't even dare to do this, why would he go to sea and become a pirate? When Zeph used his ability, there was a slight tearing feeling. It must be that the space in his body was not enough to accommodate me, so he did not pull me into his space. Van Oka carefully analyzed Zeph's fruit ability. Jafu nodded. The space in my body is still too small now, and I really can't pull a creature that exceeds the size of the space in during a fight. Jafu has his own ideas. When he expands the space and exercises deeper, his prison tactics may really take shape. There is no doubt that Cronus' idea can be successful. Pervert, if you had to take the initiative to go in, wouldn't you be able to get out for the rest of your life? William called him pervert from the side. Jafu shook his head. It takes physical strength to maintain the space in my body. As long as the people I pull in continue to cause harm in my space, when I lose my strength, the space will completely collapse, and the people I pull in will collapse completely. It will also come out of the disappearing space. All devil fruits have shortcomings and cannot be invincible. Creating Tetsuo's storage space requires him to consume a lot of physical energy, but the subsequent maintenance does not require much physical strength. But this is only limited to the fact that the space within the body is relatively stable. If someone repeatedly uses a force in the space within his body that the space cannot bear, he will disappear if he cannot repair it. There is no invincible devil fruit. The power of the devil fruit has a lot to do with the person with the ability. Come on, Tetsuo. Cronus encouraged from the side. Logia also has the shame of Logia. In Paramecia, there is also Doflamingo who plays with the fruits of the thread. After all, devil fruits only help you climb to a higher level, your own strength is the most important. Yes, in the words of Boss Cronus, only domineering power can surpass everything. Fan Oka also nodded seriously. Chapter 36 The Capital of Seven Waters. The city of Seven Waters is an extremely famous island in the first half of the Grand Route, famous for its tourism and shipbuilding technology. The city of Seven Waters is known as the Water City. It has a unique tourist scenery and attracts countless people to come for sightseeing. At the same time, the Seven Waters capital also has many of the world's top shipyards, and countless pirate ships came from the shipyards of the Seven Waters capital. The city of Seven Waters even takes over the shipbuilding business within Marine Headquarters and World Government. After all, the ships built by Marine Headquarters and World Government are not as high quality and cheap as those in the city of Seven Waters. World Government has thoroughly brought the essence of making to the extreme that buying is worse than making. The capital of the Seven Waters is also a node that many pirates must pass through on the Great Route. After all, most pirates want to challenge the New World, but challenging the New World requires a good ship. If you come to the Seven Waters city, there will always be a ship suitable for you if the price is right. When Cronus and others returned to the Grand Line from North Blue, they originally planned to go to Gaia Island to take a ride on the soaring sea current to Sky Island to experience the alternative customs and customs. However, I found out that it had not been long since the soaring current erupted, and the next soaring current would still be at least 5 months away. They didn't have time to stay on Gaia Island for 5 months. Every time they thought of Cronus, they would sigh inwardly. Luffy is really unlucky, as if everything is waiting for him. Cronus and others decided to continue setting off to build a new ship in the capital of Seven Waters. After all, there are many more pirate groups now than at the beginning, and the Brave and the Cook are still behind. On the way to the capital of Seven Waters, I also had a series of encounters with Long Lai. After Cronus transformed into Wu Zhi Hang Qi and slipped away carrying the brave and the cook, Long could only bear all the bitterness helplessly. At this time, Long also learned about the special features of Cronus Devil Fruit. This is an unusual guy who can freely release the fruit's power in seawater. The conclusion of seawater restraint ability completely failed on him. This conclusion shocked him. Cronus would always constantly refresh his lower limit of shock. Cronus and others successfully landed in the capital of Seven Waters under the guidance of the Permanent Pointer. The Permanent Pointer was also borrowed from fellow pirates based on their old skills. It has to be said that the pirates in the same industry are really capable. They have the Permanent Pointer of the Seven Waters capital that they don't have. I can only borrow it from them in a polite and courteous manner. As for when to return it, we'll tell you next time we meet. Cronus and others hid their identities at this time. One of them got a black coat and covered his head. As long as you don't pay close attention, you really can't recognize them at the first time. The residents of the Seven Waters capital did not pay too much attention. After all, there were many people coming and going from the Seven Waters capital every day, and many of them were wanted criminals with high bounties on their heads. There are quite a few people wearing black coats with hoods to hide their identities, so there is nothing surprising about them. Besides, most people come to the capital of Seven Waters just to build ships. It can also be regarded as a disguised way to boost the economy of the Seven Waters capital. As long as the residents of the Seven Waters capital do not encounter extortion, murder, or other things that threaten their own safety, most residents will not take the initiative to report it. Cronus and others found a restaurant and asked for a private room. They were reading the newspaper they had just bought from Newsbird. Of course, the specialty of the city of Seven Waters, the squid, is also indispensable on the table. After Jaffa saw the squid, he also went to the market to collect some. He also asked the chefs in the restaurant how to make the squid to make it more delicious. The chefs in the restaurant thought that Jaffa was here to steal his skills, and they didn't give him a good look at first. After Jaffa showed them a few times, they realized that they had met a real boss. He also politely taught Jaffa how to make meatballs, and Jaffa personally taught their cooking skills as a thank you. After Jaffa developed his abilities for a period of time, the space in his body tripled, and it was no problem to hold 2 or 3 people as a small prison. It's easy to decorate with meat and vegetables. The new world is really lively. Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and even Marine are all involved. It's really a mess. Cronus saw that the new world was like a powder keg on the news. Fighting in chaos, I can't help but sigh. Soon we will enter the new world, and then we can fight these big pirates on the sea. William looked excited. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin did gain a lot from this battle in New World. Charlotte Linlin has acquired a lot of territory and plans to establish Wangguo soon. Now she has started to promote it in New World. The Golden Lion suffered a big loss and planned to fight back, but seemed to get some news. Instead of continuing to tangle with Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, he used the ability of the Piao Piao fruit to rush towards South Blue with part of his air fleet. New World. It's such a desirable place. Fan Oka wiped his monocle. Don't worry, after we build the new ship, we will head to the Sabayati Islands. After coating there, we will enter the new world. It's time to announce our existence to the world. Cronus continued after eating 2 pieces of water and meat. Said. By the way, have you heard about any shipbuilders with superb shipbuilding skills? Cronus asked everyone. After all, when they first boarded the Seven Waters capital and went their separate ways, they had agreed to inquire about any powerful shipbuilders in the Seven Waters capital. Cronus was unlucky and didn't get any useful information. However, Cronus, a powerful shipbuilder, knew a Master Tom from the Fishmen tribe, who was the great shipbuilder who built the Oro Jackson for Roger. But Cronus didn't think that only one Fishman Tom could defeat the Seven Waters. Being a fishman, Master Tom does have physical advantages. Becoming a great shipwright through your own efforts deserves respect. But are there no other great shipwrights? Obviously it's impossible. The sea is huge, and there are many ships that can rival the Roger Oro Jackson. I found out about a few shipwrights, but I don't know which one to choose. Fan Oka said the information gathered from other members while eating meat. Tell me. Cronus wiped his mouth, picked up the drink next to him and took a sip. After Fan Oka finished swallowing the food in his mouth, one is Master Tom of the Fishmen tribe. It is said that Roger's Oro Jackson was built by him. Cronus nodded after listening to Van Oka's words. Master Tom is indeed a great shipbuilder. If he can find it, it is not impossible to ask Master Tom to build it. It is said that Master Tom also has Pluton drawings. If I have the chance, I would really like it. But if Cross wanted to grab it, he still couldn't do it. Although he is not a good person, most of the people he takes the initiative to rob are villains who have a few lives on their hands. Taking the initiative to attack ordinary people, Cronus, as a person with normal views, could not do it. Master Tom is the top figure in designing sea trains in the future. If sea trains become popular, it will undoubtedly make it easier for people in the pirate world to communicate. This is a great invention, and Master Tom is also a great shipbuilder who deserves respect. What's more, it can't be just Master Tom, right? Cronus saw Van Oka and didn't speak for a long time. Van Oka shook his head and signaled to William, there is also an old man named Robert. Half of his body is almost buried, but his shipbuilding skills are nothing to mention. I heard that he is still a user with the molten fruit ability, but this old guy is only good at building some steel ships, and is not good at making wooden ships like sails. Cronus' eyes lit up when he heard William's words. Although most of the ships in the pirate world are made of wood, he still prefers giant steel ships in his heart. This old man, Robert, is particularly in line with his appetite. Molten fruit users will undoubtedly have a huge auxiliary effect on the connection of steel materials on ships. And to be called a great shipwright like Master Tom, he must have some real skills in his hands. Okay. We decided to find this old man named Robert to help us build a giant steel ship. Cronus slammed the table to make a decision. Chapter 37 Dragon also comes to the capital of Seven Waters. After the dragon chased Cronus away on the sea, he inquired about Cronus on the way and planned to find a place to rest. By coincidence, we also arrived at the capital of Seven Waters. I planned to replenish the supplies on the warship in the capital of Seven Waters. I chose a restaurant and started eating and drinking in the lobby. By coincidence, this was exactly where Cronus and the others were eating. Commander Long, is it really okay for us to just drift around in the sea like this? Can we really catch Cronus? Long's adjutant asked, watching Long sit down and eat and drink. Why are you thinking so much? You have seen what Cronus is capable of. Devil fruit users who are not afraid of sea water are not easy to catch. The dragon continued to swallow the water and meat in his mouth. He has deeply understood the little tricks Garp taught him to catch people. Whether or not he catches people is not important. As long as you have enough waves on the sea, that's enough. Through his journey, he can also see for himself what kind of life the people on the sea live, and what does marine mean to them. In the past, most of the time it was just to complete the purpose mechanically, and going to sea was to catch thieves. As for most of the world government-affiliated countries that can afford to hire marines, Long only gets along with their nobles more and has too little communication with the real people at the bottom. If this is the case for countries that are members of the world government, what will happen to countries that are not members of the world government? Commander Long, Brigadier General Jun will arrive at the capital of Seven Waters soon. Long's adjutant said suddenly. Long, who was in a good mood, heard the adjutant's words and asked quickly, why is that guy from Jun here? Brigadier General Jun has completed his mission in North Blue and is preparing to return to Marine headquarters for supplies in the capital of the Seven Seas. I heard you are here, so I plan to come over to get together. Ryu recalled the scene of being teased by Jun. Jun dared to call his own father Little Garp, so teasing him was not a matter of course. No matter how awesome you are, you can be as awesome as your dad. To be honest, as an old Marine, Jun and Keiki have a very good relationship, but the last thing he wants to see is Jun. Do you want to meet up with Brigadier General Jun? The adjutant took out his notebook and prepared to record Long's decision. Let's meet her. Speaking of which, I haven't seen her for a long time. Long waved his hand helplessly. After Cronus and others had eaten and drank enough, they put on their black hijab cloaks, paid their bills and walked out. There were many people coming in and out of the tavern, and Long suddenly felt a familiar feeling and looked at Cronus's back. Why is it so familiar? Could it be that being played by Cronus has left behind some sequelae? Long covered his head. It seemed like he should find a place to rest. Chasing Cronus made him exhausted, and meeting Jun soon might make him exhausted again. His relationship with Jun is a bit delicate, and he doesn't know what to say when he sees Jun. Garp and Chief Advisor Ahe once brought them together, but the two have disliked each other since they were children. Also because of their matchmaking. The current relationship between the two seems a bit awkward. While the dragon was eating silently, Cronus glanced sideways and saw the dragon. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he was really a haunted guy. Cronus did not intend to attract the dragon's attention, otherwise his plan to build a ship here might be ruined. Are the guys at Marine headquarters all just idle Ronin? Garp chases Roger around all day long when there is nothing to do. Dragon chases us around all day long when there is nothing to do. Fan Oka also discovered Long and said in a low voice after going out. Said to everyone. Maybe this is the correct way for the monkey family to get along with pirates. Ha ha ha. Cronus laughed at the side. I seem to hear them talking about Jun, Marine who had a close relationship with Captain Cronus in the Maldives. William looked at Cronus with a wicked smile. At this time, Jaffa came over and hooked up with William. Speaking of which, the captain really has an inexplicable relationship with Marine. Don't talk nonsense. Marine is a soldier and I am a thief. How can we have a strange relationship? If the dragon catches me, I can't run away. That incident in Jun was even more of an accident. Don't spread rumors, otherwise I will sue you. Slander. You are slandering me. Cronus quickly stopped their nonsense. Hey! Everyone had expressions of disbelief. Marine is here, and the Seven Waters capital is a bit dangerous. The next step is to find a place to live in the Seven Waters capital, and then build a new ship after Marine leaves. Fan Oka said. Cronus was also thinking at this time. Both Dragon and Jun were there. The two of them working together might not be able to survive on their own, but with their own crew members, it wouldn't be a big problem if they really escaped. Looks like I need to find a place to lie down. But you are so depressed that you dare not speak out, and why do you feel so depressed? In the confrontation between him and the two of them, he obviously had the upper hand, but Marine's ability to move people was too strong. If we are really held back, it would be much faster for the Marine headquarters to support the first half of the Grand Line than to support the Four Seas. Forget it. Building the ship can be postponed, but we must first contact Mr. Robert and order a giant steel ship from him. Now we can also do some preliminary preparations. Cronus thought about it carefully and said. Then, without any further delay, everyone headed towards the shipyard company founded by Mr. Robert. Robert's shipyard was still the top shipyard in the Seven Waters capital for the past 20 years. However, because Robert is older, the orders from the shipyard are not as frequent as before. The reputation gradually began to rise from other shipyards. This era is like this. If you don't succeed, someone will. Time can erase everything. The location of Robert's shipyard is a bit remote, but at first glance it has an atmospheric feel. It is not far from the seaside, and the construction of the hull can also be concentrated at sea. After seeing it, Cronus felt that this was what a serious shipyard should look like. The location where Master Tom is located is full of rags, and is also known as the dirtiest and messiest place in the capital of Seven Waters. Although there were still two great shipwrights, Tom and Frankie. That was only because their talents were high enough. Shipbuilding is still a precise job, so the surrounding environment can't be wrong if it's clean and strict. The security guards of Robert's shipyard stopped everyone and only let them go when they heard that they were coming to see Director Robert to place orders. However, he also kindly reminded everyone that Factory Director Robert was old and would not easily take orders. He only let the apprentices under him take action. However, there is a big gap between the boats built by Robert, the factory director, and those built by his apprentices. Robert can be said to be extremely talented, but he is really not good at recruiting and leading apprentices. This is just the security guard chatting with them and bragging. Chapter 38 Supernova Moria. Build a ship. Shipbuilding, Master Robert. You don't eat steak? Then what do you eat? Shipbuilding. You like to eat water and meat, and so do I. Oh, it's useless. Cronus met Uncle Robert as he wished, but as expected, Uncle Robert was a little deaf. I don't know if it was because he was old or something, but the two of them didn't talk the same day. After a long period of communication, Captain Robert finally understood that they were here to build a ship, and they had to build it himself. We have to wait in line, young man. Director Robert was finally willing to put on his specially customized hearing aid. Q? No way? Is there anyone else in line in front of us? Cronus looked unbelieving. In order to ask Factory Director Robert to personally take action and build a large steel ship for them. They took out all of Deng Luan's treasures and what they got from other pirates along the way. Robert reluctantly agreed to build it for them. Yes, young man. There is a young man named Moria in front of you. I heard he is also a pirate. Uncle Robert said with a smile. Of course, Moria Cronus has heard of it. There is no one in the future Kaiwahe. Lusha got a super patch after he was defeated by Luffy and entered the advancement layer. And this guy Mariah Oda just couldn't bear to patch him. However, Moria has not yet been defeated by Kaido at this time. It is said that he was a bold hero when he first went to sea. His strength and character were good and he was not destroyed by Kaido. I heard that he is an excellent pirate captain who is extremely responsible for his men. Uncle Robert, aren't you afraid of us pirates? We are extremely vicious. Cronus teased the uncle. Unexpectedly, Uncle Robert nodded and then shook his head. If you don't follow the rules in the Seven Rivers, you will never get the boat you want. Besides, your uncle, I also know some fists and kicks. After finishing speaking, a faint-armed domineering look appeared on his hands. Cronus just wanted to say, damn it. This sea is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Can you believe that an old man from a shipyard actually knows how to use weapons? In the first half of the Grand Line, combined with his devil fruit molten fruit, ordinary little pirates really can't get close to him. Moria returned from foraging for food at this time, and was about to bargain with Uncle Robert, intending to lower the shipbuilding fee even further. Otherwise, when he goes to sea this time, he will be completely drained by Robert. Pushing open Uncle Robert's door, Cronus and the others stood straight and looked at Mariah. Moonlight Moria. The vicious criminal Cronus. Moria was shocked. How could he meet his colleagues even though he was building a ship? He was also a very vicious colleague. Cronus looked at the slender and strong Mariah in front of him. At this time, Mariah's physical training has not fallen behind. His whole person does not look like a bloated person from later generations, and he gives people a strong demeanor at first glance. I didn't expect to meet this generation of pirate supernova Moonlight Moria here. I'm really lucky. Cronus took the initiative to greet Moria. Moria looked at Cronus carefully, and it seemed that he was not as vicious as the newspapers said. Is the world government just doing some tricks? But considering that the Dracos were killed, It is reasonable for the world government to portray Cronus as a criminal who does all kinds of evil. Compared with you, a pirate supernova with a bounty of 200 million belly, how can I, a little pirate with 110 million belly, qualify to be called a supernova? Besides, William, the reckless man next to you, is also a supernova in this class. Compared with you, I am far behind. Moria also replied with a smile. It seems that Cronus is indeed not as vicious as portrayed in the news. Pirate supernova is not as popular as Luffy's at this time. After all, there is no such thing as Roger's sentence want treasure. I put everything there. Those with strength may not necessarily choose to be a pirate. They may choose to be a gang boss, or join the Marines and join world government. Moreover, the bounty at this time has not yet expanded. There are very few pirates who can reach a bounty of 100 million belly within a year of going to sea. But there are some exceptions for Cronus and his team this time. Doflamingo is not included because he has not received a bounty. Moria, Crocodile, Mihawk, Bullet, and William are their supernovas this time. Of course, most of them have not yet arrived at the Sabayati Islands and are still scattered across the sea. Are you planning to build a ship to go to the New World? Cronus asked carelessly. I heard that New World is very popular. I have long wanted to join in and take part in it. Why don't you have the same idea when it comes to building ships? Moria asked in return. Ha 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 ha. How did you choose your opponent? Cronus asked. Although we know that the opponent Moria intends to challenge is Kaido, but it must have happened after Roger was arrested. I don't know yet. I just plan to go to New World first to familiarize myself with the familiar environment. Moria also laughed, and then took out the drinks he had just packed from the restaurant from his arms. We are destined to meet each other. Would you like to come and have a drink? Moria invited. While chatting with Moria, Cronus finalized a manufacturing agreement with Uncle Robert on the steel giant's sword. He took out part of the gold he had brought with him from Jafu's storage space as a deposit. You robbed a vault, how could you carry so much gold with you? Moria looked at the deposit paid by Cronus with envy. Ha ha ha. There is a small harvest in North Blue. Have you heard of Deng Lun's treasure? Cronus asked Moria. After listening to Cronus' words, Moria understood that Cronus should have emptied Deng Lun's treasure. Deng Lun's treasure was not only known to everyone on the sea, but it was still relatively famous. Deng Lun has robbed many pirates in the past, and even some marine branches have not escaped his clutches. It is normal to have such a gold reserve. You are really amazing, you can even find such a treasure. Moria was envious. After all, compared to the steel giant custom-made by Cronus and the others, what he customized can only be regarded as a smaller version. This was only possible after he worked so hard to hunt for treasures at sea and search with other pirates. It is really infuriating that people are so different from each other. By the way, when we went out to eat, we heard that Dragon, the son of marine hero Garp, appeared in the capital of Seven Waters. Speaking of which, you and Dragon are old enemies. Moria then reminded him of the news he had found out outside. That guy Long is just like his father. He just likes to push others behind their backs and is always clingy. Cronus looked helpless. Ha 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 ha. It's a good thing that I didn't send General Marine to hunt you down. After all, you killed 2 Draconians in one go. Moria laughed knowingly after hearing Cronus's words. Chapter 39 Cronus Invitation. The two started chatting while drinking. Cronus felt that he got along very well with Moria, so he invited Moria. Moria, are you interested in joining us? Moria was stunned for a moment. To be honest, when they first met, Moria thought he would be a very difficult guy to get along with. But after chatting and getting along with him, I found out that he is also a good man. There is also an attraction to him, but now he has his own journey. As for the trouble of killing the celestial dragons, Moria didn't take it seriously. General Marine is not that scary. If there is a chance, he would really like to challenge him now. Of course, all this is because he has never been severely beaten and is just thinking about himself. Moria has had a smooth journey since going to sea. She has become accustomed to fighting against the wind, and she can always escape easily when Marine is chasing her. Moria shook his head. No, although we can indeed chat, I still have to refuse. I also have my own partners, and they want to watch me climb to the top step by step. There is no doubt about Moria's personality charm at this time, and every one of his crew members is willing to die for him. Now Moria undoubtedly wants to climb the peak himself. Although Cronus had regrets when he heard this, he still waved his hand generously. That's really a pity, but don't miss my wine when you meet on the sea in the future. Ha ha ha. Of course. Moria picked up the wine in the glass and drank it with Cronus. You can find Deng Luan's treasures. Have you ever gone to the Sky Island to see the Sky Island before you go to the capital of Seven Waters? I don't know if the Sky Island is real. Moria, slightly drunk, blew towards Cronus. The cow comes. Is it an empty island? I haven't been there yet. But I do believe that the empty island is real. Do you believe it? Cronus and Moria looked at each other. Condeo, something so counterintuitive doesn't exist in my first impression. However, I have seen too many unreasonable things since I went to sea, and now I believe that empty islands exist. Moria looked at Cronus's passionate eyes towards her. Although he knew that Cronus wanted to invite him, he still quickly looked away. The look between the two of them is not about fighting, but about telling a different story, the kind that won't pass the trial. Moria felt that her sexual orientation was normal, but she still shuddered unconsciously. Along the way, Moria has seen the upside-down mountain, the weather that changes at every turn along the Grand Line, the windless zone where there is no wind in all seasons, and the ability of the shadow fruit that he possesses. All of this proves the magic of this sea, and it is possible for empty islands to exist. The two of them talked about their dreams and what they saw and heard. William, Van Oka, Zeph, and some of Moria's crew members also participated. At this moment, a cotter under Moria suddenly ran in. Captain Moria, our whereabouts were discovered by Marine. They will be chasing us soon. Should we avoid it first? Moria looked a little embarrassed at this time. Speaking of which, Marine was caused by his subordinates. Moria's cotters also noticed Cronus at this time, but before he could speak, Moria spoke. Then there is no need to delay, so let's run away first. Anyway, we've given you the deposit. And we'll just wait for Director Robert to slowly build it up for us. Cronus also wanted to see who was in the Marines chasing Moria at this time, so he asked, who among the Marines are there? They can make our supernova pirates escape hastily. The cotters under Moria said angrily, speaking of which, this matter has something to do with your Kronos pirates. The ones chasing us are Ryu and Jun from Marine headquarters. Cronus was a little embarrassed when he heard this. Isn't this the dragon that has been chasing him? Why did the people who met Moria now start fighting with their people? Let's run away quickly. Otherwise, it won't be good to be blocked by these two guys. Cronus also said to the people next to him. Being a pirate and being chased by a Marine is not a shameful thing. No matter how good you are as a pirate, you still have to run sometimes when faced with the behemoth Marine. Cronus and Maria are both experts at this. The two people hurriedly told Captain Robert to purchase some of the required materials first. Wait until they slip out of Marine and come over to monitor the progress while settling other progress payments. The pirate ship Cronus wants to build is a giant steel ship that can accommodate 1,000 people at a time. If it is paid in one lump sum, he is also afraid that Robert will get the money and run away. Just as Cronus was leading everyone to run away, he saw a large group of Marines charging towards them menacingly. Marine, who is extremely Yang, is also mixed with a group of female soldiers, and those female soldiers are undoubtedly Jun soldiers. The leader is none other than Ryuwa Jun. There were even many CP agents standing next to the two of them, and it was obvious that they had obtained some information. Cronus felt bad inside. He was familiar with those CP agents, but it was the first time he saw the leading blonde woman. He rubbed his eyes and took a closer look. Isn't this the second generation of the vampire fruit, Stussy? Stussy is very troubled. She has a small task recently, which is also the most important part of her becoming a full-time employee. Stussy is an agent who joined CP in the past 2 years as a clone of Miss Bajan. Her strength is outstanding, and she quickly got into CP0 and became a trainee cadre of CP0. As a trainee cadre, she was dispatched to cooperate with the dragon in capturing the Draconian killer Cronus. This was a murderer who dared to kill the Draconian in the street. Stussy's identity as a clone is not clear to anyone, but he is undoubtedly successful as a spy. But Cronus knows it, and Stussy can't underestimate it. As a clone of Miss Bajan is a crew member of the Rocks Pirates. Although he is a scientist, his own strength must not be underestimated. When Stussy arrived at the capital of Seven Waters, she originally just wanted to take a rest, travel by the way, and share information with the dragon. Although CP and Marine are enemies of each other, there are times when they cooperate with each other. Unexpectedly, I got information from the dragon and discovered that Cronus was in the capital of Seven Waters. Speaking of which, it was Jun's credit for discovering Cronus in the capital of the Seven Waters. When Jun was about to make supplies, he suddenly spotted the Kronos pirate's cook. She did not pursue him but just kept it secretly in her mind. After meeting the dragon at the restaurant, the two people who were still awkward at first hit it off after talking about Cronus. The awkward atmosphere disappeared as soon as Cronus and the others united, and Ryu and Jun felt at this moment that each other was doing a good job. Jun is here to avenge himself for taking a bath in the hot springs, and Ryu is here to complete his mission. Most of the pirates who came to the Seven Waters city came to build new ships. The two speculated that Cronus might be no exception. By the way, I speculated that the ships that pirates like Cronus want to build are undoubtedly top-notch ones. They have basically searched all the top shipwrights in the capital of Seven Waters. Robert the shipwright, this is the last place. Who knows that we can still see the leaders of the Moria pirates with bounties on their backs halfway. Taking advantage of the situation, I plan to serve them all here. Speaking of which, Moria still suffered from Cronus. These people were all attracted by Cronus. Chapter 40 Moria, let's run away while Marine isn't paying attention. Cronus is indeed you. The dragon saw Cronus at a glance, and he was worthy of being so skillful in escaping. While shouting and exerting force, the whole person rose into the air and rushed towards Cronus' position. Dragon! We meet again. Seeing that the dragon was staring at him, Cronus had to turn around and say hello. Damn Cronus, you only noticed the dragon, but not me. Jun gritted his teeth at the side. Maybe this is the anger of a woman being ignored. He didn't talk to Cronus about the morality of the world, and planned to besiege him with the dragon. With the Jinpai Lao in his hand, he directly pulled it out from the air and slashed in the direction of Cronus. Pink wings. It's really lively. We CP people can't lag behind. Stussy suddenly exerted force on her feet, and the finger gun in her hand began to charge up, intending to poke a few holes in Cronus. As a CP, her 6 style skills are pretty good. She feels like a tiger in a tiger. When you besiege, do you respect martial ethics? Cronus didn't dare to be careless, he just kicked in the direction where the dragon was coming. Then he quickly adjusted his posture, sprayed a torrent of water from his mouth to meet Jun's slash, and then he and Stussy struggled together. Moria took a look at the battle situation over there and felt happy. It turned out they were not here to find him. Quick, let's run before Marine notices us. Moria's cadres nodded, and just when Moria was about to run away, Fan Oka pushed up his glasses. A sniper rifle was quickly transformed into his hand, and he fired a shot in the direction of the dragon. Long reacted quickly and dodged the shot. However, Van Oka would not give up easily like this, and faced the marine present with a round of crazy output. William also rolled up his sleeves and prepared to join the battlefield. William, lure people towards us and give our supernova Moria a little more weight. How much does it damage the supernova's reputation by running away like this? Van Oka suddenly spoke and said to William. William instantly understood that this was Van Oka's plan to drag Moria into the battle. The muddy the water, the better it is to fish in troubled waters. You are indeed bad at heart. But I like it. William rolled up his sleeves and laughed. The elemental William turned into a thin stream and quickly entangled the dragon who was about to attack Cronus. Isn't Captain Cronus fighting alone? The dragon obviously also noticed William and turned into a breeze. Then let me see what kind of strength the other members of the Cronus pirates have. Long had only fought against Cronus, but he didn't dare to be careless about William, a Logia user. The two began to fight together, and Logia's energy began to conflict. William pretended to be defeated and started to fall in the direction of Moria. Hold the grass. Cronus's men are really not good guys. I actually thought they were good. I really made a mistake. Moria looked at William, who fell at his feet and felt that he might not be able to leave so easily. William, this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, thought he was an honest person, but now he seems to be the most evil. Wouldn't his conscience hurt if he lures people to him? Shadow Bat. Moria's shadow turned into numerous bats and began to intercept the attacking dragon. The scene was in chaos. Holy crap! How much hatred do I have against you, Marine and CP? That guy Moria is right next to you, so you just send some trash fish, but I'm facing a siege. Cronus saw the dragon. The fight with Moria ended at the touch of a button. He rushed towards him again, while Ryu and Jun's adjutant were stopping Moria. This is obviously much better than my own treatment. Jafo looked at the chaotic battlefield in front of him and wisely picked a few CPS who were not too strong. Using his ability to store fruits, he beat the CP members to a pulp. The CP members were also extremely uncomfortable. They entered a small closed space for a while, and then came out again and changed people. Then 2 or 3 people take turns squatting in a small dark room. Immune to death is annoying but disgusting. Jafo knew that his space could not accommodate too many people at once, otherwise he would not be able to bear the trouble they would cause to his space. So he came up with this disgusting style of fighting. Anyone who wanted to attack him would be dragged into the dark room. I have to say, this style of play is quite good. Judging from the expressions of the CPS in front of me, they must be disgusting. Cronus was thinking while thinking at the same time. If he continues to fight with Marine and CP like this, the worst thing will happen to him. Although Tetsuo's strength has improved after eating the devil fruit, he will definitely be overwhelmed by the long-term wheel battle. Besides, the situation on the Brave and the Cook is still unclear. While fighting with everyone, he moved in the direction of Van Oka. Captain Cronus seems to be under a lot of pressure. Van Oka said jokingly to Cronus as he saw that Cronus' body was covered with large and small wounds, but they were not fatal. The perverted physique of Boss Cronus is indeed suitable for being a slave. Van Oka, I just take it as a compliment. Cronus knew what these crew members looked like. If something really happened, he would definitely fight him to the end. What's the matter with the 2 words? The more severe the damage, the more ruthless you will fight for your life. But now his idea is to let Van Oka, William, and Jafo escape first. Although Van Oka and Jafo were fierce, Marine knew that he and others were here, and the ordinary crew members on the Brave and the Cook were not as strong as them. Maybe he is also in a fierce battle with Marine now. As their captain, he has to think about them. You and William take Zeph back to take a look at the Brave and the Cook. Although we didn't receive any phone bugs, they may not be safe there either. Obviously Cronus's worries were unnecessary. When Jun and others encountered the Cook, they just carefully looked around with binoculars. They were not found, and they did not take the initiative to arrest them. The arrest operation may alert the snake, and only wait for the first few of them to be caught. That's where the arrest operation will begin. We're leaving, where are you? Cronus. Van Oka asked, still worried. You still don't know Lao Zi's physique? Besides, isn't there our supernova Moria? After you escape, first drive the cook and the brave to nearby islands. Otherwise, Marine will not give up. I will personally come looking for you. Cronus arranged. Fan Oka is also a decisive guy, then don't die, you are our captain. Even if you are captured and pushed into the city, we will save you. Crow's mouth. You hope I get better. Let's go. After Cronus finished speaking, he instantly entered the state of animal transformation, and a huge blue-haired monkey appeared out of thin air. Here are some fireworks for you. Enjoy them. The beast turned. Cronus' fists were covered with armed domineering energy, and he punched the ground several times. Cronus's punches brought up smoke, and Van Oka also took advantage of this time to rush in the direction of William and Zeph. The few people made eye contact and knew that they were about to run away, and Cronus was planning to cut off the queen. Don't die, Captain Cronus! Zeph shouted before he and William left. Moria looked at the smoke and knew that this was an opportunity. Young boys, you go first, and I'll cut you off. The captain wants to go, let's go together. Moria's crew refused to leave. Don't you still believe in Lao Zi's strength? You leave first so that I can leave. Moria began to curse angrily without waiting for the crew to complain. The crew members also saw Moria's determination, and they began to wipe their tears one by one, and they were about to run away. Captain Moria, you can't die. We are still waiting for you to take us to see the pinnacle of this world. Take us to explore the new world. Of course. Moria responded and stopped Marine and CP who were chasing his crew. Chapter 41 Moria, Companion? Support. Does Moria want to join forces? Cronus looked at Moria and asked. Although Moria felt a little unhappy, she knew that the best way now was to join forces with Cronus. I was tricked by you. Cronus listened to Moria's words without any embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Judging from the results, it is indeed true, but the sea is full of all kinds of variables, isn't it? Just when the two were about to join forces, the dragon suddenly appeared. Dragon Claw. The dragon formed a claw with one hand, condensing the power of armed domineering towards the two of them, one claw at a time. Then let's join forces with you temporarily. In order to escape. Moria nodded, agreeing to join forces. The two of them were already angry when they saw the dragon rushing over, and one of them greeted the dragon. The dragon had just been blocked from attacking, and he was secretly sighing that something was wrong. Jun went to chase Van Oka and others but returned in vain, and saw Ryu being besieged. An astonishing bouncing force erupted from his feet, and he waved the Jinpai Lao high in his hand, intending to split Cronus in half with the help of gravity acceleration. Don't underestimate the power of animal-type ability users. Cronus refused to evade Jun's leaping sword. He clasped his hands together, covered himself with armed haki and rushed towards Jun. Jun did not expect that Cronus would not hide when faced with his sword. A huge force came from the sword in his hand, as if he was hit by a meteorite, and Jun was knocked away. Long reacted at this time. Good opportunity. The fruit's ability is activated very quickly. Among Logia users, the speed of light and thunder fruits is the first, and the speed of wind can be ranked second. In an instant, he touched Cronus' neck. Dragon Claw. Wind. Cronus didn't notice until he was touched, but he reacted quickly. If the dragon's attack directly poked his neck, it would definitely leave several bloody holes. However, he couldn't avoid it even if he had to dodge, so he could only use his weapon color and high-speed regeneration ability towards his neck with all his strength. Then the whole shoulder began to exert force violently, and the dragon's weak body was thrown out like a child in Cronus's beastly state. You seem to be ignored. Stussy looked at the people in the fighting group. He is really a difficult guy. It seems that the task of becoming a full-timer is not that easy to complete. Stussy is good at physical skills, and the 6 moves cannot cause much harm to the beastly Cronus, so he can only look for opportunities on the sidelines. Cronus couldn't find a chance, so he could only fight with Moria. Now it's 2 against 1. Moria cooperated with his shadow. Stussy dealt with it quite calmly. Cronus is under siege, are you really not going to help? Stussy planned to let Moria get into trouble. Moria looked at Stussy in front of her, thinking about how to escape. It's true that I promised Cronus to join forces, but I can't really not run when I get the chance. After all, as long as I run faster than my peers, Marine will never be able to catch me. Some people on Marine's side have been divided into chasing their own crew and Cronus' crew. Moria was somewhat confident in his men. As long as they could escape to the ship, Marine would not be able to catch them. He is waiting for an opportunity. The armed domineering energy condensed on the arm, like a hard armor. Cronus started fighting with Jun and the dragon in hand-to-hand combat. Ordinary Marines basically cannot participate in the battle between them, and Moria and Stussy are getting closer and closer to Cronus. Look at my kick. Jun's figure was incredibly fast. The dragon caught Cronus's eyes from the front, and Jun kicked Cronus directly in the lower body. Cronus's clothes were all torn due to his beast transformation, and that part became extremely obvious. Jun's kick directly stung Cronus. Jun raised the knife in his hand, preparing to slice it. Cronus covered his key parts and jumped up and down there. Seeing that Jun's actions would not let her succeed, he endured the pain and covered his fists with armed domineering force, and struck Jun hard. Fist. Just like that, Jun was punched hard by Cronus and flew away, leaving a ravine on the ground. There were many scratches on his body, the marine uniform he was wearing was also damaged, and the tender flesh that should have been white and shiny was now stained with blood. You really don't know how to show mercy. You said you wanted to join Marine, but this is how you treat your fellow Marines. Jun stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Are you okay?" Ryu asked Jun. "It's not a big problem. Ha ha ha. Now that I am a pirate and you are Marines, we are already hostile to each other. You don't have to try to incite me with words." Cronus' pain eased slightly. My high-speed regeneration combined with the fantasy beast's body is really abnormal. Apart from the pain, it is completely easy to repair. Moria was now conscientiously helping Cronus stop Stussy. I have been thinking about the time in my mind. My crew members should have returned to the pirate ship, right? Cronus, you are under great pressure and do you need my help? Moria leaned over while confronting Stussy. Stussy fought with Moria for a while, and felt that Moria was not the kind of player who could win in a short time. Moria's shadow fruit is very difficult to deal with. I thought I attacked Moria, but Moria can exchange with shadow. Your own attacks have no effect. The fruit's ability and strong physical skills, coupled with the advantage of the shadow fruit's ability to fly, made Moria's battle relatively easy. Cronus watched Moria coming this way, nodded and planned to join forces with Moria, ready to find an opportunity to escape. Okay, let's take action together. Moria began to merge with his own shadow, and Cronus also began to gather his domineering energy crazily. The two began to use all their strength. Cronus punched the ground. Moria got a pair of scissors from somewhere and stabbed it straight in conjunction with Cronus' attack. With a bang, the entire Seven Waters city felt like it was shaking. Ryu, Jun, and Stussy faced the two full blows and planned to retreat first. It is unwise to insist on eating. It was at this moment that Moria suddenly used his ability to fly and flew high into the sky. Brother Cronus, I'm sorry, please hold me back and run away. Moria said as the shadow incarnation's wings flapped more frequently and slipped away. As a user with the wind fruit ability, Long certainly has the ability to fly, but he will not let Cronus go after Moria. Moria, you are indeed a good material to be a pirate. Next time you meet me, I must invite you to join me." Cronus was not angry at all when Moria left him and ran away. "I tricked him, and it didn't take long for him to get him back. It seems that he is not the only one among the pirates who is so shameless." Cronus looked at Moria flying further and further away, and did not delay any longer. The main reason why he dragged Long and the others to fight here for a long time was to buy time for Van Oka and the others. Maybe they have forgotten that they are people with fruit abilities who can swim freely in the sea. Cronus began to lose his martial ethics and ran towards the port and the sea. The dragon was very fast, but Cronus did not block the dragon's attacks and concentrated on running. Soon I saw the beach, sprinted and jumped high. Rushed into the sea with a crash. Ryu, Jun, and Stussy just stared at the sea in a daze. "Are we still chasing?" Stussy asked. Only then did Long look regretful. "I forgot to tell you, this guy is a person with the ability to swim freely in the sea." After Jun and Stussy heard this, their mouths opened wide. Is this still the ability user they thought was hated by the sea? Are people with abilities so wild now? They can swim freely in the sea. Stussy covered her mouth and laughed. Her interest in Cronus became intense. The failure of Sea Peace mission is not a big deal to her. The biggest problem is that she will not become a regular employee. She has many solutions. Jun suddenly felt dizzy and fainted. Ryu quickly touched Jun's head, and then heard Jun's slight snoring. Turns out he was asleep. It scared me. Jun was exhausted, and there was a boatload of female soldiers on the sea that she needed to worry about. After discovering the cook in the capital of Seven Waters, she followed up on everything single-handedly. In addition, during this battle, he was punched hard twice by Cronus. My body can no longer support it. After all, she is a woman, and her strength has not grown to the level of a general candidate. This night in the capital of Seven Waters is a sleepless night. The huge shaking at night made the people of the Seven Waters city think there was an earthquake. Will the Seven Waters city be flooded by a tsunami? Many people sat in fear all night, only to realize at dawn that nothing had happened. Chapter 42: The Common Hobbies of Moria and Cronus. Jun had a good sleep, and when she woke up, 2 female soldiers were applying potion to her. She felt that her internal organs were a little damaged, so she went to a doctor in the capital of Seven Waters for some casual treatment. The medical conditions in the Seven Waters capital are still not as good as those at Marine headquarters. After all, there are many healing devil fruit users in the headquarters. They do not participate in the war as combatants and are managed by Marine's logistics team. Jun plans to return to Marine headquarters for detailed treatment. Compared to Jun, Long and Stassy's injuries were much less serious. They were just scratches and at most they were broken bones. Not only did Jun have several broken bones, his internal organs were also severely damaged. The dragon can be attributed to a strong physique, and Stussy spent most of the time paddling. Jun's face looked a little ugly, and he complained more and more about Cronus in his heart. He was really a guy who didn't know how to show mercy. During the fight, it was clear that Long was the main force, but Long's injuries were not too serious, yet he was beaten so embarrassingly. This guy wanted to be a Marine, but he was really lying to himself. Long, Cronus is not a simple guy. I saw from the news that there are many people who can fight you. I thought you were letting it go. After all, I know your strength. Yesterday's battle really hurt me. Confidence. Jun said after putting on the bandage. I only recently learned that he can use his abilities in sea water, and being able to use his abilities in sea water is naturally very difficult. Long frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable. People with abilities who can use their abilities in sea water are much harder to catch than people with abilities who are disgusted by sea water. More importantly, people lose most of their combat effectiveness in sea water. Cronus's devil fruit is water-friendly at first glance, and may be able to exert 120% of its strength in the sea. When you went to arrest him, he overturned your boat directly from the bottom of the sea. Did you have a headache? The world government and marine headquarters don't pay enough attention to him. I originally thought that the reward of 200 million was already after he killed the celestial dragons, and the celestial dragons increased the reward amount for him according to the degree of threat. Now I find that 200 million is lower. Stussy also came over and said. Jun looked unhappy after hearing Stussy's words, but the actor had the nerve to say this. However, as long as Marine and CP don't get in the way of each other, do they still expect to work together? Thinking of this makes my face feel better. Do the world government and Marine value Cronus? Of course they do. But Marine and the world government did not expect that Cronus would grow so fast and be able to abandon the shortcomings of the devil fruit and use it freely in the sea. To report to the headquarters, we must stop such villains in the Sabayati archipelago, otherwise it will not be easy to arrest them if they really enter the new world. Jun said softly from the side. While talking, he coughed twice. Next, we need to thoroughly search the capital of Seven Waters. Marine is conducting an intensive search in the capital of Seven Waters. Marine's big move in the Seven Waters capital also let the residents of the Seven Waters capital know that a big shot was coming to the Seven Waters capital. After all, Marine can search here for a week, not even missing the entrance to the sewer. The residents of the Seven Rivers capital also spread the news that the aftermath of the earthquake that night was said to be the aftermath of a battle. Then the news became more and more crazy, and the news became more and more evil. The version that has been circulated so far has become that someone can drive Poseidon, which is why Marine attaches so much importance to arresting people in the capital of Seven Waters for such a long time. The battle that night was caused by the pirates driving the Poseidon class. This strange incident was quickly published in the newspapers, but everyone just watched it as a joke and enjoyed it. No one thinks that anyone can really drive the Poseidon class. Even people in other places heard the strange stories from the residents of the Seven Waters capital and laughed at the residents of the Seven Waters capital for their lack of common sense. For nearly a week, Cronus and Moria were nowhere to be found, and Marine couldn't keep doing anything here. In the end, they had to reluctantly evacuate and return to Marine headquarters. At this time, the sea is not far away from the Seven Waters city. Ha 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 ha. Captain Moria really tricked Cronus, and he felt happy instantly. The officers of the Moria pirates were happy to hear Moria bragging with them. When they first found out that Marine and CP were brought in by Cronus, they were still aggrieved. After Moria said that, he left Cronus and ran away alone, and everyone was instantly happy again. Captain Moria, Cronus must have escaped. There was a strange story in the newspaper recently. Coupled with Marine's actions, it seems that Marine did not catch Cronus. One of the crew members under Moria ran over with a newspaper in his hands and whined. If Cronus, a vicious criminal who killed the celestial dragons, was caught by Marine, he would definitely write a big story in the newspapers. This is to deter pirates and villains who have different ideas about the celestial dragons. But there is no such news in the newspapers now, and there is news about Marine arresting important criminals in the capital of Seven Waters. It seems that Cronus was not detained that night. He is indeed a vicious criminal who ranks as a supernova with boss Moria. Moria's cotters lamented. Why do you think so much? We have to work hard to make money so we can build a bigger ship. Moria didn't care about Cronus' life or death. Cronus's behavior fits the definition of a pirate in Moria's opinion. The two of them are the same type of people. They both have love and loyalty for their partners, and they can trick their peers whenever they can. Moria has been asking about Cronus a lot recently. After all, he suffered a big loss at his hands, and suddenly discovered that Cronus also likes to rob his colleagues. This can be regarded as having a common hobby with him. Moria wanted to make his new ship bigger. Hearing that Cronus wanted to build a giant steel ship that could accommodate 1,000 people, Moria was also greedy. That is comparable to the top-notch warship in Marine headquarters. Or is it made of all steel? How awesome does that have to be? Moria doesn't have that perverted obsession with ships now. And has no desire to build a ship like an island. But I don't have enough money, so now I can only start my old business and borrow money from my colleagues. Now I won't go back to the Seven Waters capital for the time being. I will stay here for a while to block the pirates coming and going. Forgive that old guy Robert for not daring to swallow his deposit. Moria and others chose a route at random and began to station themselves on nearby islands, waiting for the lucky ones among the pirates to contribute to their new ship. Cronus also successfully reunited with Van Oka and others. The crew members of the Cook and the Brave did not suffer any casualties in order to avoid Marine's pursuit. The two ships were in the sea not far from the Seven Waters, and they had been drifting on the sea for more than 10 days. Captain Cronus is really getting more and more powerful. He can escape from the combined efforts of Ryu, Jun, and CP agents. An ordinary crew member said to his companions. That's our captain, but thanks to the help of the Moria pirates, it's not that easy to escape without them behind us, said a crew member who knew something about the situation. Ha 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 ha. Speaking of which, we are really the nemesis of our peers. Or maybe Boss Cronus likes to catch our peers and plunder them. Who says it's not the case? Our Cronus pirates don't have a good reputation among pirates right now. If you see our pirate flag, you will run faster than if you see a marine warship. Fanoka, Cronus, and William are having a fishing competition. Fanoka's fish basket has the most fish, William's fish basket also has 2 or 3 fish, only Cronus' fish basket has nothing, and it's the Air Force. Cronus's face turned red from holding back. No comparison. The fish in this sea area have no connection with me. If I change to another sea area, you will definitely not be able to catch me. Urgent. Urgent. Fanoka and William joked from the side. Jafo also came out of the kitchen with juice at this time. Boss Cronus has always been like this when fishing, can't you just let him have some? When Cronus heard Zeph's words, he nodded with satisfaction, and his love for him was not in vain. It's perfectly normal for Cronus to fight against the Air Force. Why don't you stuff some fish into his basket? Jafo is imparting his experience of being charming. William patted Jafo on the shoulder. You kid, if you don't learn from your good deeds, you'll end up making some mess. Fanoka nodded in agreement. Oh. Are you stupid? Jafo looked shocked. If Captain Cronus fights against the Air Force, he will have to undergo special training for us. It will be really uncomfortable for him to be beaten. You three, you really don't think I'm here? Looks like I'm going to have a good love sparring session with the 3 of you. Ah! The screams resounded across the sky and spread far away. Chapter 43 Design of New Ships. That young man named Moria, didn't you come back with you? Uncle Robert asked Cronus with a smile. Cronus and others did not drift on the sea all the time. After hearing that Marine had left, they immediately visited the Seven Waters capital. Uncle, has Moria not come yet? Cronus was a little confused. Logically speaking, Moria ran away before him, and he should have received the news that Marine had evacuated, so he shouldn't have not come back. Did he not want his ship? If he doesn't come back, why don't we build your ship first? Uncle Robert suggested. Cronus immediately smiled after hearing Robert's words. That's not bad. Then I had a casual chat with Uncle Robert. Uncle Robert is old, but except for his ears, he is quite strong. If he had been younger, Cronus might have invited Robert on board. But now that Robert is getting older, it's time for him to retire and enjoy a few years of peace and quiet. Cronus did not extend an invitation to Robert either, so as not to bother the old man. Otherwise, according to Mr. Robert's rigid conditions, you can get started as soon as you board the ship. It comes with its own fruits and domineering power. It is a high-quality potential stock at first glance. So do you have any specific ideas about your ship? Robert asked Cronus and others. Cronus also began to seek advice from his crew. Some crew members want it to be warmer, some want it to look powerful and domineering and run fast, some want it to be bigger, and some want it to be more powerful. The chatter made old Robert's ears buzz. "Stop, I already know your opinions. I will try my best to satisfy you. If you have design drawings, you can show them to me, and the progress will be faster." Robert stopped quickly. "Otherwise, let them keep talking and ask for more. Maybe you'll want to be able to fly." Robert also knew that Cronus and others were pirates, but he didn't care that he was in the pirate business. A pirate has a lot of money but a lot of demands, but today these guys taught him a lesson and asked for a lot of money. "We are a group of pirates, do you think we have the ability to make blueprints?" Cronus felt that Uncle Robert was discriminating against them because they were pirates from the countryside. Who would ask a serious person if a pirate has a design drawing? "If I had a design drawing, I would come to you to build a ship. It's just a routine inquiry. There are some pirates who design their own ships, but the design is a bit hard to accept," Robert explained. In his career, he has seen laymen designing ships on their own. Some pirates are so ignorant. He wanted to do everything by hand, but in the end he made something completely different, and insisted on building it for them according to their drawings. Of course Robert would not have trouble with money. However, according to their design, the ship will definitely sink within a few months. After all, the budget is not high and the design does not meet the requirements. It is strange that it does not sink. Robert carefully thought about Cronus's conditions and continued, "I will personally come up with the design drawings, but I have to agree with you in advance." "Uncle Robert, don't be so nagging, just tell me what you have to say." William, standing aside, really couldn't stand Robert's pretense. Robert shook his hand. "We need more money. Everyone in the Cronus Pirates is stunned. According to your requirements, the ship needs to be more powerful, and the materials consumed are not small." Robert took out his notebook and recorded it. "There is enough money for the materials, so you don't have to worry about this, sir," Cronus said hurriedly. With Dengluan's treasure and the Baileys obtained from fellow pirates, more than 2 billion Baileys can still be scraped together. It should be enough to build a ship. Luffy and his team Sunny only cost 200 million Baileys. It was more expensive than the keel, so I guess it should be enough. It's really no good to sell the cultural relics in Dengluan's treasure. Although they look shabby, they can still be sold for some money. If you put it like that, the uncle will understand." Robert's eyes were also shining brightly. It said that even a man who was not short of money could give full play to his subjective initiative. He has long wanted to build a ship that would allow him to put down his shipbuilding career with peace of mind. It seems that this time the opportunity has come. The ships of Cronus and Moria may be his last works. You should know that the larger the ship, the slower it will sail and its flexibility will be greatly reduced. It is impossible to meet your requirements 100%. Robert continued to write in his notebook. Cronus nodded after listening to Robert's words. It is normal for the size of the ship to affect its flexibility and speed. However, Cronus felt that Robert had something to say. If he wanted to increase the speed, if the ship was too big, then he would increase the power. There are always more solutions than difficulties. "Uncle Robert, you must have something to do, right? Otherwise you wouldn't be nagging me here for so long." Cronus continued to ask. "Steam engines, you should know that if a ship is too big to be driven by a steam engine, it will require a lot of coal. I have recently learned a mechanical device called an internal combustion engine from other islands. If you don't worry, I will personally build an enhanced one for you." Edition. Robert put down the pen in his hand. "The fuel for your internal combustion engine isn't coke, is it?" Cronus suddenly thought of the power system Frankie used for the Sunny, and the power required was coke. No. There is a set of supporting equipment that can convert any liquid that can provide energy into fuel for an internal combustion engine." Robert continued to explain. Cronus felt relieved after hearing Robert's words. Although he did not object to using coke as a source of motivation, using coke seemed too messy no matter what. I'm sorry to bother you. Cronus gave full power to Robert. Then I'll go down and finish the design first. By the way, it may be very big and it won't be easy for you to dock at the port in the future. Do you have any good suggestions or ideas? After all, as pirates, in some cases you can't approach the port openly. Cronus listened to Robert's words carefully. What kind of port did he originally want to say that would not allow us to dock? Then I thought about it. It seems that the port of Marine headquarters cannot be docked. So the ship is too big and there is indeed a defect. How to solve it? Cronus paced back and forth, and Robert did not rush. Shipbuilding was a big deal, and it would not waste much time to be slow for a while. Cronus suddenly thought of a good idea, but he didn't know if it would work. Uncle Robert, I have an idea that I would like to ask you for advice. Tell me and listen. Cronus picked up a stone on the ground, drew a circle on the ground, and drew many waves around the circle. Suppose this is the sea. Can the ship we build normally travel on the sea? Can it dive under the sea at critical moments? Cronus proposed the concept of submarines. He knew that Luo's future ship would be a small submarine, but a small submarine obviously did not fit his style and he wanted to build a larger one. He also wanted Robert to use his professional knowledge and vision to see if this idea would work. After all, large submarines and small submarines are completely different concepts. Maybe it will work. Robert had a feeling of enlightenment. When pirates go to the New World, they have to coat their boats with a coating. As long as they build their boats tightly enough so that they don't leak, can they transform into submarines? The laws of physics in the pirate world are obviously completely different from those in real society. After all, a layer of bubble wrap can lead people to dive 10,000 meters under the sea. But the cost will be 20% higher, and the metal used will have to be replaced with a stronger one. Robert continued to ask for more money. Uncle, money is not an issue. Chapter 44 Large Submarine. Robert was very busy at this time. I started to meet with my old friends frequently and asked them to help me with the design drawings. After half a month of waiting, the design drawing was finally finalized successfully. Of course, these half months were not completely idle. Robert ordered his workers to start purchasing steel from everywhere. Robert also plans to show his design to Cronus and others. Master Robert's design classroom is now open. Everyone in the Cronus Pirates gathered around Robert, listening to Master Robert's lectures like primary school students attentively. Robert is called a master. In this field except Tom, no one dares to say that he is better than him. Even breaking it down a bit, in the field of steel ship construction, no one dares to believe that he is number one even if he thinks he is second. Countless marine warships were designed by him, and even the Marine Fleet Admiral's steel-framed ship was designed and built by him himself. According to your requirements, I designed this ship to be very large. It can be said to be the largest ship I have ever designed. It is as big as 2.5 of Marine's top warships. Robert changed the analogy, otherwise it would be impossible to just talk about the size. Many people have no idea. After all, some people will say 5 meters when they see 3 meters. For people who do not deal with sizes every day, their perception of size is inherently vague. Is it that big? Cronus also exclaimed. It's more than enough to accommodate 1,000 people. I've also added a lot of automation systems to it. It can make your life more convenient, but it needs regular maintenance, otherwise it may break down over time. Robert continued. Robert also has considerations for the automation system. If it is to be used as a ship on a daily basis, it is indispensable to have a powerful automation system that can transform into a submarine at critical moments. Now that I have installed them all, I might as well get more on board to make life more convenient. Then my life will be comfortable from now on. Is it equipped with an electric system? I also want to build a big cold storage in the kitchen. Jaffa suddenly tilted his mouth, thinking that he would have a big kitchen in the future, which would make him laugh out of his dreams. At that time, these will be taken into consideration for you. Of course, what we are going to build now is the main body. You will pay for these and add them yourself later. Robert saw everyone excited and knew that his hard work during this period was worth it. After hearing this, Cronus felt a pain in his waist. According to Robert's approach, the budget felt a bit insufficient. It seems that we have to block colleagues who want to build new ships in the waters near the capital of the Seven Seas. They should have some money on them, so it shouldn't be a big problem to borrow some for themselves first. As for their own new ships, what kind of new ships should they build? Is it because the old ships are no longer useful? Such a waste is unacceptable. I still have feelings for the Brave and the Cook. Do I have to throw them away after the new ship is built? William was a little disappointed. Although the Brave and the Cook have various shortcomings, the Brave and the Cook have been taking them on this journey, and they spent a lot of happy time on it. Kraloz saw William's frustration and patted William on the shoulder. The chef and the Brave will also want us to go further. After we have created a world in the new world, we will come back and take them with us. Go home. Bring back the home we built with our own hands. Finoka and Jafo also patted William. Feelings are indescribable. Robert looked at the sad people and didn't know what to say. He had seen a lot of such scenes in his career. This is also the scene that shipbuilders like him are most happy to see. They also hope that their ships will be treated well. Don't be so pessimistic. My shipyard has a lot of empty spaces. You can park the boat there and I will help you maintain it. You can pick it up when you are free. That's really troublesome, sir. William turned from sadness to joy after hearing this. But before he could be happy for long, the uncle opened his mouth slightly again, but... Everyone rolled their eyes and responded in unison, we need more money. Uncle Robert is good at everything, but his character that falls in the eyes of money should be changed. Uncle Robert nodded happily. These young men are really sensible. Although they are pirates, they are all good kids. Robert continued, I have also reserved space for hundreds of artillery pieces inside the hull. You can add more at any time if you need it. The firepower is so fierce. Everyone exclaimed. This is the space reserved in the hull. If the deck is filled with artillery, wouldn't it be possible to completely suppress the fire? You must know that they also have a weapon fruit ability user Fan Oka, who really has never lost in terms of firepower. You can also place artillery on the deck, but if you often use it as a submarine, I suggest you don't put it there. It's not worth wasting a lot of ammunition after just one dive. Robert thoughtfully put forward his own little suggestion. Robert knew that pirates needed to pass through Fishman Island to travel between New World and the first half of the Grand Line. If the diving function was not used frequently, it would be really cost-effective to place cannonballs on the deck. You can just move it into the warehouse when you go to the New World. But if you often enter submarine mode and rush on the road, it will be troublesome to move it around. If you leave it alone, the weapon will also become rusty. The corrosive power of seawater is not that simple. Got it. Next, I have to talk about my most proud design. I designed the automated sensing system that I am most satisfied with. As long as you press the submarine mode button during operation, all windows and doors will automatically activate, and there will be a layer of activity above. Steel will cover them perfectly. Do you know how long it only takes? With my exquisite design, it can be completed in 3 minutes, and it can enter submarine mode in 3 minutes. After Robert finished speaking, he looked proud. He was so satisfied with this work. No one was impressed by the speed of entering submarine mode, which greatly affected Robert's self-confidence. How difficult is it to complete a mode change when all the mechanisms are activated at the same time? Don't they know how awesome my automation system is? Robert emphasized it again and again, but everyone was indifferent to it. Uncle Robert, what about the speed? Why didn't you say the speed? Cronus asked. You must know that when encountering a marine on the sea, although your own ship is large, it is impossible to overturn the other party's ship just by relying on the ship. If the opponent doesn't have a strong person, bullying the opponent like this is feasible. But what would happen if Fleet Admiral and the 3 generals were on the ship? If he ran too slowly, he would be sent to Impel Down for further training. Only then did Uncle Robert realize that he had forgotten to introduce the speed. There is indeed a small flaw in the speed aspect. The ship I designed is too large. Although it has an internal combustion engine as power, it still cannot compare with the top marine warships. It can only reach the level of ordinary warships, but I wonder why you want such a fast speed? Wouldn't it be better to sneak into the water and slip away? Only then did Cronus realize that he was building a submarine, and he was afraid that others would sail faster than him. What was he worried about? Next, I heard Robert bragging wildly about his technology and design. Although everyone didn't understand, they just felt that he was very awesome. But the more he heard about it, the more frightened Cronus became. He didn't have enough funds. I originally thought that 1 billion Baileys would be more than enough to build a ship, but according to Robert's crazy operation, even 3 billion Baileys might not be able to build a ship. Chapter 45 Cronus' Little Fanboy Lafitte. I have adjusted the age of Lafitte, making sure that the spray is lighter. Lafitte is still a child at this time, but it does not prevent me from letting him on the ship. There are not many famous navigators, so I want to choose the one in the original book as much as possible. Character. I hope everyone understands. West Blue, the home of red wine. A young security officer wearing a black and white shirt, a top hat, and holding a sword was facing accusations from a group of people. Everything I did was to protect the land of red wine. Although my methods may have been a little cruel, I also sweated and shed blood for the land of red wine. You can't just expel me like this. The security officer's name is Lafitte, and he has been a security officer since he was 18 years old. It can be said that he is young and promising. In order to get himself promoted faster, the methods he used were indeed excessive, but there was no doubt that the results were good. In 3 years, he had wiped out the atmosphere of the red wine country, and everything was prosperous. Anyone who breaks the law will be sent to a detention center. What will greet them there will be Lafitte's personal punishment. Anyone who has been there will definitely change their past. After all, losing a small part of yourself for a trivial matter is not worth the gain. The country of red wine does not need thugs like you. The villagers have complained to the world government, and the world government has also issued a final ultimatum. Lafitte, you have been expelled from the country of red wine. Lafitte was dejected. Did he do all this wrong? When facing evil, we should use the most brutal methods to deal with them. He had also seen the big news that the Tianlong people were killed on Aegon Island some time ago, and he was applauded in his heart. To rid the world of evil, we have to use the most violent means. Cronus did the right thing. The world has been sick for too long. He could only use violent means to promote harmony in the wine country, but what he got in the end was expulsion. How could he be willing to do so? What kind of courage did Cronus have to wield his butcher knife against the god of the world? Lafitte decided to go and see if he had really done something wrong. The back figure that Cronus left for Lafitte is very bright and majestic. To some extent, evil is the only way to promote the process of light. Lafitte has always thought so, but why are there so many ignorant people in this world? They don't understand. Lafitte decided to go to the Grand Line and follow in the footsteps of Cronus. Cronus learned from Robert that even if their ship speeds up, it will take half a year at the earliest. This is also due to the extremely developed shipbuilding industry in the Seven Waters capital, and many accessories can be purchased in the Seven Waters capital. There are also many skilled workers who can continue construction in 3 shifts as long as they are willing to pay more. Cronus also went to see how Robert built the ship in person. Cronus couldn't help but rub his eyes after seeing the tendons on Robert's shirtless body. Are these really the muscles an 80-year-old man should have? The use of molten fruit is also very mature. It can be seen that Robert is right to trust him in shipbuilding. The construction time is so long. We can't keep wasting it in the capital of 7 waters. The current construction funds are enough, but according to Robert's construction method, I feel a little unsure. Cronus said to Fan Oka, who was aside. Said. Jaffa and William had already led a group of boys to take the cultural relics and gold on the ship to the market for reselling. Although gold can be used directly as money, reselling it to make more money will be enough for Robert to build for a while. Fan Oka was still holding his delicate little pipe and puffing away smoke. Just leave the shipbuilding to Mr. Robert. I heard that the guy from Moria is back again, and he plans to let Mr. Robert build it for him first. Cronus also lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. This guy Moria is quite interesting. I thought he was going to fight me, but he even bought me a drink. He is indeed a man who has made it this far. It seems that part of their shipbuilding funds were obtained from cheating with other pirates during this period. The two have been together for such a long time and have already developed a special tacit understanding. Are you planning to take advantage of this time to go to the sea to fish for something? Fan Oka asked. The one who knows me is Van Oka. Cronus finally understood how much it cost to build the marine. No wonder the behemoth marine cannot be separated from the world government. Every year, the marine warship alone can kill the marine headquarters. This ship of mine was a complete accident. Although each marine warship cannot afford such a large expenditure, there are a lot of marine warships. The range of marine radiation is too wide, and the annual maintenance and replacement of various warships adds up to a large amount of money. We also need to issue bounties on pirates around the world. Although the bounties have reached a certain level, they are basically captured by marine themselves. However, pirates with tens of millions of belly are still captured from time to time and exchanged with marine for bounty, and the expenses are not small. Half a year is really not a good time. If not for insufficient funds, Moria would have planned to transform an island into a big ship. Cronus was a little curious about Moria's idea. What kind of brain circuit could he think of transforming the island into a ship? The problem is that Moria really made it happen. Moria, who will become Shishibukai in the future, really built an island as a ship, and it is the largest ship in the world. Cronus actually wanted to go to the Sky Island and get the gold from the Sky Island, but the problem was that no one on the whole ship could fly. Although I can use Wuzhaiki's ability to stay in the air for a short time, that is not flying, it is just an application of my own electricity. It's decided. Zeph and William will keep an eye on the progress here, and let them resell the gold and cultural relics into Bailey's. The two of us will go to sea to make some cash. Cronus didn't want to just sit there like this. Although you can also exercise every day. But basic training will make progress faster than actual combat with others. Marine really needs to pay us some wages. We have done a lot to weaken the pirates. Fan Oka felt that Marine had taken advantage of them. They extorted many pirates along the way at sea, but not many were actually killed, just for money. Besides, pirates are also a non-renewable resource. If you kill them yourself, what will happen if those who go to sea can't keep up? Leave it to Marine to kill the thief, and I will just plunder the wool. As long as you are willing to pay, I will keep you safe. We are all thieves. Do you want to rob merchant ships again? Cronus suggested in a frenzied manner. The merchant ships that rush to do business on the Grand Route are all very wealthy. If you occasionally blackmail them, there shouldn't be any big problem. We should have done this a long time ago. Pirates can't save money, and just robbing pirates is not as fast as robbing a merchant ship. Fan Oka agreed. It's a stopgap measure. Just collect enough money and stop doing it. But you have to continue harvesting pirate wool. Chapter 46. Roger is blocked by the Golden Lion. Kaido wants to recruit Cronus. In the first half of the Grand Line, the Oro Jackson is galloping in this sea area. I was almost blocked by that guy Shiki. I'm so lucky. Roger drank his lucky drink and felt that today was a wonderful day. Even the sunshine was warm. He got the news that Shiki went to South Blue some time ago. He knew that Shiki must have obtained the information from somewhere and was going to South Blue to stop him. But he had already escaped by then, feeling very happy in his heart. It was at this moment that a large fleet suddenly appeared in the sky, scaring Roger so much that he dared not breathe. He was familiar with this scene. This was the opening special effect of Golden Lion. But he didn't know whether the Golden Lion was blind or something, but he was right below him, and he flew past as if he didn't see him. "Captain Roger, what's wrong with your physique? Why do you always like to provoke some strong people that we can't afford to offend?" Buggy said complainingly. "Buggy, you don't understand the adult world. You and Shanks will understand it when you become an adult." Roger drank his own wine. He was still tolerant of children. "Buggy, don't you think it would be interesting to compete with such a strong person?" Shanks looked excited. "Interesting? Every time I encounter someone, I try my best to escape." At this moment, the Golden Lion suddenly turned around and came to kill him. "Roger, join me. After unifying the world, I will be equal to you in this world." The Golden Lion appeared in the same way as always. He still invited Roger as always. The Roger pirates are getting ready for another fierce battle. "Captain, promise him." Buggy felt a pressure and cried. "Ha ha ha ha." New World, Kaido, who had just attended Charlotte Linland's grand event for the establishment of all nations, felt uncomfortable. He and Charlotte Linland teamed up to gain quite a bit of territory from the Golden Lion. Charlotte Linland also divided a few pieces for herself to settle down temporarily, but she always felt like she was relying on someone else. Although during this time, a scientist named Quinn joined his pirate group. His own pirate group is also growing, but compared to Charlotte Linland's huge family, the development of his own beast's pirate group does not seem so good. Among the cotters, the only ones who can pick up the pieces are Yin and Quinn. While eating red bean soup, Quinn looked at Kaido, who was in distress. Boss Kaido is good and willing to pay for his own research, and he also does a good job in respecting him. Quinn feels that he needs to recommend 2 talents to Kaido. Boss Kaido is worried about the development of the pirate group. Quinn asked. Although Kaido is a drunkard, he is still very sensible when he is not drinking. Although I have long been interested in the country of Wano, the strength of the country is not weak. I quietly went up to inquire about it, and there is the one named Odin is very difficult to deal with. I feel no weaker than me. Our pirate group also has few talents, and the only ones who can take advantage of it now are you and Yin. Quinn shook his head at this time. Boss Kaido, you can recruit talents from the new generation of pirates. This generation of pirates has produced some good guys. Quinn took out a few bounty orders from his pocket as he spoke. The crocodile of the Logia rustling fruit, Bullet, the Roger crewman who I heard is now flying solo, the Moonlight Moria of the shadow fruit, the animal phantom species Cronus, William from the Logia rain fruit, Van Oka from the weapon fruit, and a swordsman named Myhawk are all good talents. I have some impressions of these guys you mentioned, but I am determined to build an animal-type devil fruit army, and I don't like other devil fruit users very much. Cronus, a phantom beast species, is quite to my liking. Kaido nodded after listening to Quinn's words. Quinn shook his head after listening to Kaido's words. Boss Kaido, you can't think like that. People with animal fruit abilities are certainly lovable, but in order for the beast pirates to become bigger and stronger, we should absorb them as long as they are strong. Kaido really has no one available at the moment, and the 3 major signboards under him have not been gathered yet. The people are all there, but they have not yet fully formed their combat power. Yin has been following him since he came out of the Vogue Kingdom. Quinn is a recent defector. And Jack is still a little kid and hasn't even been weaned for long. It was Jin who met him on the sea and brought it to him. He kept it by his side and cultivated it. The mammoth form of the ancient animal species was worth his efforts. Kaido also likes Jack very much and would hold and play with him from time to time. Jack is also the player who is most like Kaido. Of course, Jack has only learned Kaido's recklessness, but has not learned Kaido's coarse and fine details. Kaido seems to be a reckless man, but he also has a delicate side in his heart. When faced with Marine, he ran away when he had to. It was only after he awakened his devil fruit ability and knew that Marine couldn't kill him that he began to seek death. He has not yet reached that level of promiscuity. The same goes for the battle with Odin. If you are killed head-on, the loss will be too great. Using a little trick, Odin will not only lose his face, but also his life. He has not yet reached that level of promiscuity. Then pay more attention in New World. As long as this generation of supernovas steps into our waters, I will personally recruit them. Kaido thought for a while and nodded. If you want to develop, you cannot be stubborn. The opinions of your subordinates are also important. Occasionally listening to the opinions of your subordinates will bring them closer to you. Chapter 47 March. Time flies so fast, 2.5 months have passed in a flash. The shipbuilding progress is getting faster and faster, and Robert and the workers are gradually becoming familiar with the intensity of such work. At the beginning, Cronus even advised Mr. Robert not to work too hard. In his 80s, Cronus was afraid that Robert would die suddenly before his ship was built. However, the more Robert worked, the more powerful he became. He also mentioned that he might build this last ship, and he had to put his best foot forward no matter what. I have always lamented that as I get older, my condition is not as good as when I was young. When Robert said this, Cronus could only shut up. William and Jaffa were stationed in the capital of Seven Waters, and all the gold, cultural relics, etc. were transferred to the cook. William and Jaffa, while reselling the cash to pay for the progress, were responsible for cooking for the workers on site. They could save some labor costs. Jaffa and the original crew members on the cook enjoyed it. They listened to the workers clattering and cooking every day. This was the greatest recognition for them. This unfinished ship has swallowed up a huge wealth of 1.5 billion belly. It is a gold-eating beast. Cronus and Van Oka did not stay in the Seven Waters capital. They tried to block the shipbuilding pirates in the waterway near the Seven Waters capital, but they failed. I don't know if it's because of being overpowered by Mariah, but pirates coming and going will choose to go around nearby. When he saw the pirate ship of the Cronus pirates, he walked around it from a distance. None of them believed it, and Cronus even took off the pirate flag for this reason. But as soon as they leaned against their fellow pirates, each one of them was like a mouse meeting a cat, and their maximum horsepower disappeared in an instant. The Brave doesn't have a special power system, and it's impossible for Cronus to jump off the ship and swim with the Brave in his arms every day just to chase pirates. Even if you rob your wealth, you will lose your face. Mainly, some pirates don't have much wealth. After all, they are thieves who lick blood on the tip of their swords. If they have money, they must be as cool as they can. How could you keep the money if it wasn't for building ships? Seeing that there was not much money to be found in the Seven Waters capital, Cronus and Van Oka decided to go further. Returning to Whiskey Mountain Peak, those pirates who have just come in from all over the world must have a lot of money on their bodies. Cronus also received a phone call from Moria. His ship has been built. He will first go to the Sabayati Islands and enter the New World. If he has a chance, he can reminisce about the past in the New World. Moria was still one step ahead of him. The port of Whiskey Peak is blocked by the Cronus pirates, and you can only enter but not leave. If you want to go out, you can pay the protection fee. Cronus and Van Oka did not personally sit in the port. They had been at Whiskey Peak for a long time and got along well with the local bounty hunters. Although there are only 2 or 3 miscellaneous fish on his boat, with the help of local bounty hunters, pirates who dare not pay protection fees will come to help even if their own people cannot defeat them. Cronus could only lament that it was really easy to be friends. Cronus and Van Oka also recruited many pirates with good potential in Whiskey Peak. Some pirate groups worshipped the Cronus pirates when they heard about them. The Cronus pirates originally had plans to expand. After all, it was impossible to keep the new ship empty like this after it was built. They set a standard and let the crew members take care of it themselves. Perhaps because the standards are relatively strict, Whiskey Peak only recruited dozens of new crew members in 1 month. They also encountered a marine warship on the way, which scared Cronus so much that he ran away with the Brave on his back. He was afraid that Ryu and Jun would return to the marine headquarters and try to block him. Facts have proved that he thought too much. It was just that the marine branches from all over the world returned to the headquarters to report on their work. Cronus has never stopped training his haki, and the haki training manual he got from the pirates is finally over. Cronus has practiced himself to the point of hardening his armed color. In the face of his powerful number of armed colors, the hardening of his armed color can already exert a strong combat effectiveness. But I still don't have any clue about the advanced Ryu Sakura in the armed color. Fan Oka has also been discussing with himself to verify that Fan Oka has been able to initially cover the bullets and shells he fired with armed colors. Of course, the power of armed haki taken away from one's hands is obviously not as strong as that held in one's own hands. But at least I can break through the defense against Logia. Cronus had to lament that the sniper's talent for seeing and hearing is just that much stronger. The coverage area covered by his own knowledge and color domineering is no longer comparable to that of Fan Oka. However, Fan Oka didn't reach the level of predicting the future with the domineering power of Ken Wentz, which was an extremely advanced skill of Ken Wentz. Fan Oka has recently been collecting design drawings of various weapons and equipment, as well as various weapon design concepts. A proper weapons master, he has a thorough understanding of all kinds of common weapons in life, and even made a melee lightsaber himself. You can turn your hand into a huge lightsaber, and the lightsaber is so hot. If you get slashed, you will definitely get burned. The strength of the lightsaber is not bad. Cronus felt a little jealous after seeing it. Is the swordsman the final destination of the pirate? After all, among the legends of this era, which one of Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Redfield is not a swordsman? Does Cronus think he has to get a sword to show off his appearance? As a strong player, I can't master the iron-cutting skills among swordsmen. But Cronus has his own way. As long as the sword in his hand is strong enough and matched with his own strength, what kind of thing can't be cut down? Cronus also spared a few days to think about what kind of sword he needed. When he meets a powerful swordsmith in the future, he might as well get one for himself. Cronus felt awkward wielding an ordinary sword. In the past few days, he often borrowed swords from his crew members to play with, but they were fine when he borrowed them, and he couldn't go back. Although swords like Whitebeard's are good, Cronus still feels dissatisfied. Traditional Hyuxia swords are more in line with his wishes. But ordinary swords were awkward to use by themselves. Suddenly, he had an idea and he could make a heavy sword similar to Yanguo's. A heavy sword has no edge, and great skill has no workmanship. With your own physique and a heavy sword like this, you can use it to shoot people, even if you don't have the swordsman's slashing skills, you can still intimidate them. Cronus decided that he must build an épée in the future. After building the heavy sword, Cronus decided to challenge Kaido to a battle between the mace and the heavy sword. How come the more I look at myself, the more I look like a copy of Kaido? Cronus didn't know that Kaido was also thinking about how to find him. The more Kaido learns about Cronus's deeds, the more he becomes greedy. The animal-type fantasy beast devil fruit user seems to have a strong body's recovery ability. He also has capable cotter seeds like Fan Oka and William under his command. If he takes over Cronus, his terminal combat power will be somewhat improved. Needless to say, in terms of courage, even Tianlong people dare to kill him. Cronus thought nothing more and began to swim to the nearby desert island again to exercise his armed domineering power. Although Cronus didn't know the Ryu Sakura technique of armed haki, he understood that the more you hit armed Haki, the more you feel. I followed Garp's example and used his weaponized domineering force to punch the surrounding barren hills. Garp punched a mountain in order to flatten Green Pepper's head, although he himself did not have the same skills as Garp. But if you hit a few more mountains, you will eventually learn. Just like that, 3 months of shipbuilding have passed. Chapter 48 Cronus, what? I also have a little fanboy. Cronus and Van Oka just had a phone call with William and Zeph in the capital of Seven Waters. The shipbuilding plan in the Seven Waters capital is going very well. Cronus held a cigarette in his hand and kept rubbing it. Van Oka was wiping his glasses. Mr. Robert really has a wide range of friends, and he can ask Master Tom of the Fishman tribe to help. They have just received news that the completion of the new ship in the Seven Waters capital may be about a month ahead of schedule. Robert went to Hulk Island to invite Master Tom from the Fishman tribe to help. Originally, Master Tom was unwilling. It was Robert who offered his theoretical knowledge in mechanical and automated systems in exchange for Tom to agree. Master Tom is the chief designer of the future sea train, and his mechanical knowledge is also a grandmaster, but slightly inferior to Robert's. Tom once invited Robert to participate in his sea train design, but Robert refused because he was old and didn't want to go through any more trouble. It also made Tom uncomfortable for a while. During this time at Whiskey Peak, have you recruited anyone with particularly high talent potential? Cronus asked Van Oka. I collected some according to the standards you set, but there are none with particularly strong talents. Basically, they can only be ordinary crew members, but there are 2 devil fruit users among them who can work as small codders. Van Oka said to Cronus after thinking about the recent situation summarized for him by his subordinates. Both ability users are of the animal type, and they are both rabbits and cows with little lethality. Is that so? It's really not easy to find real masters. Cronus was full of confidence when he first came to Whiskey Peak, thinking that he would be able to recruit talents. After all, talents from all over the world have to go here. But in the original work, he looked much stronger, but that was just with the addition of a filter halo. Based on the number of pirates on the sea, 99% of them are trash fish. Just follow the strong ones to experience the atmosphere of the Grand Route. Have William and the others met anyone with talent? Cronus continued to ask without giving up. Van Oka has more frequent contact with William, and he knows the situation there better than he does. After wiping his glasses, Van Oka picked up his exquisite little pipe and gently shook the tobacco from the cigarette into the pipe. William has some good workers there. They work hard and are suitable for us. William Chuhey also contacted them. But as I just said, you can become a small codder at most. Cronus is disappointed. Just then the phone bug in Cronus' arms rang. Bulu, Bulletin, 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 Bulletin. Cronus answered his personal phone bug. Not many people knew about his phone bug, and most of them were members of the pirate group. Boss Cronus, a merchant ship came from West Blue. After we robbed it, we encountered a tough opponent, an animal-type bird fruit user. He said he came to you specifically, and he looked fanatical. A voice came from the phone bug. Cronus was a little confused when he heard the crew's voice on the phone. The merchant ship from West Blue was hijacked by me, and there was a quarrel in it, saying that it came to find me. This sounds a bit unreal no matter how I sound. Did you ask for your name? Cronus asked. The voice of my own crew member did not come through the phone bug, but the voice of a strange man came over. Senior Cronus, I am your little fanboy Lafitte. Senior, for the sake of world harmony, I have personally learned about the news about the Draco. I have been very excited after hearing the news. I think we are the same kind of people. I came from West Blue. I just planned to take refuge with Senior Cronus. Ha ha ha. When did I kill the Tianlong people for the sake of world harmony? When did I become so great? Cronus felt a little strange when he heard the compliments from the phone bugs. He was just trying to get some money from the Dracos, but in the eyes of others, his actions were actually for the sake of the world. Of course he had heard of the name Lafitte, Blackbeard's right-hand man in the original novel. His personal strength is very good, and he is also an excellent navigator. When he first entered the Grand Line, he was worried about being a navigator. Myhawk was also targeted by him. We planned to hire him as the royal navigator of the Cronus pirates. Now suddenly there is a navigator who is my little fanboy. Myhawk should be gifted as a navigator. After all, he dares to surf the sea alone, but he is definitely not as good as a real navigator. A professional one is definitely better. It's nice to have someone turn to him, but it's impossible to give up Myhawk. With navigator, it makes sense to recruit Myhawk as a combatant in his pirate group. Could it be that I am really blessed by God? A great man who strives for world peace. Lafitte kept talking on the phone, and Cronus quickly asked his younger brother to arrange for Lafitte to come over to see him. When Cronus first saw Lafitte, he felt that this guy had an evil aura about him. Black and white shirt, with a staff and sword in his hand and a top hat on his head. Another guy who looked like a noble. Cronus looked at Lafitte and then at Van Oka next to him. What evil had Blackbeard done? After he arrived, he poached 2 of his top cotters. It seems that not only will the sniper be replaced, Blackbeard may even have to replace the navigator. Lafitte stood up straight, his hands trembling slightly, and the senior he had longed for stood in front of him. The world has been sick for too long and needs strong medicine. In Lafitte's eyes, evil means are just a strong medicine. If you don't use strong medicine to shock the world, it will never get better. Perhaps only by completely smashing this world to pieces can a reasonable order be rebuilt. Senior Cronus, only the strong medicine of evil can reshape the world. Senior understands it before me. I want to follow Senior and see the new world personally. Lafitte said enthusiastically. Cronus said he didn't understand, but he just had to follow Lafitte's words and must trick Lafitte into his ship. Excellent navigator, greedy. Lafitte didn't expect you to understand me so well. This world has been imprisoned by the celestial dragons for too long. Only by completely eradicating the celestial dragons can we usher in true world peace. Cronus said deceptively. Didn't Lafitte especially praise him for killing the celestial dragon? Then he would bring hatred to the celestial dragon. I think Lafitte would understand him. Lafitte was completely stunned. Senior Cronus had indeed seen the crux of the world. He was a security officer, and he also had the idea of protecting the country and the people. He cannot tolerate behavior that disrupts order. The methods are also cruel and a bit evil. But Senior Cronus obviously sees deeper than himself, and some aspects of order are also a cage that restricts the harmonious development of the world. The Tianlong people set order for the world, but they themselves were not imprisoned by the cage of order. For nearly 800 years, the celestial dragons have become the biggest stumbling block to the harmonious development of the world. What do their cruel and evil methods mean compared to the celestial dragons? Senior Cronus walked in front of him, and he wanted to follow in the footsteps of Senior Cronus. Senior Cronus, please allow me to join the Cronus pirates. Lafitte gave an elegant gentlemanly salute. Cronus didn't know what kind of thinking Lafitte had made, but he was already pleased with Lafitte's request. As long as you are willing to stick around, you will definitely gain something. I have successfully recruited an excellent crew member at Whiskey Peak. From now on, I can also shout loudly, I, Cronus, also have a little fanboy. Chapter 49 Moria was almost caught by marine. Grand Line Sabayati Islands. There are many broken decks near the port, and marine almost wiped out this generation of supernova moonlight Moria here. Several hundred meters deep under the sea, the coated Moria managed to escape marine's pursuit. Moria had a huge wound on his chest at this time, and the crew under his command was bandaging the wound. This female marine from Jun is really difficult to deal with. The wounds on Mariah's body were caused by the deep cuts made by Jun's Kinpara. Marine's operations in the New World came to an end. Garp, Sengoku, Ahe, Sakazuki and Palisalino were left alone. Garp and Sakazuki were left alone, and the rest returned to Marine headquarters. After Jun and Ryu returned to the Marine headquarters from the Seven Waters capital, they have been suggesting that Cyborg Fleet Admiral increase the marine patrol of the Sabayati Islands to prevent the Cronus pirates from entering the New World. Cyborg and the world government attach great importance to the Cronus pirates. After that, Ahe and Jun would come to the Sabayati Islands for a walk every now and then. After Moria finished building the new ship, he rushed towards the Sabayati Islands. Moria also inquired about the information in advance and prepared to conduct coding in illegal areas. Everything went well at first, but somehow he was exposed to Marine. Ahe and Jun fought their way over, and after a fierce battle, Moria finally completed the final coding and escaped into the sea with his men. For this reason, a huge wound was left on his chest. In order to cover their escape, one of the two brothers had his arms chopped off, and the other had only his upper body left. But luckily he escaped alive. "Ship doctor, we must save their lives." Moria couldn't stop the tears from the corners of his eyes. It was because of him that he ended up in this situation. "Captain, my life is saved, but I can't be a pirate in the future." After hearing what the ship doctor said, Moria's expression became more relaxed. It's better not to be a pirate than to lose your life. For him, it is not a problem to bring a few partners with broken arms and legs. Moria had reason to suspect that the fact that he was blocked in the Sabayati Islands this time had something to do with Cronus. How attractive is Cronus to Marine and the world government? He has escaped from the hands of Marine and CP time and time again. If a villain like Cronus really enters the New World, he will be like a dragon swimming in the sea. Although Marine has never slackened in patrolling the Sabayati land, under normal circumstances it would already be a big deal to have an ordinary lieutenant general patrolling. Unexpectedly, he met the chief counselor Ahe and Jun, which had to make him suspicious. But what if he was suspicious? Could Cronus really be blamed? After all, I am unable to protect my partner. In the Seven Waters City shipyard, Cronus was observing Robert and Tom's shipbuilding work. Tom's craftsmanship is no worse than Robert's, and he is worthy of being a man who can build a boat for one piece Roger. Cronus and Tom have a good relationship. As Cronus has accepted the idea that everyone is equal since childhood, he has no discrimination against fish people. The basic strength of fishmen is much stronger than that of humans. Their basic strength is 10 times that of humans, and they can move freely in the sea. If the Murlocs could be united to form a Murloc force, Cronus couldn't imagine what the strategic significance would be. In this ocean-dominated world, as long as the Murlocs capsize your boat, most people will not be able to defeat the Murlocs in the sea. However, the base of the fishmen is nothing compared to humans. The top human beings outnumber the fishmen by too many. This is also the reason why fishmen and mermaids are stronger than ordinary humans, but they can only become high-quality slaves that are rare in the human market. The giant steel ship was undergoing some finishing work. Cronus felt extremely painful after seeing it. It was just a mainframe and cost him a full 3.5 billion Baileys. It can be said that basically all the money that should have been taken away from me. The cold storage that Jaffa wants and the numerous artillery fire that everyone expected can only be purchased later when money is available. The ship was also coated with paint to prevent seawater corrosion. Robert also gave Cronus a small Easter egg and asked Cronus and others to design the patterns they wanted on the ship. With the collective efforts of the crew, the portraits of everyone in the pirate group were engraved on the ship. This is recognition of them and also means that this ship is their home. The entire hull is made of metal. After seeing it, Tom couldn't help but sigh. Although this kind of steel ship is less flexible, it can face artillery attacks more calmly. The outermost layer of metal on the entire ship is a special metal that Robert bought from the Metal Kingdom, combined with his specially developed alloy-making technology. The safety of the ship is perfect. Metal Kingdom also listed Robert as a high-quality customer. The special metals Robert bought from Metal Kingdom this year reached the annual output of Metal Kingdom. Big customer. Although this metal is of high quality, its price is 20% higher than ordinary metal. There are not many people who need it, so the output is not high. Generally, it is sold together with the metals that are easy to sell. Little did he know that Robert would finish it all in one go. Even the metals in his inventory were half bought and half given to Robert. This metal has strong pressure resistance and sealing resistance, and is an essential metal for Cronus to build large submarines. Although marine has a large demand for metal, they do not need to go into the water, and the price is still more cost-effective for cheaper metal. Cronus also saw with his own eyes the power system of the ship. As long as it is a high-quality fuel that can provide energy, it can become the best fuel for an internal combustion engine when mixed with water in a certain proportion. You can also generate electricity while sailing. Robert completely removed the mast of the ship, leaving only the deck exposed as an outdoor activity space. It is said to reduce the resistance of the submarine when diving. Improve the maneuverability underwater. Robert also bought a set of equipment for hydrolysis to generate oxygen from Vegapunk's hometown. As long as the submarine has enough supplies, it can survive underwater. Of course, he still doesn't recommend it. There is no sunlight all year round to survive underwater, and air circulation is also an obstacle, although oxygen is provided. But people still produce waste gas in their daily lives, and the smell won't be very good. If not necessary, just sail on the sea. Cronus also went on board to take a look. Except for a layer of paint, there was nothing on it. The decoration at the back will cost a lot of money. Thinking of this, I can't help but feel cash-strapped again. Robert introduced it as he walked, saying this was his most satisfying work. It is also his last work. He will not build new ships in the future. After saying this, his whole body slumped down. I have been dealing with boats my whole life, and finally it's time to stop doing it. Cronus. I hope you can take this ship to roam freely on this sea and make this ship the best ship. Robert asked Cronus. Cronus looked at the old man in front of him. The intense work during this period seemed to have made the white hair on the old man's temples even grayer. I will definitely make this ship the best ship. Robert gently touched the boat he built. Meeting a captain who loves him is indeed the best thing. Want a name for it? Robert asked. Cronus thought carefully, as if he hadn't really thought about what the ship should be called. The Wave Rider. How about this name? Cronus thought of the first ship that accompanied them. The name of the first ship is called the Brave, and this ship will continue the mission of the Brave and continue to take them to ride the wind and waves. William danced when he heard the name Cronus gave him, and the Brave Wind and Waves can also be regarded as the Brave second-generation project. Van Oka and Zeph agree. Lafitte had just joined and admired Cronus very much. He agreed with everything Cronus said. The brave man who rides the wind and waves represents that this ship will sail through the dawn. Senior Cronus will also take them to welcome the New World Order. Lafitte kept thinking about it. The shipwrights who joined your Kronos pirates are very qualified. I have given them the experience I have learned throughout my life. What I didn't hand in has been written in the notebook. Those notebooks are of no use to me, so let them take them away. They are also the new shipwrights on your ship. Robert gave Cronus everything he had recorded since he learned shipbuilding. Those notebooks can fill a small warehouse, which is why Robert can become a top shipwright. His whole life was spent in constant learning and summarizing. Remember to perform regular maintenance on the Wave Rider. Robert thought to himself that his era was over, but the new era would keep moving forward. He wanted to take a closer look while he was still alive. Chapter 50. It's great to have a navigator. A belated welcome party. The first half of the Grand Line is called Paradise by the strong men of the New World. It seems that you are not a mature pirate unless you enter the New World. The climate change in the New World is shockingly fast. However, the first half of the Grand Line was not as bad as the New World experts said. Although the speed of weather changes is not as fast as that of New World, if you don't know a little bit about navigation and have no strength, you may end up in the so-called paradise. Lafayette also successfully demonstrated his powerful navigation knowledge in the Cronus Pirates. Storms can always be predicted in advance, and heavy rain and hail can always be used to activate the submarine mode in advance. Today is not a good day, with fist-sized hail falling overhead. Coupled with the raging wind, driving on the sea will definitely make you miserable. Everyone in the Cronus Pirates is watching the underwater world at this time. This is a window specially left by Robert to better observe the underwater environment. Lafitte, I'm so lucky to have you. Being hit by hailstones will definitely make you feel bad. Cronus praised Lafitte. It is my honor to serve Senior Cronus and everyone. Lafitte said with a smile. Why do you still call me Senior Cronus after such a long time? Just call me Captain Cronus or Brother Cronus. Cronus corrected Lafitte. Senior Cronus, brother, then I'd rather be respectful than obey. Lafitte liked the atmosphere of the Cronus Pirates. Everyone on the ship has committed their lives to each other and are partners. Jaffo looked at the ingredients swimming in the sea and thought about how they should be cooked. A Poseidon turned over on the bottom of the sea, looking a little confused at the submarine that appeared near him. When did other Poseidon species appear in the sea near him? This Poseidon looks like a fat-headed fish, with sharp fangs. It opens its mouth wide to bite off some parts of the submarine that provokes it. Poseidon species have a strong sense of territory, and they will consciously avoid each other's territory. At this moment, a huge torpedo was shot towards the fat-headed fish Poseidon, and was accurately thrown into his mouth, making a loud explosion. The head of the fat-headed fish Poseidon was blown open, and the surrounding sea area was quickly dyed red with blood. Some smaller fish began to crazily eat the exploded meat of the fathead fish Poseidon. What a waste, what a waste! Jaffo couldn't help but exclaimed as he looked at the fried high-quality ingredients. The head of this fat-headed fish Poseidon is the most delicious part at first glance. The steamed fish head must be delicious, but it is wasted like this. Although it is good to leave only the fish body, it is still a waste after all. The Wind and Waves Brave has already replenished part of its firepower, and even went to the marine branch of the Grand Line to borrow a batch of weapons for this purpose. The people of the Cronus Pirates were also brave and directly robbed the marine branch of the Grand Line. Cronus also had a bad temper. Speaking of which, he has been chased by Marine, and now he can be regarded as an offensive and defensive alien. The brave Wind and Waves surfaced quickly and had already passed through the hailing sea area. The next step was to quickly surface and deal with this fat-headed fish. Lafitte looked at everyone commenting on the Poseidon class, his mouth wide open. If the Poseidon class appeared in the world, he would have to ask the generals of the marine headquarters to deal with it. The torpedo power of the Cronus Pirates is not small. Lafitte thought of ancient weapon Pluton. Even if there is a gap, it should not be big. The new crew members recruited from Whiskey Mountain and the Seven Waters were even more shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. "Brothers, it's a party!" Cronus shouted, raising his arms. Although he often fights in the Air Force, the fish caught by the Wind and Waves Brave warrior can be regarded as his contribution. He was so happy that he decided to have a grand party. Since the new members joined, we haven't had a party yet, but this time we had a lot of fun and food. What a mess! Jaffo covered his head, feeling a headache. But I didn't say anything. This is exactly the atmosphere that the Cronus Pirates should have. The old guys on board the cook started to get busy, and everyone also started to help dismember the fat-headed fish. The strong ones began to carry the wine in barrels from the wine cellar. The large cold storage that Jaffo asked for was replenished as soon as possible, and the vegetables in the cold storage began to be shipped. Cronus began to grill the sliced fish on the grill himself, with his professional sprinkling of ingredients. The ones who are on board are my brothers. The Cronus Pirates don't have that many rules, but I hope everyone remembers not to attack your own people. If someone doesn't understand the rules, I, Cronus, will make him understand with my own hands." After Cronus finished speaking, he had a murderous aura. This kind of person who was eating barbecue and drinking wine on the field didn't pay any attention to it. Isn't it normal for such a simple rule? "Boss Cronus, should we go directly to the New World next, or try the first half of the Grand Line?" Lafitte also came over to help Cronus grill the fish. However, Lafitte's clumsy appearance showed that Cronus had never done such a job since he was a child. Most of these guys who look like gentlemen are not very good at cooking. Lafitte also wanted to help himself. Finoka had always eaten ready-made food. According to him, it was a professional matter and needed to be done by professionals. Before Tetsuo joined, Cronus had been leading everyone in preparing meals. Seeing that he couldn't help, Lafitte simply stopped insisting. He took the grilled fish from Cronus and chewed it carefully. "Go directly to New World. But if we encounter interesting things on the way, it doesn't stop us from taking risks," Cronus said with a smile. "Then let's go to Judiciary Island to see it. I heard that there is the most unique whirlpool current there. I really want to see it." As a navigator, Lafitte wanted to see the strange ocean phenomenon in person. "Then we can take a detour halfway to have a look. It won't take too long." Cronus was also very interested in world government's judicial island, and after listening to Lafitte's words, he also planned to take a detour to see it. "Lafitte, I still don't know which form of the bird fruit you are. Tell me and it will give me some insights." Cronus knew that Lafitte was a devil fruit user. "But I don't know which specific form of the bird fruit it is. The flying devil fruit was very rare in the early days of One Piece serialization. But the further you go, the less valuable it becomes. My devil fruit is not as good as Cronus's, it's just an ordinary swift form," Lafitte said with some embarrassment. When he didn't know about animal-type fantasy beasts, Lafitte was quite satisfied with his devil fruit. Animal-type animals that could fly were extremely rare. Knowing that there is a type of phantom beast species, the price of my bird fruit dropped a lot in an instant. It may not be bad once the bird fruit is developed. After all, being able to fly is the biggest advantage. Cronus patted Lafitte on the shoulder. "By the way, do you have any doubts about domineering training?" Cronus asked with concern. "I'm still figuring it out for now, but I already have a clue." "Come on. Don't let your domineering power drop. After all, only your domineering power can surpass everything." Cronus brought out Mr. Kaido's point of view again. Although Luffy's Kuonika form has had a big impact on this view, it seems that being selected by Joey Boy can become the strongest. But what did Joey Boy rely on to reach this position? Domineering. Joey Boy can reach that level, why can't he? Cronus has great confidence in himself.